Chapter 1. Ava. If Mother knew the cause of her strange illness, she refused to tell us. That was just like her, treating my sisters and I like small children, right to the very end. My gaze flickered over my mother, who lay in the middle of her bed, frail and willowy. Her pale blue eyes, slightly milky now with her sickness, looked up at me. We'd tried everything to save her. Bella had scoured every book we owned. I'd tried every spell I knew. Nothing worked. My magic was exhausted. I didn't want her to die. My mother was my only parent, my whole world. I didn't even know what was wrong with her. Guilt gripped me. I had to look away. My heart clenched. What can I do, Mother? I did my best to control my voice, to make sure it didn't shake. Tell me. My mother's blue eyes brimmed with tears. It was a strange sight. She wasn't one for outward displays of emotion, especially not in front of her children. You need to help them, Ava, she said, her voice steady. Even on her deathbed, she had more control over herself than I did. By them, she meant my two younger sisters, Bella and Courtney. Bella was a classic middle child with wallflower tendencies. A bookworm who'd spent every waking minute of the last 2 years since Mother got really sick, looking for a way to help her. Courtney was the rebel of the family. The baby. She'd struggled the most when Mother got sick. Going off for hours at a time by herself, flipping the house upside down with her rage. Meanwhile, I was the one who had to be dutiful, responsible, perfect. The curse of the firstborn. We were sisters filled with clichés and topped up with magic. I leaned forward and smiled as bravely as I could. Of course I'll look after them, Mother, I said. I always have. She reached out with her fragile, thin fingers, and I stared at the paleness of her skin. The way the veins shone blue against the white. Like thin spider legs against a wall. I resented her for how hard she was on me, and for the pressure she'd heaped on me. She drove me half mad sometimes with her expectations of perfection. But this woman was my world. My everything. She'd taught me every lesson worth learning, and some that weren't. Her skin was cold to the touch as I gripped her hands, and I cringed at seeing the last signs of life leaving her. No matter how powerful she was, or how much strength my sisters and I had, we could not save her. We had tried. And we had failed. Things are going to change, Ava, Mother said, swallowing hard as she struggled to breathe. Her voice sounded foreign to my ears. I hadn't expected to be at this life-altering juncture for many years. Yet here I sat, not much past my 23rd birthday, watching my mother take her last breaths. I don't know what we're going to do, what I am going to do without you. As I said the words meant to make my dying mother feel better, the truth pierced me through the chest like a well-aimed arrow. What would we do without her? I didn't have a clue. Ava, you will have nothing. She gasped for air and then coughed loudly. I looked down, not wanting to watch as the sickness consumed her. My gaze was drawn on the plush carpet and the well-worn throw rugs in her room. I forced my mind back to the last thing she'd said. What do you mean, we'll have nothing? We had a house, a beautiful house. Servants. Our health. A vast yard where we could be free to practice our magic. She wasn't making any sense. If she meant we had no family, no friends, no one outside our little world we could trust, then yes, we had nothing. But that had never bothered us before. Not too much, anyway. We had each other. Everything around us, Ava, the house, the land, it's all magic. She paused, coughing. A conjure. It's not real. An eerie coldness crept up my spine. She was delirious. She had to be. The disease had taken hold of her mind, and she was saying things that made no sense. What do you mean, not real? I asked. Part of me didn't want to entertain her words. How could one person produce so much magic, such a facade, for 2 decades? I mean, there's a reason I don't leave the realm anymore, she continued. Not since I built the house after my last babe was born. My presence is what keeps the house erect. The servants visible. It is all an elaborate spell. My breath caught in my throat. It's what? No. Impossible. Mother wheezed again, louder this time, and I reached for a glass of water and held it to her lips. Hold on, Mother. Just hold on a minute more. My blood boiled with anger. How dare she wait until her deathbed to tell us this? Why did she not prepare us for what was to come? How could she lie to us about something so important? Something flickered in my peripheral. I blinked. The elaborate wallpaper faded, as though aging 100 years in only a few seconds. The rich carpet beneath my feet shrunk away. The whole house shook, as though the very foundation on which it was built on was disappearing. Fear raced through me, my heart pounding hard and every sense coming alive. What was I going to do? I swallowed. My throat was too dry. My skin tickled, crawling with premonition. We were all in a lot of trouble. Just hold on, Mother. It was strange, me telling her what to do rather than the opposite. Until Bella and Courtney come. I hoped hearing their names would move her, would make her stay with us a little longer. Give me the locket, Ava, she said. Quickly. I reached for the necklace that hung from my neck, the ancient gold warm against my skin. I hesitated. I pulled it over my head and handed it to her. My mother opened it with trembling fingers and lay it on her chest as though she wanted to wear it. She pinned me with her gaze, strong and steady despite the shaking of the house around us. No matter what, Bella and Courtney must be your only priority. Build a home of your own on the land nearby. Stay there as long as you can. Aunt Allison is the only one you can trust, in the village. If they find you. My sisters burst into the room in a cloud of noise, a look of sheer horror on Bella's face as she held up a beloved book. What's happening to the house? She asked, as though she couldn't, or wouldn't, see our mother lying on a bed, helpless, my locket on her chest. My books are falling to bits. She held out the book as the papers crumbled away into dust in her hands. She let out a squeal, her eyes wide and full of tears. There wasn't time for explanations. Not now, anyway. Quickly. Come. I waved to them, and my sisters rushed over to the other side of the bed, grabbing our mother's hand. Bella sobbed as she put her head to the bed, and Courtney's eyes filled with tears, but she didn't make a sound. Mother gasped as she looked at each of my sisters, her eyes soft and filled with love. I'm sorry for leaving you, she said. Then her gaze swung around to me, wildness and panic clear in her gaze. You cannot search for him, Ava. You mustn't. So unfair. I pulled in a deep breath. I didn't like when my mother got the best of me, but then I realized I wanted no part of being bitter. Mother is dying. I clenched my teeth against the command that had held me prisoner for too long. My mother's prohibitive magic had stopped me from searching out the other half of my family. My father. And once she was gone, her hold on me would be gone too. I could make my own decisions. Figure out what was best for me. You never told us. I said. Why can't we search out our father? When I was 10 years old, my mother revealed to us who our sire had been. Our father was the strongest, most powerful warlock in the universe, and he lived in the magical realm. It was a place she had forbidden us to go, so we had complied. Because if they find out. She tried to speak, but she was fading. The light in her eyes was disappearing. If who finds out, Mother? She didn't answer me. I narrowed my gaze and grabbed her arm. Who? Her eyes widened and she stared at me like she didn't recognize me. I squeezed. Tell me. Please. If you want me to save my sisters, you need to tell me everything. I can't prepare myself if I don't understand what we're to face. The council, they arranged his marriage. Her voice sounded raw. Each breath was a wheeze. She was disappearing, like an ethereal ghost before me. I reached out for her again, and my hand passed through her like she wasn't even there. My stomach dropped with dread. It was happening. The ground beneath our feet began to shake like an earthquake was ripping through the land. My sisters shrieked and clung to the bed. I tightened every muscle in my body. Oh God. We're going to die. I tore my concentration away from my mother and focused on saving us. It was difficult to do so, what with the ground shaking and mother dying, secrets floating between us like ghosts. I gathered my magic and released a breath. I opened my eyes, murmuring a protective spell I'd learned many years ago from my mother. I threw my magic out and around the bed like an impenetrable bubble. A shield, protecting my sisters and myself as well as my mother from the crumbling house, as they cried out in terror. Mother! I yelled down at her. She met my gaze as her eyes glossed over, and becoming a milky white void. The council, the assassins. They'll kill you if they find out who you are. My heart cracked wide open as my mother continued to disappear. It was difficult to maintain my anger when she couldn't even speak sense. Take the locket. Quickly. Her voice was a whisper, but I didn't think she meant it to be. She gestured toward the locket that still lay on her chest. The middle of the gold locket, where a picture should be, glowed purple. Violet, like the flecks in my mother's eyes. I had to let go of the spell as I reached out and grabbed the locket, throwing the chain back around my neck so I didn't lose it in the maelstrom that was heading our way. Mother! Bella screamed, her face raining tears. Don't leave us. And in a second, she was gone. Before my very eyes, before my sisters, my mother faded into nothing. In the blink of an eye, her physical body was ash and dust, trailing off into the vibrating wind, leaving the three of us on our own. A sob racked my body and I reached for her, or rather where she should have been. I was met with air. I did not know what else I expected. My sisters sobbed, leaning into each other. I couldn't dwell on the hole in my heart for long though. I was the oldest, after all. It was my responsibility to protect us. The bed my mother had been on vanished. My sisters shrieked. I grabbed the girls up in my arms. This was going to be horrible, but we would get through it if I concentrated properly. I began the protector incantation in a low voice. A spell that would at least save what we had on our persons. Our clothes. Jewelry. If nothing else. The protection spell coiled around where we huddled together, shielding us from the chaos that surrounded us. I continued repeating the words over and over as my love for my small family beat with every pulse of my heart. Courtney and Bella clung to me. All around us, the house we'd lived in our whole lives crumbled, like a giant gingerbread house that had been dropped and stomped on. It was fragile, something a gust of wind could have destroyed. How had my mother been able to maintain such a thing? Our servants, Gemma, Eleanor, and Henry, all people I thought I knew, all people I considered part of our family. The flowers Courtney had planted, the drawings Bella had created, and insisted we showcase like she was an artist. All disappearing. The lush curtains crumpled and the roof began to cave in. Sunlight from outside, the real sunlight and not one mother had created for us, surrounded us. I was forced to squeeze my eyes shut, not used to the brightness. Ava! Bella screeched as she grabbed tighter to my arms. What's happening? I continued to hold on to my sisters. Hold on, I said. Don't run. Don't leave this circle. I've got you. The roof fell on top of my protective bubble, making a sound like thunder. It vibrated through my body. Courtney dropped to the ground, screaming. Both her hands clutched her ears. I bent over so I could grab her hand in mine before she disappeared along with the house. "Don't let go," I shouted. Courtney got to her feet, tears streaming down her face. My sisters continued to cling to me, and I wrapped my arms around their shoulders, pressing their heads to my chest. I was almost afraid they, too, were part of the facade my mother had created. But they couldn't be. I loved them too much. Their sobs rang in my ears as the house slowly but surely fell away. I didn't even care that my ears pinched with pain because of their screams. At least it reiterated the fact that they were as solid as I was. That they wouldn't be leaving me, too. The noise coming from the crumbling manor was the hardest thing to block out. The farm we loved was no more. The sounds of shrieking wind, of ripping fabrics, of a building crumbling to the earth echoed in my head. Stone hitting grass. Ash fluttering in the sky. Finally, it stopped. I opened my eyes, keeping the protection spell around our bodies and enforced as strongly as I could manage. It sounded like the devastation was over, but I couldn't be sure. There was nothing left. Nothing but a vacant plot of land. The farm we'd grown up with, nurtured and loved, was gone. The animals we raised as beloved pets were no more. A ringing silence hung in the crisp air. Encompassed by space, encompassed by silence. It was a straitjacket I could neither see nor feel. After a moment, my sister's sobs faded as well. Not a speck of my mother's magic lingered. She was truly gone. Finally, I could let go of my spell and took my first breath of clean air. It was a bittersweet moment. I'd lost my mother. I'd lost my home. I'd lost everything I knew to be true. And yet, now I was free to find the man who'd sired me, and hopefully everything Mother had worried about was untrue. From now on, I was free to make choices. I was free to do as I wished. We were 3 adult witches standing in a field, clinging to one another for dear life, and I had no idea what the next step was. Chapter 2. Courtney looked up at me, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ava, what happened?" she whimpered. "Where's our house?" I clasped my sister's hands in mine. It seems Mother had used her magic to create the house, and everything. Bella covered her mouth on a gasp and Courtney said, "Well, what do we do now?" I'm not sure. One thing I did know for sure was that my mother's magic no longer held me. She couldn't command me to obey her, and I didn't have to struggle to meet her ridiculously high expectations. And she couldn't stop me from fulfilling the only wish I'd ever had for myself, finding my father. Through him, I hoped to finally understand who I was. "Do we really have nothing left, Ava?" Courtney asked, her face red from crying so long. She rubbed her nose with the back of her hand, then wiped the stray snot on her skirt. I frowned, but I couldn't blame her. There was nothing for her to wipe her hands on, save for the grass beneath our feet. Bella stood silent. "What was there to say when you found out your mother had conjured every detail of your home, even down to the precious books you loved so much? The oils and paints you made yourself? What did you say when you realized your mother had been lying to you your whole life?" I glanced down at our clothes. "I suppose we should be thankful to still be wearing something," I said. "Lucky." I wasn't sure if this was to encourage myself or if I was genuinely giving my sisters advice. I took the scratchy material of my skirts between my fingers. I couldn't imagine if all 3 of us were naked, devastated in an empty field. Imagine that. Naked. Alone. In a field. Together. A strange laugh made its way up my throat. It was a totally inappropriate response to stress, so I swallowed hard against the feeling and tried to stay serious. The last thing I needed my sisters to think was that I thought this tragedy amusing. I could not forget that we all had lost our mother, along with everything else. Bella rolled her eyes. Luck had nothing to do with it, Ava, she said, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. She flipped her dark hair over her shoulder. Your magic protected us, and with it, the clothes we wore. If you hadn't, apart from being dead, we'd probably be naked as well. Courtney and I looked at each other. Without warning, I started to laugh. I couldn't help it. I so desperately wanted to remain stoic in honor of the moment, to show my sister's strength, but the thought that we could have wound up naked was ridiculous. I'm surprised Mother didn't order us to strip down, Courtney said. If she knew we would be left with nothing, perhaps we should have. Mother wouldn't do that to us, Bella said, dropping my hand finally. She might have left us with nothing, but she would not be so cruel as to leave us with no clothes on our bodies. Mother didn't tell Ava to use a spell to protect us, Courtney pointed out. You don't know what she wanted. And you do? Bella asked. Sisters, I said, trying to stop them from fighting before they began in earnest. We still need to figure out what to do. A gust of wind blew across the field in which we stood. Petals fell off the wildflowers that grew nearby, leaves danced to the ground. Courtney cocked her head, as though listening to the wind. I'm sure that was Mother telling us to shut our mouths. After purposefully pitting us against each other, as she often did, I agreed, and burst out into laughter once again. The situation was so insane, so intense, so surreal, there was only one way to break the tension. And the image of all three of us naked in a meadow was enough to make me laugh until I couldn't stand, until I rolled to the ground and shook with the release of pain. Tears rolled down my face and I cried and laughed until I forgot what I was feeling. Until there was nothing left. Courtney did the same while Bella rubbed her eyes with her fingers. Finally, I stopped laughing. I was sitting in the dirt, my heart broken, and my sisters around me, waiting for me to do something. Part of me resented that I now had to step into the role of leading my sisters, rather than being on equal footing with them. I never liked the expectation that the oldest child had to set an example for the younger ones. But right now, my sisters needed me. I could let my resentment fester and turn me into a bitter hag. Or I could step into this role with grace. I didn't know if I possessed grace at all, but at the very least, I could try. So I got up. They were looking at me for guidance in this insane new world in which we found ourselves. I couldn't let them down. I swayed on my feet. Bella handed me a handkerchief from her pocket, as she too stood up. She tugged Courtney up as well. I wiped at my face and took some slow, deep breaths. There was a way forward. I just had to find the path. Okay, I said, clapping my hands together. My fingers still tingled from the magic I had used to protect us. Well, first things first. Mother said that we should build a house nearby. Somewhere to keep us safe. And that was the priority, keeping my sisters out of harm's way. Us. Courtney repeated, her characteristic frown coming down over her blue eyes. Our mother's eyes. We all had them, bright blue eyes with sparkles of violet. Though mine were more sky blue, Bella's had a touch of green, and Courtney's were a darker ocean blue. But we all looked very much like our mother's daughters. Yes. You, I repeated. Me. Bella. All of us. I began to head to the land my mother had indicated before she disappeared. I wasn't sure where we should actually start building a house. Hell, I didn't know how to build a house in the first place. All I knew was that I had to start somewhere. And I had to take it one step at a time. Courtney crossed her arms over her ample chest. Where are you going? We can't stay here forever, I said. Well, I suppose we can, but I don't want to. And I know you guys don't want to, either. We need a safe place where we can live and practice our magic in peace. A place that's not going to disappear from beneath us. But let's not kid ourselves. We've all wanted to do other things. Things Mother told us we weren't allowed to do. We've always wanted to go to the magic realm, meet our family. You know it's true. To be honest, that had been mostly my dream, but the others had never liked our mother's rules either. Surely, they wanted to explore the world as much as I did. Courtney narrowed her eyes even further. You mean our father, she said. Her voice was inscrutable. I couldn't tell if she was suspicious of my motives, or if she needed some time to try and decipher what I was trying to say. It wasn't as though I was trying to make it difficult. I wouldn't lie to them, though I couldn't promise that they would understand everything I chose to do. Courtney continued. You want to meet him, don't you? Even though Mother's dying words were to forbid us to go to him. I stepped closer to her, annoyed that she was criticizing my decisions already. Since when do you do anything Mother says? I asked. You've always thought that we should have broken free and found him years ago. Courtney narrowed her eyes at me, her mouth setting into a stubborn line. She said the assassins would come for us. She did. I nodded once. And who the hell are the assassins? Who is anyone? Do you seriously want to stay here, in the middle of this freaking field and just live out our days here? The three of us here forever, crafting cute little spells and not meeting anyone, not going anywhere, not seeing the world. Is that what you want out of your life, Courtney? It sounded like a death sentence to me. To never know love, nor marriage, nor children. Not to mention the fact that I would never expand my knowledge base, or my magical power, without a teacher as powerful as my mother, to guide me. It won't be that bad. Courtney pouted. Mother is gone, Ava. She got sick and we couldn't save her. She couldn't even save herself. Why is it wrong that I want us to stay safe and together? I hated that my heart cracked at Courtney's pleading. I understood her desire to stay somewhere we could all be together, where there was no threat to us. I looked to the sky, silently cursing my mother for leaving us so soon. Bella sighed, shaking her head. I turned toward her as she waved her hand, creating 3 brown leather couches out of nowhere. Sit, she said in a gentle voice, gesturing toward the furniture. Courtney hurried over to one and sat, feet tucked underneath her, eyes on the trees surrounding us. It was as though she didn't want us to see her crying, even though we were quite familiar with her tears. I flopped onto the couch closest to me and watched as Bella pulled a leather-bound book from one of her secret skirt pockets and sat down with her beloved story. At least she'd saved something from our family home. I envied her in that moment. I wished I could lose myself in a book and wait for someone else to make the decisions. I didn't want the responsibility of figuring out what the best course of action was for us. I focused back on Courtney since Bella had checked out. Courtney brushed the dirt from her jeans and tucked her curly red hair behind her ears. Just like it was any other day, and we were having a normal conversation. As though her eyes weren't red from crying, her face wasn't splotchy from loss. She always had been good at locking herself in her own world, forgetting about everyone and everything else. Classic youngest child. Court, we can't stay here, I said again. This time, I made an effort to keep my voice steady, to keep it free from judgment. I didn't want her to think I was telling her what to do. I didn't want either of them to think I was taking over Mother's role so soon after she was gone, because that was not my intention at all. You know that, right? It was hard enough the last 10 years with just Mother and us. We were confined to a home, and sure, we had servants who were like our family, and we never wanted for anything, but it was all a lie. Courtney didn't look up, just picked at the threads on her sweater. Her lips curled into a stubborn frown. I sighed. She knew I was right. I just needed her to admit it out loud, and then we could move forward and actually do something about our current situation. Bella sniffed and looked up from her book. I found our home peaceful. I glared. I thought she had lost herself in her own little world. That was not how I expected her to come back to the conversation. If anything, I thought she would be on my side. Wouldn't she want to visit all of the places she'd read about? Didn't she want to experience life the way her characters did? I threw myself back against the couch cushions. Of course you did, I snapped. As long as you have unlimited books and a quiet place to read, you're happy. It's not like you guys were pushed to use your magic like I was, or... Yes, we get it. Bella set her book in her lap, sticking her finger in between the pages to save her place. You've experienced more pressure and expectations than Courtney or me. I'm sure that you know more than we do as well. But just because you feel these things doesn't mean what we feel is wrong. You have a different experience than I do, but that doesn't nullify my experience, or Courtney's. Just because you're the oldest doesn't mean you're in charge. I swallowed hard and blinked back the hot tears that filled my eyes. Again, Bella made sense. Both of my sisters did. Well, I said, my voice shaky, I'm sorry to say, I'm not happy. I want to be a part of the magical world. I want to find our father and meet more people like us. That's what I want. A heavy silence hung between the three of us. Nobody could meet anyone else's eyes. In fact, there was something stale in the crisp air, in the rustling of the trees. Something was changing. Courtney crossed her arms and looked away. Then what do we do? I smiled, a thrill shooting through my core. Her words weren't exactly a perfect agreement, but the fact that she was open to hearing what I had to say was a good sign. We do what Mother recommended, I said quickly, gesturing with my hands. We build you a house. Somewhere safe. You have your magic and enough power to supply you with food, water, supplies for months. Years even. You want to leave us? Courtney's voice quivered, but she still refused to look at me. Then come with me, I said. Please. You could learn. I don't want to. I want to stay here. I want to mourn. I want to build roots. I want. She took a breath and finally shifted her eyes so they locked with mine. I don't want to go to the magic realm. At least, not yet. I don't either, Bella said in a low voice. But, if you don't want to stay, we can't force you. My voice caught in my throat as I began to imagine the possibilities. If my sisters were safe, then I could begin my life how I'd always wanted to. I wished they would come with me though. I wanted them to learn everything about who they were. But Bella was right. We couldn't force each other to do things we didn't want to. Not anymore. I looked around the field where we sat. How could we do this? I wasn't sure how long we could feed on our magic before running out. Was that why Mother had become sick and died so much earlier than she should have? Because her magic ran out? If that were the case, why wouldn't she have told me? Do you think that's why Mother died? I asked aloud, deciding to voice my concern because the last thing I wanted was for us to keep anything to ourselves. I feared that if that were the case, it would be too late by the time we realized what was going on. Because she used all of her magic to feed us, clothe us, house us? Bella looked up from her book, grimacing. It's possible, she admitted. I've read about witches who created their own worlds before, and the results were always disastrous in the end. But I never dove too deeply into the subject because I didn't realize how applicable it was to our life. She stared across the empty field. I didn't realize magic was our life, quite literally. I nodded. Then we can't do this for too long, I said. I will help you create a small home here to keep you safe. Then I will journey to town and find someone who might know about the magic realm and how to cross over. Mother claimed the only person we could trust was Aunt Allison, Courtney said. Her voice was softer than I expected, given she had the nature of a wrecking ball. I looked over at my youngest sister, only to find her eyes distant and her skin pale, probably from crying so hard. I sat up, moving my hands through the air and conjuring up a table, 3 glasses of water and some fruit. I was inspired. My heart beat with incessant excitement. Before, I had been exhausted, having used more magic than I'd expected. My tongue was dry and sore. My head pounded with unresolved emotions. But now energy ran through my body, and my lips curved up in a hopeful smile. I thought about what Courtney had said. Aunt Allison. That's true. But I don't remember much about her. I gestured to the table. My sisters each picked up a glass and drank the water until there was no more. I waved my hand over them and they were full once again. After the use of too much magic, and the trauma of everything disappearing, I wanted to ensure we weren't dehydrated. I even forced myself to drink the first glass and then the second, just to make sure my body stayed strong. The last thing I needed, especially right now, was to be depleted over a simple protection spell. How had my mother done this for so long? And how long had she done it for? Years? Had someone helped her maintain our existence? Or were our entire lives a creation inside her mind? If they were, was she really that powerful? Bella crunched on a grape. She's Mother's sister, is she not? Maybe she could help. Maybe she could at least teach us things we need to know. I hadn't seen Aunt Allison for years. As for her being our biological aunt, no, I didn't think so. I frowned. No, she isn't our actual aunt, more a close family friend. I barely remember her, I admitted. The aunt thing was more a term of affection. I think she and Mother knew each other before Father, before we came into the picture, and instead of having to explain, she simplified it. Bella nodded. Even if she's not, at the very least, it's a good place to start. I nodded. True. We don't have any other clues to go on, do we? No grandparents, no friends. No one besides Father, and we have no idea where he is. Or if he would help us at all, Courtney put in. I bit my lip. She was right, of course. But there was something inside of me, something that insisted I'd try. I didn't want to dwell on my sad existence. I wanted to change it. And with Mother gone, I had the opportunity to do just that. Courtney inhaled sharply, excitement threading through the air. Imagine if you found our grandparents, she said, her voice quivering. Bella sighed and took another sip of her water. Her book rested in her lap, but instead of using her finger, she created a bookmark to save her page. Mother said our grandparents were dead, she pointed out. Mother could have lied about that, I said, just as my stomach rumbled. I couldn't keep the bitterness from my tone if I tried. She lied about way more. What's one little lie about them? I waved my hand and a bowl of red and green apples appeared. Without hesitation, I grabbed one and sank my teeth into it, the juice flowing between my lips and making me groan. I'd forgotten how different the taste of my apples was from the ones we had in the kitchen. I made them sweeter, less tart. I'd always believed the apples my mother put on the table came from the tree in our orchard, but as I glanced around the empty field where our farm had once been, I realized that they were my mother's. Had she made them sour on purpose? Courtney cleared her throat. I'm hungry. I blinked at her. We had a bowl of apples before us, but that obviously wasn't meeting her expectations at the moment. What do you want? I asked. I didn't want to sound annoyed with her, but that was something I couldn't help. Courtney, and at times Bella, brought that annoyance out in me. Even when I was trying to be the mature big sister, I was reduced to an annoyed witch who wanted nothing more than to use my magic and get my sister to shut her mouth. Cake. I laughed. I probably shouldn't have, but I did. Of course. Courtney had a sweet tooth like none other. I should have said no. Mother would have said no. But I wasn't Mother, and Mother wasn't here. Who was I to tell her no? Sure, I said. I lifted my hands and moved my fingers through the air, visualizing the food that I wanted. That my baby sister wanted. The wooden table expanded and grew longer to accommodate the new food that was about to appear. And then, as Courtney requested, there was strudel, chocolate cake, and lemon slice. Beautiful. Just like Mother taught me. Chapter 3. Pain rippled through my chest. As much as I resented Mother for trapping us here, she'd still taught me everything I knew. It was difficult to imagine living without her. Courtney grabbed a lemon slice and stuffed it into her mouth. She didn't say anything, and I didn't expect her to. A thank you would have been nice, though. Bella slid along her couch so that she was closer and reached out for my hand. She even placed her book to the side. I moved so that I could take the hand she offered and squeezed her fingers. I can't believe she's gone, I said without thinking. I wasn't sure if we wanted to reminisce so soon after Mother's untimely demise. It felt good to say the words out loud though, especially to my sisters. Bella nodded, tears sliding down her face before she wiped them away. Her nose twitched. I knew she wasn't comfortable with emotions, especially in front of other people. Even us. Courtney kept eating from the table, ignoring the sticky emotions clogging the air. I closed my eyes and let the moment wash over me. I still had my sisters. And despite the isolation, I'd had an incredible life. I know we had been safe. We'd been loved. But we were on our own now. And we had to figure out what that meant to us. We had to figure out our next step. I opened my eyes and offered Bella a quick smile to thank her for her support. So, what sort of house shall we build you? I asked my sisters as I swallowed the lump in my throat. Courtney took a sip of water and picked up another piece of chocolate cake. I want a massive bedroom with no books, a huge stereo system, and a kick-ass fridge that refills with everything I want to eat, she said, her words tumbling over each other with obvious enthusiasm. I laughed. You always wanted that fridge, I said. Ever since we were little. Courtney's lips twisted up. Yeah. And Mom always stopped me from creating one, but now that I have the power, I'm getting my fridge. I hung my head, letting my sister's energy move through me as I envisioned the home they wanted. The wooden structure, the walls, the floors. The beds. No. Stop. Bella grabbed my arm and I let go of the house I was creating, my eyes snapping open. What's wrong? I asked. Bella's eyes were wide, stricken. You can't use your magic to build us a house, she said, her voice shrill. Of course I can, I said, waving away her concern with a flick of my hand. It will take precision and concentration, and most of my power, but of course I can do it. You can't, she insisted. Why not? I asked. She wasn't making sense. I was by far the most powerful of the three of us. If anyone was able to conjure something similar to what Mother had given us, it would be me. Bella rolled her eyes as though I'd said something monumentally stupid, and sadness filled me. Instead of being annoyed with her as I expected to be, something shot through me, hitting me right in the gut. God, I'm gonna miss her when I'm gone. Because I still had every intention of leaving them behind and heading to the magic realm to look for our father. Because you'll be in the magic realm, not here with us, she said as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. If I'm right, and when am I ever wrong, then you'll be drained of at least half your magic if you're concentrating on keeping our house up for us. And that's assuming you can do it from that far away. Mother rarely left us at all, so it would have been much easier for her to keep up the facade with minimal effort. You, on the other hand. She didn't need to finish her sentence. I already knew what she was going to say. I was not as powerful as Mother. I was not as steady or as capable. I knew Bella didn't mean it in a rude, hurtful way. She was just stating the facts. As much as I hated to admit it, she was right. I sat back and stared out at the empty field, disappointment swamping me. I wanted to help my sisters, but Bella made a good point. I didn't know how far away the realm was, nor how far my magic would stretch if I did create a home. I couldn't risk it. Plus, if Mother's sickness was linked to the drain on her magic that maintained our home, then I couldn't possibly do everything. Go to the magic realm and build my sisters a house. They were going to have to do it themselves. Okay. I nodded my head, wrapping my finger with a lock of hair. You're probably right. And if it's as dangerous as Mother says in the magic realm, perhaps I will need every stroke of magic I possess. I turned to my two little sisters, the people I loved most in this world. The only family I had left. Then it's up to you two. I gestured to the field. Show me what you can do. Make me proud. Mother had taught us all magic. And as daughters of the High Warlock, and our powerful mother, our genetics had already destined us to be incredible witches. Because I was the oldest, Mother pushed me the hardest. I didn't know if it was because she felt it was my job as oldest to learn everything. Perhaps she thought she had more time to instruct Bella and Courtney. Whatever the reason, they were both capable but less skilled. I should be the one doing this, but I couldn't. Not if I was leaving. Which meant they would be forced to learn the ins and outs of long-standing creation magic quickly. I was sure they knew some, but that might not be enough. And I refused to leave until I was convinced that they would be safe. We'd never had to use our powers for anything more than the lessons our mother had taught us. But their time, it seemed, had come. Courtney and Bella got to their feet with a shared grin and walked behind the couches. They looked excited at the prospect of creating something personal to them. You better get up, Ava. Those couches are gonna disappear and you'll end up on your ass. Courtney shot me a smirk that seemed to say she would be fine if I didn't get up. I jumped to my feet. I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of seeing such a thing. Yeah, well, let's see how good you guys are at coordinating this, I said, rubbing my hands together. I could feel my magic stir in me, as though it wanted to break free. As much as I wanted to let even a little out just to find some sort of release, I couldn't. It would put me at risk, and it would tell my sisters I didn't trust them. That was the last thing I wanted to do. Bella nodded, and Courtney's blue eyes gleamed with a challenge. Let's do this, Bella said. I grinned at her. Bella was the one I was worried about. I wasn't sure if she was willing to get her hands dirty, considering the way she always had her nose in a book. The floor is yours, ladies, I said, sweeping my hands out and gesturing at the field in front of us. Bella and Courtney raised their hands, pulses of energy and electric current coursing through the air. It tickled my neck, and the hairs on my skin stood straight up. It was as though I was coated in a blanket of warm, static electricity. Talk aloud, guys. It'll be easier for you, I said, naturally guiding my sisters in their job. I hoped it didn't come across as though I was telling them what to do. I didn't want to be like Mother in that way. I think we should have one level with 4, no 5 rooms, Bella said, her eyebrows raised and her eyes wide. I didn't think I had ever heard her speak so quickly. A bedroom each, a kitchen, a sitting room, and a bathroom. Oh, and a library. Maybe you guys should do a bathroom for each of us, I suggested. One bathroom for 3 sisters doesn't seem like a lot. Especially with Courtney, Bella said. Hey! Courtney exclaimed, but her eyes twinkled with amusement. The building began to materialize. A brick veneer with small windows. A nice thatched roof. My sister's fingers moved in a deliberate, delicate manner, as though they were playing the keys of an invisible piano. "Oh no, bigger windows, I think." Courtney frowned, flinging her hands around and changing the details of the outside. "And a small garden," Bella said, flicking her wrist and making peonies and roses sprout around the house. "Like Mother used to have, save that we can actually pick the flowers from this one. I want to be in the garden if the weather is perfect, and I want to read a book outside surrounded by beauty." I rolled my eyes. Those details could be conjured up later. The structure was much more important. However, I could not blame them for adding the things they wanted. When a person had been muted for so long, sudden control was as addictive as a drug. I would not be the one to take that power away from my sisters. "Now for the inside," Bella said. Her fingers bent and the joints cracked, as though she was creating even faster than her mind could keep up with. She was as focused as she was when she read one of her books. "A huge library for me, in my bedroom. Why have a separate room? And a fridge for me," Courtney added. Her lips twitched up, as though she just remembered that she had the ability to create whatever she wanted, including a super fridge for herself. My sisters constructed their perfect house with white light and imagination. I watched in amazement as they did it all by themselves. Mother would be proud. I was so proud. Knowing that they were capable of this level of magic made it easier for me to accept the fact that we would be separated soon. Because I knew they could take care of themselves and each other. As the house settled and the magic around us began to dissipate, my sisters' lips lifted into identical smiles of satisfaction. "Good job," I said, as the flowers continued to sprout around us, and a picket fence wove around the house. Mother had always erected strong magical guards around our home, and I would speak to Bella about creating them as well before I left. The house itself looked completely normal. More than that, it looked worn in, as though we had been there for a long time. It felt like a home. Courtney charged forward first. Bella had more self-control. Her movements towards the front door were jerky, as though she was trying to control her excitement to see the new house and was having a difficult time doing so. I followed in their wake, suppressing a smile of amusement. My magic tingled in my veins, and my palms pulsated with stagnant energy. I wanted to help, to create, to strengthen. But I kept my hands to myself, holding them together behind my back as I walked through the small cottage. I had to trust my sisters. And I did. Then suddenly, I realized the problem. I felt left out. They were creating something I wasn't going to be a part of. "You don't have to go to the magic realm. You could stay here. Hell, you could put off going to the magic realm for a year if you wanted to, just to make sure your sisters were settled in. Until you're sure they're safe." Bella and Courtney dashed through the single-story house, throwing details around with relish, adding to the house to really make it unique. Now when I looked, there were paintings and rugs and glasses and vases of fresh flowers. My jaw dropped as I looked around the kitchen and main living area, the high ceiling, the smell of cinnamon in the air. This place was amazing. We headed up the hallway and peeked into the bedrooms. I laughed as I glanced inside Courtney's room. Her bed was huge, with dark wood and red splashes of color. The bed coverings matched the curtains that hung on the walls. A huge purple fridge was plugged in the corner of the room, probably lined with soda and chocolate, just waiting for her to consume once we were gone and she could do what she wanted in peace. Bella's room was quaint, on one side of the room anyway. With a small bed and pink tones in every detail. On the other side of the room was half a library. Shelves upon shelves of magnificent books, all created by my beautiful bookworm of a sister. Further down the hall, at the end, I realized that they'd created my room as well, with a regular bed and a regular window overlooking the small garden in the back. My body was at peace in the room. Though I wouldn't be living in it just yet, I liked it. It felt like home. When they were finally done, and Courtney had added more items to her fridge, I gathered both my sisters in for a huge hug. "Well done," I said, my voice filled with emotion. "You guys did an amazing job with this. Mother would be proud." They both snuggled closer, appreciating the praise more than I'd realized they would. I sighed. Make sure to remember not to trust anyone. Not even someone who says they know me. If I do send someone, I'll give them my locket as a sign, okay? They nodded and hugged me tighter. When I stepped back, my heart hammered in my chest and my hands shook with nerves. "It's time for me to go," I said. My voice quivered, and I had to look at the walls surrounding us so I wouldn't cry. "You don't want to stay even one night?" Bella asked, biting her lip. She looked up at me with big eyes. It was difficult for me to say no. I wasn't sure how Mother had done it with such ease. Courtney grinned. "I could build you a fridge for your room." Unshed tears tingled in my eyes, but I blinked them back. "I'd love to, but the sooner I work out a way to make all of these pieces fit together, the sooner we can get on with our lives," I said. I breathed in deeply, trying to slow my erratic heart. "I love you. You know that, right? Both of you." I gripped their hands, sharing a final look. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay and build a home with the two people who knew me the best. But I couldn't. I needed to go to the magic realm. I needed to figure out who our father was and why he'd never been there for us, and maybe strengthen my own magic. I gave my sisters one last look, one last watery smile, and squeezed their shoulders. If I didn't leave now, I wouldn't leave at all. Then I headed out the door and with a single word, transported myself to the portal at the end of the field, and stepped through the cold void into the nearest town. Chapter 4. Cars whipped past me at incredible speed, and I stumbled back on the sidewalk. For which's sake? I put my hand over my heart, feeling it hammering beneath my palm. Damn, it had been too long since I'd come into town. I'd forgotten how fast-paced and noisy everything was, with the humans, machines, and high-rise buildings, pollution, and overpopulation. My stomach was a little queasy, and my head felt light from stepping through the portal. I threw out my arms to catch my balance, and nearly hit a pedestrian. "Watch it," he called, barreling past me. I opened my mouth to apologize, but he had already disappeared. Yes, practice was definitely a requirement if I was going to teleport myself farther distances than just around the house. With Mother so sick, I'd been looking after my sisters and running the house and assisting our servants. Another oldest child responsibility, but one I'd actually enjoyed, and one I was good at. I hadn't had a moment to spare to think about the rest of the world. We rarely immersed ourselves in it. There was no reason to, not when we could snap our fingers and procure whatever we needed in our Mother's realm using magic. And yet, I inhaled deeply, closing my eyes. A couple of people pushed into me, muttering about me being a tourist. I didn't particularly care. Let them think what they wanted. My body tingled. I was finally free. Free to do as I pleased. Free to look for my aunt. My eyes popped open once again. Where did she live again? I tapped my chin with my finger and strolled with the crowd surrounding me. I don't remember. I searched my memory for an address, an image of a house. Anything that would remind me of where I needed to go to find Aunt Allison. The sun warmed my face and I sucked in a breath. My nostrils flared. I wasn't used to this strange air. I was used to fresh, crisp air. Clean. This was not that. And yet, I had never been happier. I should have asked Courtney for the address. She seemed to have a better memory than me. She usually remembered things I had forgotten. Too late now. I continued walking, concentrating on my innate compass that directed me to what my heart wanted. It wasn't something I'd acquired or strengthened with time, but an ability I had been born with. It was something all witches had, or so my mother always said. "It means you are never lost," she would say. "It only means you need to figure out what you want. Be as specific as you can, and then trust yourself to be led directly toward it." I followed my instincts down one street, around a corner, and down another. The entire way, I played with the locket hanging around my neck. I breathed in, breathed out. It almost felt like my mother was here, but instead of lecturing me on my ignorance or what I was doing wrong, she seemed to offer support and assistance. I followed the feeling along tree-lined paths that smelled of honeysuckle and pine needles. It was an interesting scent for a busy town, but one that I reveled in. Eventually, I found myself standing outside a quaint little cottage that somehow looked familiar. It had a blue front door and wolfsbane growing in pots on the porch. I knew this was the house I was looking for, somehow. It was as though this place was a part of me, but I couldn't understand how or why. My mother had no living family, or so she'd told us, but Aunt Allison had minded us on occasion when we were little, and my mother trusted her. She was the right starting place for this quest. I walked up to the large front door painted sky blue. Very similar to Bella's eyes, actually. It was a happy, welcoming color. My heart twinged. I didn't want to remember my sisters so suddenly, to feel guilt at leaving. I didn't want to miss them so soon. I knocked with a large golden knocker, surprised by how loud it was. Suddenly, I was caught up in doubt. Did I really want to do this? Would Aunt Allison even remember me? I'd never known my father. Why? Maybe he didn't want to be found. Maybe this whole wild goose chase was a bad idea. What if he saw me and wanted nothing to do with me? What if he didn't recognize me? What if Allison didn't want to help because she knew Mother wouldn't want us searching for anything? My breathing became shallow, heavy, quick. I ran my fingers through my hair and glanced to the side. I might be able to run off without her even knowing I was there. Coming. A woman's voice rang out from inside the house. I knew that voice. Goosebumps pricked my arms. My heart hammered against my chest. I tried to calm my nerves, but I couldn't. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing a face that I remembered well. "Aunt Allison," I said before I could stop myself. I let out a breath. It was so good to see her. All of my emotions at missing my mother bubbled to the surface, and before I knew it, tears pricked my eyes. I blinked rapidly, hoping to force them away. Allison's brows drew low over her eyes. "Ava." She sounded concerned. "What are you doing here?" I hesitated. "Can I come in?" "Oh yes." She seemed to shake herself out of her thoughts and a smile slid onto her face, one that I remembered. "Of course. Where are my manners?" "I don't know." I didn't say anything. I didn't want to interpret her odd behavior in a negative light until I knew what was going on. In her defense, I hadn't given her a heads up that I would be coming over. She probably hadn't recognized me right away. And clearly, she had no idea what had happened to my mother. She had a right to be suspicious and confused. I followed her inside and locked the front door behind me. It was this weird habit Mother had instilled in me. I didn't know what lurked behind the shadows or if anyone had followed me. Mother had made sure we were all aware of the possibilities that could occur. We were trained to look at everyone with suspicion and to protect ourselves, whether it was with magic or with common sense. Allison led me inside her home, and I couldn't help but look around. The house was small and colorful and rather quaint. Not at all what I'd expect from a woman with unlimited magical abilities. But then again, what did I know about any witch brought up in the magic realm, other than my mother? It was strangely satisfying to know she could have done so much with this place, but opted not to. Allison turned to me, her dark eyes warm but guarded. My gut twinged. She gestured to the sofa. Come, she said. Sit, and tell me what brings you to visit me today. I have to admit that I'm surprised to see you here. I'm sorry to just drop in on you like this, but I really had nowhere else to go. I sat down on the comfy couch, and Aunt Allison sat opposite me. I folded my hands in my lap, my back straight. Mother always emphasized good posture, and how it helped magic work better than if one was slouched or otherwise sloppy. Not that I expected to have to use magic with Allison right at this moment, but there was something off here, and I wanted to be prepared for whatever that was. Allison's long black hair was streaked with silver, and it was piled on top of her head in an elaborate bun. Despite the softness of her exterior, I could feel the strength of her magic. It hovered 2 inches above my body, as though it were giving me a silent warning. I rolled my shoulders back and took in a deep breath. I may as well get straight to the point, Aunt Allison, I said, my words tumbling over each other. I didn't know why I was nervous. I knew this woman, or I had a long time ago. My mother passed away this morning. Her gasp and surprise were authentic. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. She reached for me, taking one of my hands in hers and using the other to pat it. Something tightened around my heart, but I pushed through the pain. Thank you, I said. I'm sure you're aware she didn't have many friends, but of the ones she had, you were the one we knew. I'm here to, I don't know, try to learn more about her as a way to learn more about my sisters, if that makes sense. Of course it does, honey. She gave me another smile. What can I help you with? Did you know my mother from school? I asked. I figured it was best to start with an easy question, one that didn't seem loaded with unspoken meaning. Allison sighed. Yes, I did. We grew up together. She gestured at the coffee table in the living room. Would you like something to eat? She asked. I couldn't tell if she was being genuine with her offer, or if she was avoiding the question. Or drink. Was she suggesting that she magic something up for us? Or would I soon hear the whistle of her kettle going? I was assuming the former, but considering her house was real, I wasn't sure what to expect. I must have paused too long, because instead of waiting for me to respond, she waved her hand, and a pot of steaming tea and a plate of cakes materialized from her magic. I smiled as she used her magic in front of me. Nothing said trust and family like revealing magic in the human world. I relaxed a bit and scooted to the edge of the couch, leaning forward. The sweet scent of buttermilk icing filled up my senses and made my mouth water. My stomach rumbled as I looked at the feast she'd laid out. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten something proper. Thank you, I said. This tea is a special brew and will soothe your soul. Allison poured me a cup, and I took the gift she offered. I hesitated. The tea smelled sweet and intoxicating. A single shiver of worry passed through me. Could I truly trust this woman? I didn't know her, not well. Mother said she's the only one we can trust. I pushed aside my hesitation and leaned forward, inhaling again. The tea smelled of home, and I sipped it gratefully. The warmth spread through my chest and a sigh escaped my throat. I felt calm. I didn't think I'd felt that way since before my mother died. Thank you, it's lovely. Allison sipped from her own teacup and wiped away a tear that slid down her still beautiful face. I knew your mother was unwell, but I'd hoped it would pass, she said. I placed the cup down on the coffee table and focused on her. I cleared my throat. It was difficult for me to formulate the right words to express what had just happened to us. I've been trying to put all the pieces together, but Mother told us so little, I said. I don't have much to go on. Allison's smile was sad. Yes, she did keep you in the dark, she said, looking down at her cup of tea. I didn't agree with it, but it wasn't my choice to make. I took another sip of my drink, grateful for the calming influence it was having on me. Do you think she died because she used up all her magic maintaining the house, and us in our own realm? I asked. I was scared to know the answer. I didn't want to be the reason why something like this had happened to my mother. The reason she died. Allison picked up a piece of lemon cake and bit into it. Then she shrugged. Perhaps, she said. It takes a lot of concentration, a lot of one's individual magic to withstand such a load. Everything inside of me stopped. I closed my eyes, letting the weight of her words sink in. I shouldn't be surprised. I was waiting for her to tell me exactly this. And yet, my insides clawed against each other, and it was difficult for me to think of grabbing a piece of cake. I didn't even want the tea anymore. Why did she do it? I asked, shaking my head. I didn't understand her choices. None of this made any sense. Why didn't she keep us in town, here with you? Wouldn't that have been just as safe? Easier. Allison sighed. She set her teacup down, careful not to drop any crumbs from her lemon cake on the floor. She plucked another piece of it, popped it into her mouth, and turned to look at me with her full attention. Your mother, Genevieve, didn't trust anyone with you girls, she said. I cared for you occasionally, of course, but not for any length of time. She didn't leave you with anyone. Not her parents, nor anyone of the magic realm. I knew as much, and yet hearing the confirmation still tightened the pit of my stomach. I stared at her, my heart pounding harder against my ribs. Hang on a minute. Did she just say, my grandparents are still alive? I asked slowly. We had family? Besides my father? Allison's eyebrows drew together sharply. Why yes, didn't you know? She shifted her weight. Her furrowed brow and pressed lips seemed to imply genuine confusion. I shook my head. No. I grabbed a slice of red velvet cake and stuffed it into my mouth, even though my hunger had vanished upon the realization that my mother had probably died, because she was sheltering me and my sisters. Mother said we had no family left. That they were dead. If that was a lie, it was a pretty awful one. Why would she do such a thing? They could have helped us. Maybe they could have even saved her. I started to get hot. I clenched my jaw. Why would my mother keep us in the dark about so many important things? Allison tutted disapprovingly. She finished her lemon cake and grabbed her tea once again. I understand why she did it, she said. In a way, I suppose. She felt that she needed to keep you all safe, and that meant keeping you away from everyone within the magic realm. Especially when you all turned out to be so powerful. She shook her head. But shielding you from the magic realm completely, hiding you for that long, it obviously took more than even Genevieve had. Allison seemed to be almost talking to herself now. She took a long sip of her tea, staring at the table still filled with goodies. I pulled apart another piece of cake, but didn't put it in my mouth. I needed more clarification on what Allison had said. What do you mean, though? I asked. Why was it so important that we be hidden? Who was she protecting us from? Why would we need to be safe if we were powerful? Allison frowned, her forehead creasing heavily. You do know who your father is, don't you? She asked. Her tone implied that this should be an obvious question, but it wasn't. If anything, it was complicated. I nodded. The High Warlock. Shit. She thrust her finger over her mouth, looking about the room as though even saying my father's title aloud would bring down a curse on our heads. You mustn't admit to anyone who your father is. It is too dangerous for you. For all of you. I shook my head again, trying to understand. Bits of crumbs slipped through my fingers and littered my lap. That's what Mother always said but never explained the reason behind it, I said. Allison wrapped her hands around her teacup and bit her lip as if debating if she should say more. I shouldn't be the one to tell you, Ava. It's simply not fair, she said. Her tone was snippy, but it wasn't directed at me. I rolled my eyes, clenching my teeth in an attempt to rein in my anger. Look, if you won't tell me, then I'll simply search out the magic realm myself and find him, I said. I have some sort of internal compass that will direct me to whatever it is I'm seeking. I would rather have your help, of course, but if you won't help me, then I'll find someone who will. I placed my cup down and shifted my weight to stand. Allison's arm shot out and she grabbed me, stopping me from rising. Of course, I'll help you, Ava, but it's just, your mother made me promise to never reveal these secrets to you. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. I understood the need to keep secrets, especially in order to protect us, her children. However, I did not think it was necessary to do so anymore, not when Mother had died. Well, she's gone now. And the secrets and promises she'd made were gone too. At least, that was what I thought. I could only hope that Allison felt the same way. Allison heaved a sigh. You're right, and you deserve to know the truth. She took another sip of her tea and set it down on the table. She smoothed down wrinkles on her skirt, as though wiping away dirt that had accumulated there. It almost seemed she was buying time for herself, trying to figure out the best words in her head. I settled back a little, but didn't relax. It felt like I was about to receive the key to the whole universe. Allison cleared her throat and shifted in her chair, apparently settling in for a long conversation. I was about ready to insist that she start talking or else I was going to leave, when she rolled her shoulders back and locked her eyes with mine. The High Warlock is the most powerful warlock in all the magic realm, she said. I nodded. Yes, I know that. Nothing new there. I gripped the arm of the couch, trying to pour my frustration into the material, rather than lashing out at the woman in front of me. His power is passed from father to son, as all high warlocks have only one heir. A male child, she pointed out. I hadn't known that specifically, but I had assumed he would need an heir. Most hierarchies were built on the same principle. Yes, and? I raised my brow. My foot began to bounce. The High Warlock does not have a son. In fact, his wife cannot bear any children. Chapter 5. I blinked. Well, that was a surprise. I hadn't known my father was married to anyone. I probably should have considered it a possibility, but I hadn't. I breathed in slowly and breathed out just as slow. I didn't want anyone to see me cry, especially over a man I didn't know. I swallowed. Instead of thinking about my father, I thought about the other part of what Allison had said. His wife couldn't have any children. I didn't think a witch had such restrictions. I'd never even thought of a barren witch. Then why doesn't he simply remarry? I asked, pressing my brows together. Surely, if an heir was so important, they would have a clause to allow him to find another wife. I loosened my grip on the couch arm. An odd emotion struck me. It was cool, like a wave crashing to the shore. It was something like sympathy. I shouldn't feel sorry for someone I didn't know, but I did. Or have a child by someone else. Surely he needs an heir. Seemed simple enough for me. This is where it gets more complicated, Allison said, hesitation in her voice, as though she wasn't sure if she should continue or not. I pressed my lips together and waited. According to the law, the heir to the High Warlock must come from his first and only wife. A wife the council has chosen for him. The council. Just saying the words made a cold hand clasp the back of my neck. Who or what were they? And who were they to dictate heirs of the most powerful warlock in the world? As an entity, could they control someone as powerful as my father? Yes. Allison nodded once. She reached for her tea and then dropped her hands back into her lap. They are the governing council that enforces the laws of our land. The High Warlock is more of a figurehead, kind of like a king. But the real people making and enacting the laws are the Parliament. So, my father is a puppet? Allison's smile flickered as she nodded. You do have good intuition. I sighed. Mother always said so. I didn't have any other opinions to go on besides hers. I didn't even know the magical community had a council. Allison took a sip of her tea, and I waited. I thrummed my fingers on my knees. My stomach suddenly growled, and I glanced at what was available. I did like the red velvet, but the lemon looked good too. When she didn't continue, I asked, "What am I missing, Allison?" It sounded like she was saying that my father was the puppet to the real power in the magic realm. It also sounded like my father was following their rules. So why should they worry about me? Why was everyone being so secretive about my father? Allison sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. You and your sisters are the only living heirs to the High Warlock, she said slowly, as though she wanted me to understand the significance of her words. He has no children by his wife. The heir. I laughed. I couldn't help it. How absurd. I didn't even know the man. More than that, my mother would have told me if I was that important. I shrugged, not sure I was getting what the big deal was here. So what does that mean? It means that, at the moment, the council has all the power, she said, teacup in her hands as she leaned forward. They have their hooks into the High Warlock, and no one challenges them. Not even him. The only way for anyone to challenge their power would be, say, if an illegitimate heir stepped up to claim the throne. No. Not me. I shook my head, sitting up straight. Wait. I blinked once. Twice. I shook my head, then opened my mouth. I stopped myself from talking, then shook my head again. Are you saying I have some claim to a throne I've never even heard of? I stood up. The crumbs from the red velvet cake spilled onto the floor. Why wouldn't my mother tell me anything? Why would she keep something that important from me? There's a lot more to this. No, Allison. I whipped around so I could face her fully, my hands shooting out. Stop defending her. Don't you think I had a right to know these things? Allison put her hands up. I'm not here to take sides, Ava, she said. I did what your mother wanted me to do. I kept my silence. And my distance. But now that she's gone, I'm answering questions you came here to ask. So you're telling me I'm heir to this? I wiggled my hand in front of me, trying to find the right word to describe it. Society of witches and warlocks? You are, technically. Though the rules around illegitimacy are non-existent. So even if they decide you would be suitable, that doesn't mean you should step up for the job. Suitable? Suitable. I opened my mouth to say something as I paced up and down the length of the living room carpet. Allison cut me off, as though she knew exactly what I was going to say. What I mean by that is, you don't have to be your father's heir. You can live like a regular witch who knows nothing about her father, instead of being a threat to the council. Threat? I hadn't meant to shriek, but I couldn't help it. But I don't want any of it. Especially not a throne. She shrugged, leaning back in her chair. It doesn't matter what you want, she said nonchalantly. If they find out who you really are, all hell will break loose. You would be seen as the epitome of everything they've ever been afraid of. An unsettling of the bloodlines. Challenging the laws of legitimacy. And worst of all, if you were to become the legal heir to the High Warlock, you would grow to inherit his power and be the first High Warlock ever not controlled by the council. You didn't grow up in the magic realm, and their power would mean nothing to you, would it? I scoffed, throwing my arms out like I didn't have any control over myself. Of course not, I said, frowning, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Why would I listen to them? Some group of old, power-hungry witches? No, thank you. Especially ones that seemed threatened by a no-name witch like me. She grinned and pointed at me. That's exactly right, and that is the main reason your life would be in danger if they found out who you really are. I dropped back to my spot on the couch. Danger? I leaned forward and grabbed a lemon cake. I couldn't tell if I was hungry or not, but I felt like cake was the appropriate response to discovering I was a hell of a lot more important than I thought. Why? I mean, I can't inherit anyway according to what you said about the laws and their rules. I would have to be the daughter of his legal wife, and I certainly wasn't that since mother was dead. Allison smiled ruefully. Because if the council found out you were the heir to the High Warlock, then you, my dear, would be on the assassin's hit list sooner than you could say. She held up her drink, cup of tea. I stared at Allison, dumbfounded by what she just said. No way. I picked apart the cake and stuffed each bite into my mouth, trying to process it all. I was some kind of illegitimate heir to my father, the High Warlock, also known as the most powerful person in the world. And he was a mere puppet. Controlled by the council, and his heir was supposed to inherit his position and his power, then continue to be a puppet for the council? Holy shit. But since his wife couldn't have children, and since technically I was his first child, that made me the rightful heir to his throne. Are you serious right now? I asked. I stopped ripping apart the piece of cake and just held it in my hands, giving her my full attention. The council would want me dead, just because my mother managed to get pregnant by the High Warlock? This made absolutely no sense. I blinked rapidly. My face grew hot. My hands became clammy. I shoved the rest of my cake in my mouth, hoping my sweat wouldn't make the cake soggy. Allison narrowed her eyes at me. You need to be careful where you say such things. She looked around. I didn't know if someone could be listening, or if she had guests upstairs. A shiver slid down my spine. I rolled my shoulders back, trying to ignore it. No one can know who you are, Ava, she said. Don't you understand? This is the reason your mother kept you hidden for so long. Please promise me you won't tell anyone. I nodded slowly, thinking about my words carefully. Who would I possibly tell? Mother had kept us so heavily guarded that my sisters and I didn't know anyone else, and there was no way in hell I was involving them in this. All right. When I travel to the magic realm, I'll say my father was a human, and that he died after Courtney was born. Would that work? Yes. She nodded enthusiastically. Well, no, actually. We can't have anyone knowing you have sisters. Not yet, anyway. Don't tell anyone about Bella or Courtney. Okay. And speaking of which, are they safe? Her eyes searched mine, trying to read me. I nodded. Yes, they are. Allison held up her hand. Don't tell me where they are, she said firmly. If I am questioned, I want to be able to say I don't know anything. They have ways to get the truth out of people, magical ways. Painful ways. Your mother is already gone. They might find your sisters. That would be the worst thing to happen. You cannot say. I get it. I didn't mean to snap, but I was starting to lose my patience. No. It wasn't my patience that was affected. I was starting to become overwhelmed, and judging by the way she stumbled over her words, Allison was as well. I changed the direction of the conversation. Okay, well, tell me, Allison, why do you live here? By yourself? Why aren't you in the magic realm? Allison picked up another piece of cake, carrot this time, and took a bite. I grew up there, but when your mother escaped to have you, I followed her. She shrugged. She was my best friend. I wanted to help her, but I also craved the calm of the human world. It's nice. I glanced around her small house. I wouldn't know. I hadn't had any real experience in either. There's something intoxicating about the magic realm, she admitted. Her head was cocked to the side, as though she wanted to choose her words with care. I couldn't tell if it was for my sake or for hers. To a witch, it's home. It's comfortable and filled with an electricity only you can feel. But it also feels inescapable. Sometimes there's a sense of drowning with no real way to save yourself. In that respect, it's almost scary. I let out a breath. My knee bounced up and down, up and down. At this point, I didn't know if I should be intimidated by a realm that was supposed to be a home to me simply because I had magic, or if I should feel more comfortable in a place outside of that, like the human world. I had no familiarity with either. Mother had isolated us. She did it, probably because she thought it would protect us, but now I was worried that her overprotectiveness had made us ignorant. So what's the plan, Ava? Allison asked. She still had the cake in her hands, a couple pieces of walnut falling to the floor. Something inside of me itched to pick them up, as though this entire conversation was stressing me out enough to where I felt compelled to clean everything. I was tired of cake. I flicked my wrist and conjured up a plate of sandwiches. Sweets weren't really my thing anyway. They were Courtney's. I hoped Allison didn't think I was rude. I appreciated the gesture, but if I was going to chew on my thoughts, I might as well chew on something I could actually enjoy. Well, I need somewhere safe for my sisters and me to live for the rest of our lives, I said slowly. I reached for a sandwich but still did not take a bite. But I think we need to find a place in the magic realm. Allison inhaled sharply. Why would you do that? She asked, judgment laced in her tone. Why not just come into this town, set up a house, and get a job if you want to? You can meet some of the nice human men, get married maybe? You wouldn't have to put yourself or your sisters at risk. You wouldn't have to put yourself in a position where you could be discovered. The way Allison was going on, you'd think she was our grandmother or something. It annoyed me, only because I hadn't seen her in a long time. Just because she knew my mother did not mean she was entitled to tell me what I should and should not do. Allison, I've been kept from the magic realm my whole life, I said. It is where we should have grown up, among our own kind. Learning magic and meeting people like us. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the dark. Sure, it's a risk, but I can't live being scared. As a witch, I have a right to be where our magic dwells. Allison sighed. You want to meet your father? I threw my hands in the air, standing up again. Of course I do. I burst out. I didn't mean to be so aggressive with my words, but it was frustrating that she refused to see this from my perspective. I needed to learn who I was. That meant going to the magic realm. And yes, that meant meeting my father. Why is that so wrong? It isn't. It's completely natural, she said. She inhaled slowly. I will help you. Oh. I wasn't expecting that. She seemed like she wanted to dissuade me from going in the first place. As my muscles relaxed, the fight went out of me. I didn't want to argue. I also didn't want to be told what to do anymore. I just wanted answers. I wanted to understand who I was, what powers rested inside of me, why my mother was the way she was. Then, as the words settled into my head even deeper, I clapped my hands together, gratitude spilling over me. Thank you, I said. But. She held up one finger, akin to placing her hand over my mouth. On one condition. And that is that you conceal who you are. Lie. To everyone. You must not risk yourself. I understand your desire to know who you are. I do. But I cannot let you put yourself in danger unnecessarily. You must also remember that this isn't just about you, either. You must consider the welfare of your sisters. I'm assuming they aren't here because you're protecting them? Yes, of course, I said simply. I started to pace again, slowly this time, with less purpose. My gaze gripped the ground before me. I wasn't sure what my sisters wanted. I only knew what I wanted. But I could not deny Allison's point, either. If I was going to go to the magic realm, it wouldn't be fair of me to put them at risk. I nodded, spinning on my foot to face her. Yes, I said. You have a deal. Commit to a promise vow. Allison held out her hand and magic whipped around us. I blinked. What did that mean? I lifted my head, searching the ceiling, as though it had the answer I was looking for. Mother had never spoken to us about promise vows before. I did not know what sort of magic that entailed, but judging by the way Allison's magic crackled around us, it was strong. What is that? I asked. It sounded like a spell used to make sure someone held up their end of the promise. But I knew magic well enough to know that things weren't always what they seemed. There was always more beneath the surface of every spell, every spark, every flicker. It was why magic was so powerful, and those who wielded it had such an important responsibility to control it. Allison smiled and her eyes twinkled with humor. Didn't your mother ever make you commit to a promise? She asked. With consequences if you broke your word? I had to laugh. My mother kept us in a private realm entirely made up of her own magic, I pointed out. It felt strange to speak of her in such a way. It was still difficult to believe I had lost her only hours ago. She didn't need to make us promise anything. She ran the whole show. Allison's lips tilted up, a flash of recognition in her eyes. Yes, she always was a bit of a control freak, she said. But anyway, put your hand in mine and repeat the words after me. I hesitated, but then decided that the reward far outweighed the risk. I put my hand into Allison's and held tight. I still didn't know what the consequences were if I did not uphold my promise, but I pushed forward anyway. This was important. And for the time being, my sisters were safe. I promise not to reveal who I am, Allison said, and I repeated the words, to anyone in the magic realm, for fear of danger and death. I swallowed hard on those last syllables, but managed to say them. The idea that someone would kill me, because of who my father was simply unimaginable. I couldn't even picture him. The most powerful warlock in all the lands conjured up images in my mind of Merlin and blue pointy hats, wands, and long beards. The magic shifted around us with power, leaving an orange tang and a tingle on my tongue. I looked around, expecting to see the magic, to be able to touch it with my hand. Unfortunately, I saw nothing. But the magic lingered on me, around me. I didn't need to see it to know it was there. When I let go of Allison's hand, I turned my palm over to reveal an oddly shaped heart. Almost like a brand of some sort. Or a tattoo. I touched it. Besides tingling, there was nothing to distinguish it from my skin. Will that fade? I asked, turning my hand over and back again. It hadn't changed yet. I closed my fingers and opened them. Still the same thing. Yes, in just a few moments, she said, looking down at my palm with sharp eyes. I glanced up at Allison and she seemed certain, so I waited and watched. Part of magic was faith, belief in the power. Basically, in order for magic to truly work, one had to have faith in themselves. A moment passed, then another. Allison finished her carrot cake and jutted out her chin, indicating for me to check it once again. The mark had faded away. Relief swam through me. I didn't really see the point of some secret promise, if there was a physical remnant of the spell. The last thing I needed was others knowing I was bound by a vow. I sighed. My heart was full, my body was tired, and yet my mind raced with all the possibilities of the new world that now lay ahead of me. Thoughts of my father and the risk he posed to me were at the forefront. What was I supposed to do with all of the information Allison had given me? I wanted to piece it together, but I couldn't. Not yet, anyway. But I hoped the information would come together once I went to the magic realm. Once I truly understood what all of this meant. Chapter 6. So, how do I get to the realm? I asked. I finally grabbed a sandwich and plopped back on the couch. I took a bite, but I couldn't taste anything. I was too focused on what was going on in front of me. On everything that could happen. What do I take with me? Who do you suggest I contact first? There were too many questions that needed answers. Had I gotten in over my head? I swallowed my bite, but instead of indulging in another, I set the sandwich down. I had too much energy inside of me to simply stay seated. I got to my feet, brushing the breadcrumbs from my jeans, and smiled at Allison still sitting on the couch as I resumed my pacing. Aunt Allison got to her feet much slower, with a sigh and a shake of her head. "This isn't a good idea, Ava," she drawled, eyeing me warily. "I just need to say that one more time for the record." I continued to stare at her and wait. I wasn't changing my mind. I'd already made my promise to her, one she'd infused with magic. She knew I wasn't going to back down. And yet, I couldn't help but wonder what I had to do in order to convince her that I had to go. I needed more knowledge than what she had already shared. Allison sighed and continued, "Since I can tell you're hell-bent on this, then please know that if you ever need me, I'll be here to help you." I reached forward and squeezed her forearm. "Thank you, Aunt Allison. That means a lot." And it did. If everything went to hell in a handbasket, I might need a bolt hole. Judging from the magic Allison used for that promise vow, I could tell she was her own brand of powerful. "There is a portal not far from here," she said. I nodded, wishing I had a notebook. I felt like she was going to give me a lot of information, and I hoped I'd be able to remember it all. They're dotted all over the world. You just need to know where to look. Come with me. She grabbed a shawl and her house keys from a small end table, and we headed out the door. I shook my head as we stepped into the sunlight. A gentle wind teased my tresses. Why was Allison acting so human? "You take your keys everywhere?" I asked. "Don't you just?" I waved my hand to indicate that she should use her magic. She shook her head. "No way." She said it as though it was obvious why she didn't do that. If you live in the human world, you need to appear human. Having keys that unlock doors is part of that. Humans just can't wave a hand and gain entry into every house they want to. She blew out a breath, looking over her shoulder at me. "Listen, Ava, there are a lot of rules in regard to our secrecy. And not just our kind, but the vampires and the animal shifters too. All of us must remain a complete secret to the humans in this world. It's actually the one thing we all agree on, and that's saying a lot. If you're caught displaying your skills, the council will execute you. You would pose a risk not only to witches, but to every supernatural entity. There aren't second chances regarding this matter. Do you understand?" We walked along the street, heading further away from the main road and out toward more and more houses. "Yes." I curled an errant strand of hair behind my hair. For a woman at least 20 years older than me, Allison walked much faster than I anticipated. I was starting to get winded, just trying to keep up with her. Is that what the council does? Police people? They execute people who don't follow the rules? They sounded like the worst sort of government. Then again, who was I to make any sort of judgment when I didn't know what they did, and why? Mother didn't teach us about that sort of thing. And she had been a dictator. We had to follow her rules no matter what, with no say in the matter whatsoever. Was the council the same? Yes, the council enforces all rules on paranormal individuals, she said. A tree branch hung low into the sidewalk. She expertly dodged around it. The branch nearly caught me in the gut, but I ducked around it, batting it away. I already knew I didn't like this council. If someone like me was a threat simply because I was a bastard who had an important father, a father who probably didn't know with certainty if I was alive or not, then what did that say about them? They sounded like bullies of the highest order. I highly doubted I would be given some kind of opportunity to explain myself, my side of things, if they ever found me. They probably wouldn't even care. So where's this? I stopped walking as a magical breeze shifted through my hair. The skin on the back of my neck tingled. I closed my fingers over my palm again. It tingled there as well. Allison smiled, turning her body so she faced me. You can sense it, can't you? I nodded, shivering. Yes. I looked to my left and then to my right. But where is it? I couldn't see the magic anywhere, though I felt it everywhere. She held onto her shawl and didn't move. Her eyes narrowed, a challenge in them. I want to see if you can find it. She nodded at the space in front of me. Go on. I grinned at her words and turned down the street. I rubbed my hands together. My skin tingled. I could feel my magic itch to be let loose, to be free in a world that wasn't controlled by my mother. But I held back. I had to make sure I didn't produce magic in public, even in an area as secluded as this one. My gaze scanned over every surface, looking for a shimmer of magic. An altered wall. A magical mark. Something. My mother might not have taught me about the magical government or the human one, but she had made it a point to teach us how to spot magic. She'd said we would never know when we needed to find a friend, and magic always had a tell if one knew where to look. But I couldn't see a thing. I looked everywhere. I was about to give up when my locket began to hum. To vibrate with energy. I glanced down, my mouth slightly agape. I had forgotten it was even there in the first place. I reached up and carefully removed it from around my neck so I could hold it in my palm. My fingers curled tightly around it, and warmth radiated from the metal pressed against my skin. I had no idea how to use the thing. I didn't know what it was. And yet, I knew it would lead me to where I wanted to go. I inhaled deeply and focused on the locket. I used it like one would a compass, holding it out in front of me. I took more steps down the long street, and the locket hummed to tell me if I was warmer or colder. Every time it was still, I moved in the opposite direction. When it thrummed and vibrated once more, I continued to head in that direction. It took another moment, but I finally narrowed down where the portal to the magic realm was. I stood in front of an alleyway, behind a row of houses. It was dark and nondescript, but the locket in my hand burned my skin. I slipped it back around my neck and the heat settled. Still, I couldn't seem to make out where the door was. I shifted my weight, tilting my head to the side, hoping to see it from a different perspective. The sun would set soon. If that happened, finding this portal that glimmered its location was going to be impossible. I turned to Allison. Is it down there somewhere? Yes, she said, excitement flaring in her eyes. Halfway down, there is a portal in the wall. Come, I will show you. She beckoned me with her hand, brushing past me as she headed down the alleyway. We stepped into the unnatural darkness and moved over to a huge bin, behind which was a witch's symbol for travel. I lifted my hand, tempted to touch the wall. The way it glimmered, even in the darkness, was unnatural and yet captivating. Is this visible to the human eye? I asked, turning to look at Allison. She shook her head. No. Now all you need to do is step straight through, she said. Simple enough. The portal will recognize your witch blood and allow you passage. If you weren't a witch, it would look like a simple wall. You would be unable to cross it. My heart pounded harder in my chest. This was really happening. I'd found the portal. All I needed to do was walk a couple of feet, and I would be in the magic realm. The same realm I had longed to visit ever since I'd first heard about it. And yet, I hesitated. Where should I go first? I asked. Find Mallory O'Grady, she said. She's a school friend of your mother's and mine. She'll help you settle in, meet the people you wish to meet. And she knows. She knows nothing, and it needs to stay that way. Allison arched a brow, a warning. She didn't want me to say too much, which I understood. I pressed my lips together, trying to remind myself that one slip, and I could risk my life and the lives of my sisters. If I wasn't careful, it would be all over before it began. I nodded, letting out a breath. Okay. I was really doing this. And here. Allison reached inside her purse. You'll need some money. She pulled out something and shoved it at me. I took it in my hands and realized it was a small coin purse, heavy in weight. Thank you. I didn't know what was in it, or how much it equated to, but I trusted her when she said I needed it. For everything. I looked up at her. She stepped forward, and for a moment, I thought she was going to hug me. My body tensed just thinking about it. Not because I didn't want her to hug me, I was just unused to physical affection. Mother was not the sort to offer such things freely. Allison seemed to notice my hesitation, so she respectfully kept her distance but offered me a small smile. Okay, she said. You're ready. I took a deep breath and focused on the witch's symbol in front of me. It was a 5-point pendant with a moon over the first point, a flame for the left point, a water droplet for the bottom left, a leaf for the bottom right, and a swirl for the right point. Mother had taught me about the witch's star, in that the moon represented magic, and the rest of the points expressed the different elements. Mother had made my sisters and I draw it over and over again. I had never actually seen one in its natural position, however. My body tingled with anticipation. This is it. The start of my future. The destiny I've dreamed about since I was a child, once I knew it existed. I stepped forward, partly expecting the bricks to stop me, to bruise my flesh and push me back. Instead, the bricks absorbed me like a swimming pool, sucking me deeper into the dark depths. It felt like suction on my skin, dragging me forward. Part of me resisted, simply out of instinct. A flash of worry took over. I didn't want to drown. I didn't want to be smothered by some unknown entity. But I kept moving straight through the portal, into a dark realm where I could see absolutely nothing. The suction was gone now. My vision was impaired. I couldn't feel anything, nor could I speak. I stopped, unsure if this was right, if I should keep going. I rubbed my lips together and turned around. Was going back even an option? Keep going. Allison yelled from somewhere behind me, but she sounded far away. I shook off the hesitation. If I wanted this, I had to listen to her. I had to keep moving, just like she told me. I forced myself to take a step forward, and warmth spread over my lower leg. I took another step, and everything suddenly burst into color. Like Dorothy crossing the rainbow, I was finally in the land of Oz. A thrill of excitement shot through me. Wow! I looked to my left and then to my right. I was in a town, similar to the one from which I had just traveled. Fresh air filled my lungs and hot sunshine filtered down upon me, and I allowed myself a moment to enjoy it. Closing my eyes, I tilted my face up to the sunshine. A sense of hope filled me. A sense of rightness. Like this was where I belonged. My body knew it. My magic knew it. I released a contented breath and opened my eyes. This place looked so much like the small town I'd just left. Same sort of roads, a large park. A bench to sit on. Streetlights. But there were things that were different, too. For one thing, there were no cars. Only people walking along the streets littered with houses and shops. I clung to my coin purse and focused on the street in front of me. I wasn't worried about the lack of cars, not when I could transport from place to place. Just like Dorothy, my only goal now was to find the wizard. First, though, I had to find Mallory, the friend of Allison and my mother. Maybe she would help me locate my father. How was I going to find her, though? Why hadn't I asked Allison before I left? I mentally slapped myself in the forehead. I didn't know her. Mother had never even told us about her. Was Allison correct that I could trust her? From what she had insinuated, they hadn't seen each other in over 20 years, and a lot could happen and change in that time. Magic seemed corruptible. But she was my only lead, so once again I was following a breadcrumb trail, hoping to find my way to a new home. Hoping to find some help with our futures. I took a few careful steps forward, trying not to stand out. The last thing I needed was to reveal how foreign I was to a place I was supposed to know, like the back of my hand. I didn't want people to realize I actually was a stranger in a strange land. So I focused on relaxing my shoulders, tilting my chin up, and moving as naturally as possible. I belong here. I belong here. I belong here. I kept repeating the phrase in my head, like some kind of chant. I belong here. I didn't know if it was helping, but the few people I walked past on the sidewalk didn't look my way. Maybe I was fitting in. I walked along the street, heading for a group of shops, when the locket around my neck began to buzz, heating against my skin. I glanced down, frowning. What the? I grabbed the locket and a shimmer of magic moved along my arm, through my body, and into my head. Hello, my daughter. I jumped. This time, someone across the street stared at me for a moment longer than necessary, before he continued to sweep the front of his store, with a broom controlled by the flick of his magical wrist. I glanced around to make sure no one else was looking at me. Mother. I whispered tentatively, forcing myself to walk so I wouldn't look more suspicious than I already appeared. Tears tingled in my eyes as my legs gave way. I staggered for a few feet and then grabbed a nearby park bench. I lowered myself onto it. So much for walking and trying to remain normal. I clutched the locket, blinking away the tears. The last thing I needed was someone misinterpreting my tears as distress and coming over to ask if I needed assistance. Yes, it's me. Calm down before you cause a scene. I can hear your heartbeat from here. You need to be strong, Ava. How many times must I tell you? Oh yeah. That was Mother. I let out a shaky breath, ignoring her familiar lecture. I blinked, tears still smearing my vision. I wished I knew a spell to make them go away. But how? I glanced around, but no one seemed to notice that I was talking to myself. Maybe talking to oneself was totally normal here. Yeah, right. Just before I died, I instilled my essence into this locket. Why do you think I gave it to you in the first place? Why I insisted you never take it off? I promised I would always be with you, and I am. But I couldn't hear you before. It sounded silly when I said it. Pathetic, even. But I couldn't stop the words from coming out of my mouth. I was talking to my dead mother. Chapter 7. I shook my head. It was almost impossible for me to believe. And yet, it was happening. Like magic. No, she paused. I knew my mother well enough to know that, had she been alive, she would have cleared her throat in that moment. She always did when she was about to say something important. The magic realm activated the power in the locket, as I knew it would. Because I knew you wouldn't listen to my warnings. You would come here despite the fact I told you not to. I had to make sure you were protected. What are you doing here, Ava? I bit my lip, guilt cramping my gut. But now was not the time to clam up nor hide. I was an adult, older than my mother had been when she'd had me. More than that, I was alive and free to make my own choices. She wasn't here, not physically, to stop me anymore. I need to meet him, Mother, I told her. My voice was stronger than even I anticipated, and it gave me confidence. I pushed forward. She needed to hear this. I had bottled it inside of me for so long, it felt like popping a balloon and forcing all the air out of it. I couldn't stop it, even if I wanted to. Which I didn't. Maybe I used to, when I was younger. Hell, I probably would have stopped myself moments before she passed on. But not any longer. You've always kept us away. Safe, but totally isolated. Hidden. You didn't want anyone to know about us, and I get it, Mother. I do. I spoke with Allison and she told me everything. But even with that danger lurking around, I must do this. I want to meet my father and any other family you've hidden from us. I hadn't meant to be petty. The words were out before I could stop them. Even I was surprised by how vicious they sounded, but I couldn't take them back. I held my breath, my heart hammering in my chest. I'd never stood up to my mother before. Never. She'd had absolute power over me, and she'd spent our lifetime earning my love and respect. But I couldn't follow her way anymore. You don't understand, Ava. I did it all for your own good. I sniffed as a tear rolled down my face. This was not how I expected to react. I wanted to be angry. I wanted to be strong, the way Mother had forced me to be when she was alive. Instead, I was a hot mess, crying on a bench talking to myself. I know, Mother, I said, nodding once. I created a human cell phone with my magic and held it to my ear, so that I could pretend I was talking to someone rather than make it obvious I was only talking to myself. Of course, my mother had never let us have our own cell phones, let alone owned a house phone. I know. Allison told me about the danger to my life, so I made a vow never to reveal who I am. There was a long pause. She made you promise? Yes. I nodded, then realized she probably couldn't see me. She wouldn't show me how to get into the realm if I didn't promise to hide who I am. There was another pause. She's a good friend. I practically rolled my eyes. A spark of resentment fluttered in my heart, and I crossed my arms over my chest. How I'd longed for her to use such an approving voice with me, for anything I had done or accomplished. But hearing that from her was rare. It didn't matter. I needed to focus on what was in front of me, what I had now. The truth of the matter was, Allison was a good friend. I smiled as the truth settled around me. Yes, she is. I leaned back against the park bench and glanced around, my eye catching on a couple that looked like two normal people. I narrowed my eyes. There was something off about them, though. But what? And then I saw it. They had pointed ears and pointed teeth, chatting away in the sunlight like they had been friends for a long time. I wondered how old they were. Everyone is so different here, Mother, I found myself saying. I didn't want her to think I couldn't handle this on my own. I didn't want her to tell me to turn around, or worse, tell me that she told me so. But she was the only person I could talk to about this. Yes, they are. I halted. Had my mother actually agreed with me? She sighed. If you are determined to meet your father, I will not try and talk you out of it. But you need to know, Ava, if the council or Matlock's wife find out who you are, they will kill you. I glanced around, trying to buy time. No one seemed to even look my way. I won't tell them, I said. I already told you, Aunt Allison made me vow to it. I only want to know more about who I am. You know who you are, Ava. A generous, beautiful soul, whom I had the privilege to teach and love. My eyes widened. Why so surprised, daughter? Because that is the nicest thing you've ever said to me, I replied. Surely it is not. There's no need to make me out to be cruel, Ava. I'm only trying to help you. That's all I've done your entire life. I tried to help you. Tried to protect you. Perhaps I did not say it as much as I should have, but truly, I love you. I smiled, but I could not help but have an edge to my voice when I replied, I love you too, but I need to do this. I flexed my fingers before rolling them into a loose fist. And when I have the help I need and the knowledge I want, I'll return to my sisters and find a way forward. I'll teach them so they don't need to be at risk at all. You realize you don't need to be at risk either. You could return to your sisters. Enough, I snapped. You either trust me, support me, help me as you've promised, or I'll remove the locket and do this on my own. You are gone, Mother. And I'm not saying that to be cruel, I'm saying that because it's the truth. I would appreciate your help, honestly I would, but not if it comes with lectures and I told you so's. There was a long pause. I was sure my mother was trying to figure out how to have her cake and eat it too. Fine, she said, with as much drama as she could muster into one word. I stood up, stretching my legs, and looked toward the shops. Where is your friend, Mallory? I asked. The sun was starting to sink in the sky. If I wanted to find Mallory, I should do so before it got dark. Allison told me to start with her. She owns the Black Cat, a cafe about 3 blocks from here. Go there. Even if she's not there, they'll know how to get in contact with her. Thank you, Mother, I said, and I meant it. I took my hand off the locket and started walking, my stomach tightening with excitement. Knowing my mother was with me made it easier to continue forward. I was still nervous, but I wasn't as alone as I'd thought I was, and that brought me great relief. The glimmering window of a bookstore caught my senses, then the rich cinnamon aroma from a potions shop made me lift my nose in the air and inhale deeply. I could feel the magic residing in everything, and that made me feel alive. I walked along the street, loving the vibrancy of the realm. My magic, which normally lay dormant inside me, rippled along my skin, alive and free. It danced and swayed in the breeze. Part of me was tempted to let it out, to release it from the confines inside me, but I held back. As much as I wanted to play with my magic out in the open, I couldn't draw attention to myself. I had to find Mallory before I did anything else. Oh, excuse me, I said as a man knocked into me. I must have been distracted by the warm, fragrant air coming from a nearby bakery. He growled, and when I glanced at him, his eyes flashed with silver. I swallowed the squeal that rose and clamped over my mouth with my hand, and snapped my eyes directly in front of me. Damn. I kept walking. My head turned left and right so many times, I thought I was going to have whiplash. There were so many unusual people in this realm, and yet, it didn't feel weird or unusual. It felt like I was supposed to be here, like I belonged here. After another few minutes of walking, I finally stood in front of a small cafe with a black cat as a logo and shining stars in the windows. From what I could see, the place was half full, with people sitting at tables and enjoying their drink or their pastry. A line of people stood by the cashier. It seemed like a nice place to hang out and eat. My fingers tingled with excitement as I moved toward the door. This is it. The next step toward finding my father. I inhaled sharply and strode inside, the chime of the bells above my head reminding me of any other cafe in the human world. Mother hadn't liked us watching television, but Courtney had loved it, and I'd watched a bit with her on occasion. The door shut softly behind me. No one even looked up to see who'd walked in. "Can I help you?" asked a woman behind the counter. The display cases were full of every pastry, cake, and muffin I could think of. "Yes, I'm looking for Mallory." I wasn't sure if it was the best idea to be so direct, but I wasn't sure what else I could do. The woman, whose dark hair was streaked with shades of purple and orange, came around the counter with her eyes wide and her mouth open. She crept toward me, moving with the ease and stealth of a woman half her age. If this was Mallory, then my mother had a strong ally here. I shifted on my feet. There was something in her eyes, something like recognition. I hadn't even told her my name, but she seemed to know me. Was it because I resembled my mother so much? My father? Or was her magic just that strong? "Are you Mallory?" I asked in a whisper. She continued to stare at me, her gaze crawling over every inch of my face as though memorizing it. "You look so much like a woman I once knew," she said, shaking her head. "Who?" She pulled away. "No, it's not possible." It sounded as though she was talking more to herself than she was to me. I smiled. "It is possible if you are thinking I'm Genevieve Melfi's daughter. I'm Ava." Mallory's eyes widened even further, then she nodded once. "You have her eyes," she said matter-of-factly. "We all do." But I couldn't tell her about my sisters. At least, not yet. She straightened up. It could have been my imagination, but she seemed to clam up. "How can I help you, Ava?" The words felt cold, especially after such an enthusiastic original response. "My mother recently passed away and her death has unfortunately left me stranded," I said, trying to choose my words carefully. I wished I'd had the foresight to craft some sort of speech I was allowed to use without giving away too much, while letting her know what I needed. I felt trapped and my words came out clumsy. The facade of indifference broke, and Mallory's eyes lit up with all sorts of painful emotions. Come sit down." She looked over her shoulder at the cute little blonde girl shining the front of the display case. "Janie, I need you at the counter for a moment if you wouldn't mind, dear." "Thank you." Mallory took my hand and tugged me over to a table where she sat down with me, tucked in the corner of the cafe. "When did this happen?" I swallowed hard. "This morning." It still felt strange to admit that it had happened so recently. To me, it felt like a lifetime ago. Mallory reached over and touched my hand. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The sincerity seemed real, but it was difficult to get a read on her. I wondered if it was because magic was so prevalent here and could help mask falsehoods. Goodness, I wish Mother had taught us more about the magic realm. I shrugged. I didn't want to make a big deal of her death, because no matter what I said, this woman couldn't understand how big a loss my mother was to my life. "Yes, it is rather tragic," I said, "but her death has also left me relatively destitute, and I was hoping to speak to someone who could help." I hadn't meant to sound so snippy. I also hadn't meant to brush my mother's death aside like it didn't mean anything to anyone, because clearly, Mallory cared about my mother, and of course I did too. But talking about the same thing over and over again without propagating any sort of change was getting tiresome, and I wanted to actually do something about the pain inside me. There was a flicker of disapproval in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it had come. She nodded. "Of course," she said. "I'll help however I can." I sucked in a breath. My thumb traced my palm where the mark had been, the one that bonded me to the vow. I didn't know how Mallory was going to respond to my request. "I was told to speak to the High Warlock," I said. I forced myself to lock eyes with her. I shouldn't be afraid of her saying no. I could not cower when I was so close to getting what I wanted. The tension in the room increased. I'd expected this. I glanced to my left and then to my right, almost as though I expected others to have heard my question, to look at me with knowing eyes. Chapter 8. The High Warlock? Mallory repeated, in the way people did when talking about someone famous. She too looked around the room. No one seemed to hear either one of us. Good. Yes, I said, nodding. What's wrong? Mallory narrowed her eyes. Why would you want to meet Matlock? Did everyone call him by his first name? No, of course not. No one did. No one, at least the people I had spoken to, and granted that was just Mother and Aunt Allison, did not wish to even speak his title out loud. Strange that Mallory could vocalize his name without so much as a hiccup. I downcast my eyes, hoping to look as lost and innocent as possible. Well, honestly, because I have no idea where else to start, I said. Could I trust her the way I trusted Mother and Aunt Allison? Mother kept me away from the magic realm for most of my life, and I've never even had any proper magic classes. I need skills, a job, friends. And I figured starting at the top would probably be the best way to go. It was bullshit, and I knew it. And she must have known it too, because she laughed. Shaking her head, she snapped her fingers. A pot of steaming tea and 2 cups materialized out of thin air. You sound like your mother, she said as the strong scent of tea filled my nostrils. Tension eased out of my shoulders. Whether the tea had a sprinkle of magic, or if it was just a natural reaction to something so familiar, something that reminded me of home, I wasn't sure. The mention of my mother piqued my interest. I might not want to talk about her death again, but I didn't mind hearing stories of her in a context I would never get to know personally. She always went to the top. Whether it was the head mistress at school, or the executive at her job. She always said if something was worth doing, it was worth standing out, I finished for her. I swallowed, but my throat was dry, and I grabbed a cup of the offered tea. I took a sip, the refreshing warmth washing over my throat. We shared a smile, and for the first time today, the cracks in my heart felt soothed. The balm of a shared memory gave me a little relief from the pain. So, if you could point me in the right direction, Mallory, I'll get going, I said, setting down my tea. I appreciate your help, but I don't want to keep you any longer than I already have. There were only 2 customers, and Janie seemed to handle them with little issue. But what did I know about this world? For all I knew, there could be several invisible people lining up behind the other 2. Hell, there might be invisible people in the shop. Anything was possible. Her lips twisted. Well, seeing Matlock isn't the easiest thing in the world, she said, lowering her voice. You'll need to apply for an appointment, and then wait until he decides to respond. Do you have anywhere to stay? She still hadn't mentioned that Matlock was my father. Was she trying to protect me? Or didn't she know? I shook my head. No, not at all. I touched the handle of the cup, tracing the smooth curve of it. I didn't like to admit I was helpless, that I needed guidance. Mother had insisted I learn to take care of myself. There was no way for me to do that without information. Allison told me to find you. Mallory's smile was a little strained when she asked, How is Allison? She took her own cup of tea and brought it to her pursed lips. I wondered if there was something between them. Racking my brain, I couldn't remember any tension when Allison had brought up Mallory, but maybe I had been so excited at the prospect of having a lead that I didn't notice. She's good, I said, shrugging. I dropped my hand back into my lap. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't know much about Allison, and didn't honestly know how she was doing. Enjoying the quiet life. Mallory shuddered, shaking her head. I couldn't imagine living amongst the humans, she said. All pretense of trying to be non-judgmental went out the window. Having to hide my abilities and pretend that magic doesn't exist. She shivered again and took another long sip of tea. Once she swallowed, she said, "Why deny an essential part of who you are? Why smother it? It would be like dying to me." I smiled, though I wasn't sure why. It wasn't like what she said was funny, but I also wasn't sure if I agreed with her. My entire life consisted of me smothering my feelings because my mother thought she was protecting me. However, she was going to help me. The best thing I could do was be polite. "I'm looking forward to spending more time here," I said, my words honest. "I've always wanted to come." Mallory grinned, her eyes gleaming with interest. "Well, you should stay as long as you can," she said. "And you can stay with me. I have an apartment above the shop and a spare bedroom you are welcome to for as long as you like." I tilted my head to the side. Everything inside of me wanted to scream yes, to immediately take her up on that offer. However, even I knew it was far too generous. Even though Mallory was someone my mother knew, I had never heard of her before. As much as I wanted to, I knew better than to accept gifts from strangers. "Oh, I wouldn't want to impose," I said quickly. The problem was, I genuinely didn't have a place to stay. I had no other leads besides Mallory, which meant without her, I was stuck. "Not at all," she insisted. "I'm one of your mother's oldest friends, and I couldn't imagine abandoning her daughter in her hour of need. Come with me. I'll show you to the room." She stood up, flicking her wrist to beckon me towards a stairway that I hadn't noticed hidden in the corner of the cafe. I bit my lip, remaining in my seat. "Are you sure?" "Definitely." She nodded once, another curl bouncing from behind her ear to hover over her shoulder. "I would never leave you to your own devices in this realm. There are far too many people who are untrustworthy." I still didn't know if Mallory herself was trustworthy, but I didn't have many choices. I touched the locket hanging from my neck. It was warm, soothing. At least I wasn't alone. Just because I insisted on making decisions didn't mean I had to make them on my own. Not with my mother here. I stood and followed Mallory up the stairs and into a quaint little apartment that smelled of lavender and sage. I took in a deep breath. The scents were refreshing, gentle. The air temperature was warm but not stuffy. A small window was cracked, letting in a cool breeze. "Oh, like who?" I asked as I looked around, my eyes wide. "Who what?" "You said people aren't trustworthy here," I said, finally meeting her eyes. She had an amused smile on her face. "I was just wondering if you had any idea who that might be specifically, just so I can keep track of them. Any tips on how to survive this world would be great." "Here we are." Mallory ignored the question, I hoped temporarily, and pushed open a door off the main living area. We filed into a bedroom with a warm and comforting feel. I instantly felt at home. A flowery bedspread and a small teddy bear greeted me, and I couldn't help but smile. This looked like a little girl's room. "Thank you so much, Mallory," I said, beaming. I walked into the room and sat down on the bed, my exhaustion from the day's stress finally making its presence known. My eyes stung and my shoulders were tight and achy. Mallory stood in the doorway, one hand on her jutted hip. I felt her eyes on me for a long moment. "The Phi and Shifters," she said. I blinked, then remembered my question to her. Who was untrustworthy? Who should I be careful around? "The animals. They are the ones you need to watch out for, my dear." I nodded. My mouth went dry at her words, though I didn't understand why that was. I didn't like the way she uttered her warning. Something about it felt off. She sounded like a bigot, in the extreme. But I'd been taught to ask questions, and not to assume anything. She would have personal experience with all of this stuff. Maybe she was right and they weren't to be trusted. I was new here. I didn't know. Why would she lie to me anyway? She was my mother's friend. She was helping me. What do you mean? I pinched my brow together, one hand caressing the quilted bedspread I sat upon. Animals. She didn't really mean that, did she? Weren't they paranormal beings, just like us? I didn't know. Once again, Mother should have taught us more. I should already have an opinion on this based on facts. I shouldn't have to rely on someone I didn't know to tell me these things. Mallory's face scrunched up and a flicker of coldness flashed in her eyes. It took everything in me not to flinch. Yes. She gave a cryptic nod. Animals. Don't trust them. They aren't human. I nodded, feeling my internal walls come up around me. This woman was more intense than she seemed. And she was hiding something. I could tell. Even so, I couldn't ask her what. I didn't trust her. Not completely. It didn't matter to me that Mother had trusted her, or that Allison suggested I go to Mallory for help. I had lived enough in the shadows of ignorance because of my mother. I refused to continue to live that way now. Another caress of my locket. Still warm. Still calm. I was conflicted. Regardless, I couldn't afford to get on Mallory's bad side. Thank you again, Mallory. For everything. After the day I've had, it's nice to feel safe. I wasn't lying. I think she genuinely wanted to help. Mallory smiled, and this time there was no light in her eyes. Here you go, she said, waving her hand. An early dinner and tea to help you sleep. Beside my bed, a tray appeared with a steaming hot vegetable pastry and another pot of tea. I sighed as I took in the scent, a smile crawling on my face. Thank you, Mallory. With a tight nod, Mallory ducked out of the room and shut the door. I lay back on the bed and took the locket in my hand. Be careful, Ava. The war between the witches and the other paranormals has reached new heights. Now my mother decided to say something. It would have been nice for a warning earlier. I lowered my voice so hopefully Mallory wouldn't hear me. What do you mean? I eyed the food. My stomach rumbled. I was ready to fill my belly with more than just empty calories. When I lived in the realm, there was a low-level war that waged between the witches and the rest of the paranormals. Allison hadn't mentioned that there had been a war brewing. Was that why she didn't live in the realm anymore? Did she not tell me because she thought she was protecting me, or was there more to it? So, it's the witches against everyone else? And the council is made up of only witches and warlocks? No wonder they stayed in power. Oh yes. The longer the council is in a position of power, the greater the divide between the vampires and the witches. The shifters and the fae. Everyone tied to magic has drawn lines in the sand. Creatures that once got along with others now hunt them. All because of the council. All because they want fear and segregation to run rampant rather than inclusion. It doesn't make sense. I shook my head and took a bite of the food. My stomach jumped. I wanted more, but I didn't want to shove it all in my mouth at once. It does if you understand one universal truth. I was afraid to ask what she meant. I bought more time by taking another bite and chewing slowly. After I swallowed, I rinsed it down with a long gulp of tea. And what's that? I asked finally. That the only thing worth fighting for, worth dying for in this world, is power. And sweetheart, you're the most powerful of them all. They just don't know it yet. A shiver coursed up my spine and I gripped the locket, my anchor in this unstable world. My stomach balked at the notion of more food. Suddenly I wanted nothing more than to return home, to bask in the safety of isolation, to pretend I hadn't made it to the magic realm. I wanted to stay safe. I wanted to hide away. I wanted my mother. But there was no going back now. My mother went silent after that. I decided the best course of action at the moment was to turn in early. I cleaned my teeth with a flick of my wrist. I set the tray by my bedroom door, making sure I magicked the dishes until they were clean. I thought when I crawled into bed, it would take me a long while before I fell asleep. I thought my mind would be crawling with questions, assumptions, worries. But it wasn't. I fell asleep the instant my head hit the pillow. And I dreamt of absolutely nothing. I woke up the next morning with my hand clutching my locket. Be careful today, Ava. I rubbed my eyes with my palms, stifling a yawn, and forced myself to sit up in bed. Last night, I'd slept better than I had in years, unsure if it was because of the comfy bed, the exhaustion of the day before, or whatever Mallory had slipped into my pot of tea. Regardless, I was grateful for it. I'd needed the rest more than I realized. I stretched and got up, padding to the closet. When I opened it, I remembered I didn't actually live here. Which meant there was nothing in this closet I could actually wear. For a moment, I hesitated. Should I ask Mallory for help? Are you forgetting something, daughter? My palms tingled. I had magic, didn't I? And no mother telling me to be conservative. In fact, she seemed to be encouraging me to use my magic for once. I waved my hands and conjured up the comfiest pair of jeans, a tight tank top, and some killer heels. I couldn't remember the last time I wore heels. Mother thought they were useless. I didn't care. They made me feel confident, proud of the woman I was. They reminded me of my independence. I glanced down at my feet, loving the shimmer of glitter in the black patent leather. Lovely. Frivolous. I ignored my mother. She was not allowed to have a say in my outfits. Not anymore. Now it was time to start my day, hopefully with a trip to the council and to meet my dad. I knew walking into the lion's den, so to speak, was dangerous, but I didn't care. I was so close to finding out who I was. And just because I went to a building that housed incredibly dangerous people, it didn't mean anyone actually had to know my true identity. I could still keep that part of me a secret. With resolve in my heart and a clear path before me, I headed out the door of my bedroom and straight into the living room. Breakfast? Mallory asked as I walked into the room. She stood with an apron wrapped around her waist, her colorful hair twisted up and sitting on top of her head with errant curls framing her face. She didn't look like she had lost any sleep. In fact, I might even say she looked more well-rested than I did. Without waiting for my reply, she flicked her wrist. A spread of fresh fruit, croissants and porridge appeared on the dining room table, steam rising from the porridge and juice trickling out of the fresh fruit. My stomach rumbled, betraying me. That would be lovely, thank you. I sat down and inhaled the scent of freshly baked bread. This is amazing. Mallory smiled, her eyes sparkling. I do like to bake. We began to eat. Mallory asked questions about Mother, but I tried my best to be generally vague in my answers. There was something about her that wouldn't let me fully trust the woman. It wasn't as though my mother was offering me any sort of explanation for my intuition, either. Every time I touched the locket, it was warm, so she was there. Even when she had the opportunity to tell me something about Mallory when we were alone, she didn't. Why? Was I wrong about Mallory? Or did Mother want me to figure this out on my own? Or maybe Mother didn't know. Maybe Mallory had changed after Mother had isolated herself. So how had your mother been for the past 20 years? Mallory asked before bringing the teacup to her lips. She was great. I frowned, setting my spoon back in the small bowl of porridge one had made myself. I suppose. That's a hard question. We all missed her when she disappeared. Mallory shook her head, pursing her lips. I shifted with unease. I had to turn this questioning around. It made me feel helpless. I needed to be the one with the upper hand in this conversation. Tell me about that, I said, making sure I sounded hopeless. Mother rarely spoke about her life before she moved out of the realm. I asked about it all the time and she just shut me down. So please, Mallory, tell me about this world. Do you know why my mother left? I opened my eyes big and wide and focused on Mallory. I'd never lied like this before. I hoped it was working. Well, to be honest, none of us ever knew why she left, Mallory responded with a nonchalant shrug. She took another sip of tea. We had theories, of course. She let her voice trail off. I held my breath, unsure if she would continue. Tell me, I said. I hated that I had to beg, but at this point I didn't have much of a choice. If I wanted answers, it was becoming apparent that I had to play the game. She needed to think I was completely ignorant of this world. Which I mostly was, so this should be easy. Mallory glanced down at her cup of tea. I couldn't tell if she was debating whether to say anything, or if she was choosing her words carefully. Well, some people said it was a case of unrequited love. A love affair gone wrong. Mallory's eyes lifted and she pinned me with a stare. I wanted to squirm under her gaze. I clutched at the locket, hoping for strength. How old are you, Ava? I could feel the tingle in my locket, and although I couldn't hear her voice, I knew what she was telling me to do. Lie. 21. I cleared my throat, making sure I locked eyes with her when I said it. I wasn't very good at lying. Mother had known me too well to let me get away with it, so there was no point in trying. Now I needed to sharpen my skills. Fast. Why? Mallory looked almost disappointed with my answer. She was expecting me to tell her I was 23, because my mother had disappeared 24 years ago. I wasn't sure if she wanted the gossip, or if she wanted validation for one of her own theories. In the end, it didn't matter what she wanted. Mother told me to lie, which meant whatever the reason Mallory wanted the information, it wasn't good. And your father, she asked, taking a juicy strawberry and munching on it. He was a banker, I said quickly. I wasn't sure how I found the words, but they were chomping at the bit to get out and help me with my story. He died in a car accident a few years ago. I kept my gaze as honest as possible. As open and genuine as I could. Mallory's face fell and her mouth twisted. Oh, he was human? She sounded confused by this. Yes, why? Is that bad? I didn't know much about the relationship between humans and witches. I hadn't associated it with many. Even our servants, who my mother had conjured up, were magical beings and could do magic if necessary. Had I lied myself into a corner, without any way to back out? Mallory sat back in her chair and crossed her arms over her ample bosom. Not bad, so to speak, she said slowly. Her head was tilted to the side, brows slightly furrowed. But magical abilities are amplified, with your parents joining. Your mother was one of the most powerful witches of our era, before she disappeared. I suppose you could still be talented, but with a human father, you would be limited. She shook her head, eyes flickering over me with obvious sympathy. I was immediately irked by it, but I stopped myself. If she felt sorry for me, that was a good thing. She believed me. Chapter 9. I shrugged. I've never tested my magic, so I have no idea where on the scale I would be, I said. My mother never thought I was good enough. I added that because it was true. It was something I didn't have to lie about. She sat forward again. Well, if we are to get you a job or a place in our society, you will have to be tested and ranked, she said. I swallowed hard and tried to hide my discomfort. Allison had never mentioned that. Did she happen to forget, or was this something new? Something put into place after she had left the magic realm? Or had she not told me on purpose? I didn't want to make any assumptions, but my body tingled with warning. I didn't like it. I didn't want to be tested or ranked. But I also couldn't let Mallory know this. If she wanted me to get tested, I would go along with it, as much as I could. I would have to think of some sort of plan to get out of it eventually, but I could buy time for now. I plastered a smile on my face and beamed at Mallory. That sounds amazing, I said. The lie came easily from my mouth. I wondered if she had abilities that let her know of my deception. Thank you. Mallory nodded and gestured to the breakfast platter. You done? She asked. I brushed the crumbs off my hands and set the spoon in my porridge bowl. Yes, thank you. Mallory waved her hand, and the food disappeared, the table once again resembling the same pretty wooden table it had when I'd first seen it yesterday. It was impeccably clean, not a spot on it. Will you take me to the High Warlock today? I asked innocently. I dropped my gaze to my jeans, picking at a piece of thread. I tried not to sound too excited, but I heard my throat catch when I used my father's official title. Unfortunately for me, Mallory was too perceptive for that to go unnoticed. Why the interest in Matlock? She asked. Gone was the sweetness. In its place was suspicion mixed with curiosity. Truly. I glanced down at my hands, searching for a good enough reason for my excitement. I should have thought about this previously. I had gotten ahead of myself, and I was paying the price now. I managed to yank the thread from my jeans, snapping it from the denim. I closed my fingers on it and reopened them, the thread having disappeared. Well, to be honest. Shit. What was I going to say? My mother used to tell us fairy tales about the High Warlock. I nearly smacked my forehead with how utterly stupid that sounded. Fairy tales? Really? I couldn't come up with something better than fucking fairy tales? I was a hot mess. There was no way Mallory was going to believe this. What do you mean? Mallory asked. She continued to sit before me. I almost wished she hadn't cleared the table. Stuffing a pastry in my mouth would have bought me time to think. Or at least it would have given me an excuse to use my hands. My mother kept us isolated from everyone in our magical family, but she'd tell us stories of the magic realm and the High Warlock, I said. My words were quick, stumbling over themselves. I hoped she didn't have that magic in her that could detect a lie. I didn't want to give her an excuse to start questioning me, so I kept talking. He was our version of Prince Charming. I think. Look, I know it's childish, and my mother probably made up all the stories she told us, but I want to meet him. He embodies everything about my life that I've never known. Then I can move on, and hopefully find a way to live in a world I've been denied my whole life. Your mother told you fairy tales involving the High Warlock? If she knew he was my father, if she knew my mother had a history with him, I couldn't tell. I nodded, but kept my mouth shut in case I landed myself in more shit. Mallory smiled slowly. I can kind of understand that, she said, smoothing the wrinkles from the tablecloth with her hand. Your mother probably never thought you'd come here. Oh no. I quickly shook my head, nearly pulling a muscle. She always made me promise not to come here, but she never told me why. I always thought it was because something bad had happened to her here. A thwarted lover. I laughed humorlessly. I didn't want to think it was worse than that, but since she never returned and barely talked about it, I wasn't sure. Mallory quirked one eyebrow up and watched me like a hawk. I pressed my lips together. The urge to talk more bubbled up inside me, but I knew it would only make me look even more suspicious. I breathed through my nose, my nostrils flaring, trying to calm myself down. I wanted to reach up and stroke the locket to gain strength from my mother, but I didn't want Mallory to realize I was nervous, unless she already did. "Let's walk," she finally said. She slowly stood up with the grace of a cat. "Come with me." We made our way down the winding staircase and out onto the street, where the smell of maple syrup and blueberries clung to the air. Part of me wanted to refuse her. Why did it feel like she was leading me to my untimely demise? Was I just being dramatic? I didn't know. But one couldn't be too careful. Not when a witch was involved. I took a deep breath, shoving the fear out of my body. The best thing I could do was to focus on the positives. If I was relaxed, Mallory would be less inclined to be suspicious. Instead, I allowed myself a moment to actually enjoy the delicious smell in the air. Warmth spread through my body and I felt at home. "God, that smells good," I murmured. I couldn't even be sure if I was talking to myself or if I was talking to her. Mallory sniffed once and wrinkled her nose, her lips pressed into a flat line. She flipped her unique hair over her shoulder, as though she was dismissing my comment entirely. "That's Victoria Swift," she said. "She's a baker a few blocks over. Dirty trick, that one." I laughed. I couldn't help it. Mallory was jealous that she hadn't thought of using her magic to create an intoxicating aroma that would draw possible patrons right to her door first. That was obvious. I was realizing Mallory was easily jealous and had no problem showing it. Perhaps she'd felt envious of my mother, for some reason? "Well, I can imagine the scent would be very effective," I said. Perhaps I'd said too much. Regardless, I wasn't going to take my words back. We walked down the street in silence. I could tell Mallory was not pleased with my comment, and I considered amending it, if only to make her feel better. She had offered me a room after all. I didn't want to be rude. Then again, I didn't want to constantly live in fear of saying the wrong thing. Because I would. Ultimately, I decided not to apologize. I shifted my gaze to take in my surroundings. My footsteps slowed to a turtle's pace. I didn't want to miss anything, not when I'd thought of this moment so many times. I dreamed of this place for so long. And now I was here, in the heart of it. Soon I would meet my father. Everything was leading up to this moment. I'd imagined every element of the day. What the magic realm would look like, what I would see when I got here, even what I was wearing. There was the real reason I decided on heels today. Even though they began to chafe, I pressed on. I could ease the sting later with even more magic. This was exactly how I pictured it, minus Mallory, of course. "How far is it?" I asked, turning from the trees that lined the sidewalks so I could look at my companion. Mallory smiled. "Oh, not far to the portal," she said. Portal. We weren't just walking to a building? A house. We had to transport ourselves somewhere? I tensed again. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Mallory nodded. "Yes," she said. "The magic realm is a collection of several interconnecting portals. There are 3 witch realms, multiple shifter realms, and 2 for the Fae." "What about vampires?" I asked. She scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Stupid bloodsuckers." But that didn't actually answer the question. I coughed to clear my throat, feeling uncomfortable around the amount of negative energy Mallory was sending my way. I didn't know vampires, and sure, I probably didn't want to run into any, if I didn't have to. But considering how little I knew of this world, I couldn't make a judgment on them one way or the other. I was curious, though, about the different portals, the different realms. Was she implying that everyone had to stay in their own world? That didn't make a lot of sense. Not with the amount of magic available. I thought I saw a shifter here yesterday, I pointed out. Or was I making an assumption? Maybe it was a witch or a warlock whose eyes had flashed silver. How was I to know? I was still inexperienced in the ways of the paranormal world, and there was a lot for me to learn. Mallory's lips twisted in distaste. Well, yes, we can all travel within each other's realms, she said as though it was obvious. Not that any witch would ever travel to any realm other than the ones ruled by our own kind. How come? Was this what my mother was talking about? The bigotry and wars that were brewing between each of the factions? Or was this just reserved for Mallory, who seemed like the poster child for hatred here? Because every realm has a different set of laws, and although it's safe here for the others, I wouldn't recommend you travel to their realms. She threw an arm around my shoulder and pulled me close to her. You'd be eaten alive, quite literally, and I wouldn't want that. She loosened her grip on me, but didn't completely let me go. Look, I know you're new to this world. I know this is difficult to comprehend. But take it from someone who has lived here, thrived here, for her entire life. It's best to stay with your own kind. And I'm not saying that to be judgmental or prejudicial against other magical species. I'm saying that from personal experience. Your mother was a dear friend of mine. The last thing I would want is anything to happen to you. So please stay to the magic realm and you'll be fine. Mallory shuddered. She gave me a squeeze, obviously hating anyone who wasn't a witch or a warlock. Why? She said she had personal experience, but she hadn't actually explained what that was. I wanted to pry more into that, but I didn't think she'd be open to sharing if she hadn't already. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she was lying about the whole thing. We walked past more shops and gorgeous little houses. The town was so much more simple than I'd expected. And not in a bad way. Whereas my old home was surrounded by nothing, these houses were surrounded by other houses and shops, but the trees and the greenery still showed a respect for nature, like they didn't want to give up their roots. We turned a corner and stepped in front of a building that resembled a courthouse. 20 steps needed to be climbed before reaching the front door. It was an impressive place, looming over the rest of the world. It was old, judging by the faded bricks. But there was an intimidation factor to it. With the age came experience, came things I would never see. A shiver coursed down my spine, and my locket burned the skin at my neck. My mother obviously wanted to tell me something important, but I couldn't risk grabbing it and alerting Mallory to the locket's presence. She would probably be able to deduce my mother was still with me, even though that was the last thing I wanted her to know. Instead, I clasped my hands behind my back. I swallowed hard. What's this place? I asked. This is the council's headquarters, she said, then added, in this realm. That made it sound like they had multiple councils, depending on the realm, but I didn't think that was the case. I chewed my bottom lip. And the portal? I asked. So many questions burst into my mind, but none I felt comfortable asking just yet. Again, I needed to wait. The portal to the High Warlock's realm is inside these walls, she said, nodding her head to the staircase. I could feel the surprise on my face, and didn't try to hide the way my eyebrows rose on my forehead. Seriously? I asked, taking a step back. He has his own realm? Like, just for himself? This guy was sounding more and more like a king than a member of an elected council. And how was he entitled to his own portal if he was a mere puppet, a stooge the council could use at its discretion? Why are you surprised? Mallory asked, her knowing gaze flickering over at me once again. I tried to snap shut my mouth. Try being the key word. I kind of thought of him like the president, I said. Granted, my mom made him out to be Prince Charming in her fairy tales, but I thought he was some sort of elected official that lived among the people. Hence the charm, I guess. I shrugged in hopes it would add credibility to my story. Mallory chuckled. I couldn't read her laugh. I couldn't decipher if she believed me or if she was laughing because of how obviously clueless I was. You really don't know anything, do you? She asked. Hell, she was probably laughing because it was both. I shook my head. Not really, I said. I didn't care if she laughed at me. If anything, I'd rather have her underestimate me than think I was my father's daughter, or any kind of threat she needed to contend with. Let her think I was helpless. To a degree, I was. The High Warlock is not elected, she insisted, walking to the staircase and stopping just shy of the first step. He's born into the bloodline. Confirmation of information I already had. But I still didn't think he'd have his own realm. It seemed extravagant. Again, he was supposed to be a puppet. I started to fiddle with the chain around my neck, careful not to touch my locket. Although, I remembered that my mother had created her own realm in the human world. I blinked. I hadn't realized that was what she had done up until I heard Mallory speak of the High Warlock's own realm. I always thought we were in a deep, unpopulated part of the human world, but we weren't. She had her own realm. Which meant my mother was more powerful than even I realized. If my mother could do that, I shouldn't have been that surprised that the High Warlock could do something similar. Maybe I was surprised it was public knowledge. Okay, so he's like a king, I said, curling a strand of hair around my finger, hoping to add to the ignorance I was feigning. Born into the line like the royal family? Mallory cocked her head, probably not understanding the human reference. Yes, sort of, she said after a moment of thinking about it. My thoughts were beginning to race now. Even in the human world, illegitimate heirs to royal families threw people into turmoil. Especially if the illegitimate heir turned out to be older than the king's eldest child. Also, illegitimate heirs were usually hunted down and disposed of in as discreet a method as possible. Which meant if anyone found out who I was, there was a good chance I was dead. And if they knew about my sisters. I didn't even want to think about finishing that sentence. I peered up the stairs, wondering more about the man I was about to meet. So, he lives in the realm with his family? I asked. I took a couple of steps to the left, looking at the building without Mallory in view. Actually, the whole council lives in the realm, she corrected. The whole council. How many people was that? 3? 10. Were they born into their roles as well? I thought the High Warlock had his own realm. Was it his in name only, much like his title? Or was it something else? Every time I thought I was gifted with an answer that would explain things, Mallory would say something that completely threw me for a loop, and suddenly, I had more questions than answers. I didn't ask her anything else. Not right now, anyway. I was already getting the feeling that Mallory thought I was odd, and ignorance could only account for a portion of it. I shook my head. I have so much to learn, I said, offering her a smile and strolling back over to where she stood. The clack of my heels echoed off the concrete, reminding me that even though we were close to civilization, we were also quite alone. Mallory laughed and smiled indulgently at me. It's second nature to me, I guess, she said. The beads on her sandals glinted in the sunlight. I forget how different we are from the human world. I don't spend any time there. I would be as ignorant about your world as you are in regard to mine. She said it with a tone that indicated that she had no plans to change that. She probably thought humans were even more beneath her than shifters. I wondered if she saw me as a human because I grew up there, or if she regarded me as a witch because of who my mother was. I didn't particularly care if she saw me as her equal or not, but it would indicate the sort of character she had. and since I was living with her for the time being, I thought it best to know who I was getting in bed with, so to speak. "Well, I appreciate you helping me, Mallory," I forced myself to say when I realized the silence between us was turning tense. "Thank you." I grabbed her hands and squeezed them tightly. She smiled back, and finally I saw true warmth in her gaze. "Let's go get you settled, Miss Ava," she said, and swiveled on the balls of her feet. I was beginning to understand why she'd named her cafe the Black Cat. For someone who hated animals, she certainly moved like one. I let Mallory lead. We walked up the stone steps one at a time, and when we finally reached the top, my heart was beginning to pound, and I was out of breath. I didn't know how out of shape I truly was until I stood up on the last step. Just because I was slender did not mean I was fit. I needed to fix that quickly, and I didn't think magic was going to cut it. I blew out a ragged breath, and so did Mallory. We didn't say anything, but shared a look that recognized the effort that climb had taken both of us. I knew I would blister soon. My heels pinched in pain. I was tempted to take them off, if only for a moment, but I stopped myself from doing so. I didn't want to show a vulnerability, even one as innocuous as walking in heels, if I didn't have to. Then Mallory straightened and indicated the entrance, sweeping out her arm dramatically. I nodded, unable to speak for another moment or so, then together we walked through the large double doors. If I was going to back out, now would be the time to do it. I hadn't committed to this. I could still leave. I could return to my sisters. I didn't have to go through with it. Don't leave when you've gotten so far. I pushed forward. I ignored the pain in my feet. I wouldn't back down, even as my fingers trembled. Chapter 10. Whoa. I stopped in the foyer and stared all around me. Now this was what I assumed a building would look like if the creators had all the magic in the world. I didn't care that I was gaping. I stepped back, looking up at the ceiling, down at the floor, on the walls, and the space between. I had no real words to describe what I saw, only that I was awed. I couldn't speak. There was nothing quaint about the council's building. It was filled with imposing statues, a gold water fountain, 20-foot ceilings, and mirrors everywhere. And I was pretty sure this was just the foyer. There was more. I knew there would be. Part of me was curious to see just how much more, to see just what the magic could do. "Yes, it is impressive, isn't it?" Mallory asked, arms crossed casually over her chest. She didn't seem dazzled by what was before her, but even with all of her knowledge, I saw her eyes linger every now and then on certain things. I nodded, noticing the details in every corner of the room. The wallpaper that seemed to flicker with firelight. The beautifully carved wooden furniture. Whose magic maintained this room? Or had it been built by hand? I couldn't imagine that. But then again, I knew how much magic it took to maintain a lot less. It had actually killed my mother, at least that was what we assumed. So if this was magic, was it more than just one person who was maintaining this? I didn't know. Mallory walked forward and a desk materialized from nowhere. A beautiful blonde woman in a black suit appeared behind the desk, a smile on her face. It looked fake to me. One of those customer service type smiles that was supposed to imply they were being helpful and warm and open. "Do you have an appointment?" she asked, bypassing asking us who we were and what we wanted. Mallory indicated for me to come forward, so I did, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, even though I wanted nothing more than to position myself behind her. I didn't know why, but I felt exposed, as though every eye on me knew who I really was without me having to open my mouth and tell them. Mallory smiled. "This is Ava Melfi." She wrapped her arms around me again. My body tightened up. I didn't like being this close to her. Her mother, Genevieve, died recently and she's looking for a job and information on her mother's family. The executive assistant tapped away on her silver screen that reminded me of an iPad, then flicked her gaze up at me. "We have an appointment available in 3 weeks' time," she said, her high-pitched voice perky. I was glad she didn't bat an eyelash at my name and my mother's. It must mean no one was familiar with my paternity, which was a good thing. However, the fact that the appointment was 3 weeks away was not something I wanted to hear. My breath whistled out between my teeth, my chest tightening painfully. "Oh, please no." I took a step toward the desk, trying not to be imposing. "I have to get back to the human world and attend to my—" I stopped myself. I was about to say sisters. I was about to reveal who I was. I couldn't do that. It would put my sisters in a bad place. It would tell Mallory I had sisters, which I wasn't positive she knew for sure. I cleared my throat. My pets. Cats. 3 of them. They were my mom's. I inherited them. And without me, they have no one. They'll be lost without me. Please." The tears that sprang to my eyes were real, as I struggled to keep my voice at a normal pitch. They wouldn't make me wait 3 weeks to see my father, surely? Then again, they didn't know he was my father. The woman sighed, taking in my emotions with narrowed eyes and pursed lips. "Who did you say you were again?" she asked, cocking her head to the side. "Ava," I said in a rush. "Ava Melfi. My mother was Genevieve Melfi." My locket, which had been burning for attention for 10 minutes, practically singed my skin. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Even if it meant revealing what I was doing, I had to hear what she was trying to tell me. Maybe it would be helpful, and I could bypass the 3 weeks. I grabbed it in my palm, and my mother's voice boomed into my head. "Tell them to contact the High Warlock and tell him who you are. He'll see you." I swallowed hard. I didn't really want to do that. Everyone told me not to reveal myself. My mother had told me the same. Why would she change her mind? Why would I tell them anything? Do it. Say it was a dying wish of mine that you take your rightful place in the realm, and the High Warlock is the only one who can rightly place you. I swallowed hard. Shit. As much as I didn't want to admit it, that sounded like it might work. I chewed my bottom lip and let out a breath. Here goes nothing. My mother's dying wish was that I speak to the High Warlock and ask him to put me into my rightful place in the realm. My voice came out shakier than I wanted it to, but I pushed forward regardless. He knew my mother when they were younger. If you tell him I'm here to speak with him, he'll see me. I hoped that would work, that it was enough. The receptionist looked unimpressed but nodded once, then disappeared behind the magical wall she created with a snap of her fingers. Did your mother really want that? Mallory asked. She crossed her arms, looking down at me over her nose. I could tell she was curious, but again, she was suspicious, and she was getting more and more obvious about it. She wasn't trying to hide it the way she had been. I turned and shrugged at her. Not really, I admitted. Might as well be honest with her, since I was living with her. But I have to get in there sooner than 3 weeks. And the cats? Another arched brow. As far as I remember, your mother didn't like cats. Or any animals, for that matter. Why would she start keeping them? There was the bigotry. I wasn't sure if she was lying about my mother's disdain for animals, but I did know we didn't keep animals. She let me have a couple when I was younger, I said. I didn't know her well enough to let her know about my sisters. Mallory frowned but nodded. The magic wall lifted, and the blonde receptionist stared at me with a look that was akin to awe. However, her lips curled into a frown. The High Warlock said he'd see you now. And that obviously wasn't the usual response. Even Mallory's mouth dropped open, her eyebrows wrinkling her forehead. Well, she said. It sounded snide, but I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. My heart leapt in my chest and I tried not to smile too much. He wanted to see me. That had to be a good sign. Thank you so much, I said, and I meant every word. I stepped closer, shoving my shaking fingers in the pockets of my jeans. Where do I go? I asked. The blonde nodded her head to the right. Just through that door. There's a gateman next to the portal. Thank you so much. I meant it too. I turned to Mallory, who was frowning like she'd never expected me to get my way and see the magical Warlock. I focused on her. I'll be back as soon as I can. I reached out and touched her forearm. Thank you again for all your help. Mallory nodded, but her energy buzzed with anger and jealousy. I released her as though she had burned me. I hoped it wasn't obvious. Damn, I hadn't meant to make an enemy of her. I turned away, not wanting to show her how nervous and excited I was. I pressed my lips together, but the smile still slid onto my face, regardless. I walked past the perfect-looking receptionist and through the door that would lead me to my father. A man I'd never met, and a being that most of this universe called its king. The room I walked into was as beautiful as the foyer. Pristine marble, clean lines, and shiny floors. The moment I stepped through the portal, my eyes rested on the doorman. And by rested, I meant I couldn't take my eyes off of him. He was big, with a thick neck, muscular arms, and shades that weren't needed since the sun wasn't shining in the room. He had a strong jawline and just a hint of scruff that made him seem mysterious and rough, without being intimidating. Ava Melfi, he asked in a low voice. I stepped closer, heat creeping up my face. Ah, yeah, I said, nodding once. That's me. He didn't crack a smile, but instead moved like a tin man as he stepped aside and hit a button. I half expected him to squeak. He looked like he needed a greasing. The doorway next to him suddenly whirled with silver magic. When he spoke, his tone was deep and formal. When you step through the portal, you will arrive at the High Warlock's office, he said. There will be someone there to instruct you further. Thank you so much. He didn't seem moved by my gratitude. He reminded me of one of those Greek statues, perfectly chiseled from the smoothest stone. I wanted to reach out and touch him, to see if he was as cold as he made himself out to be. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat making it difficult to stay calm. I dreamt of this moment my entire life. I was about to meet my father. Suddenly, I was nervous. What if he didn't believe who I was? What if he wanted nothing to do with me? What if he wanted me as dead as the council seemed to? Oh God, I hope he likes me. At this point, there was nothing I could do. I wasn't going to turn around, not when I was so close. Whatever he would do, I couldn't stop him. All I could do was move forward and hope for the best. I took a deep breath, checked my clothes quickly for stains and crumbs, and finding none, walked forward. I discreetly rubbed my clammy hands on my thighs, trying to smooth out the wrinkles that didn't exist, trying to dry my palms as best as I could. The portal sucked me up and pushed me forward. Then there was nothing, for a single moment in time. No sound, no light. Nothing. I was suspended in time and space, in an absolute vacuum, with nothing holding on to me, with no one around to save me should something happen. My stomach tumbled. My eyes widened. I opened my mouth, ready to let out a scream, but just before I could, I was coughed out into an identical room on the other side of the portal. The light and sound opened up with a boom. Welcome to the council rooms, said a woman on the other side of the portal. Her voice made me jump after the soundlessness of the void, and I whirled back, taking it all in. My face turned red. I didn't like to think I was this vulnerable, this ignorant, but I was. I had no idea what to expect. I was surprised I hadn't puked my guts all over everything. Luckily, I managed to regain my balance before I fell on the floor. There was a bodyguard again, protecting the portal from this side. This one had blonde, spiky hair and a beard, but the same physical dimensions and personality of the other guard. Were they created by magic? Could I create something like that with my own magic? The possibilities were endless. The woman waiting to help me, however, seemed much friendlier than the blonde at the other realm. She had red, flowing curls, and was wearing a cute little plaid skirt that my sister Courtney would have loved. My heart panged at the memory of my sister. I missed her. God, I missed her. I missed both of them. I clenched my jaw. Thank you. I tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear. I took a tentative step forward, and then another one. I managed to steady myself enough to move past the bodyguard, and step closer to the woman with a clipboard in hand. This is quite unusual, Miss Melfi, she said. I've never known the High Warlock to see anyone on such short notice. I shrugged, my heart racing in my chest. I kept my eyes on the floor in front of me, hoping she wouldn't realize I was hiding something. I cleared my throat. I'm not from around here, so I appreciate him seeing me so quickly. Then I can return home, I said quickly. I stumbled over my words. Hopefully, this only added to my nervous appearance. Luckily, I didn't have to pretend anything. She must have noticed the fact that I didn't answer her rhetorical question, but she didn't mention it. She seemed smarter than she looked, more perceptive. It must have been the way her eyes continued to linger on me when she thought I wasn't paying attention to her. Instead, she nodded once, her gaze skimming over my jeans and tank top. Perhaps I should have dressed nicer? I was wearing heels, for crying out loud. There was a prickle of desire for more information. Suddenly, I remembered that I had access to someone who could help me with all of that. I grabbed for my locket and my mother was there, ready with advice. Don't trust any of them. Especially this one. She smells of black cats. I knit my brows together at my mother's advice. It sounded so strange. Black cats? What did that mean? And how could my mother smell them? Did she still have abilities other humans possessed even though she had died? Or was it part of the magic? I was tempted to ask my mother her opinion on things, but I knew I already risked too much. Instead, I forced a smile to my lips and waited for the redhead to speak. When she finally did, she indicated a gold door that suddenly appeared behind her. This way. I had no idea what black cats meant, but if my mother thought it was bad, then I believed her. What it actually meant, I didn't know. The best thing for me to do at this point was to keep my mouth shut. That's a lovely necklace, the redhead said as she swiped her hand across the door to unlock it. I smiled and let go of the locket I was still holding. I had to stop drawing attention to it. It was my mother's. She gave it to me before she died. The redhead nodded, but her gaze zeroed in on the necklace in a way that made me uncomfortable. What sort of powers did she have? Could she tell that there was something special about it? Despite my unease, the locket was warm against my skin. I had to assume that this meant my mother hadn't thought I was in any unnecessary danger. As a result, I continued to walk beside her, my guard up, but my mind open. I glanced at the gold door. I had to get in and get out before anything bad happened to me or my mother's essence. I didn't know if this woman was ballsy enough to try and do something to me outside the High Warlock's office. Either way, I had to be prepared. Do I just go through? I asked, indicating the door. It was a safe topic, one we could both discuss without there being any other meaning. Yes. One nod. There will be another assistant on the other side of this door, but they are expecting you, so you should be able to see the High Warlock quickly. I took a steadying breath as the door suddenly disappeared, and another shimmer of silver light appeared in its place. Am I going into another realm? The redhead smiled, but the light didn't reach her eyes. You're currently in the transport realm, she said. Her tone seemed to imply that she was curious why I didn't already know this. For someone who was supposed to be magic, I was certainly doing a terrible job of being prepared. This door will take you to the High Warlock's place of work. It was so much more complicated than I'd first thought. Thank you. I guarded myself mentally against the feelings the portal would bring, and walked through the silver door. I was whirled forward into the nothing and back out again. I staggered when my feet hit solid ground. I've gotta get used to that. I took a couple of breaths, trying to keep myself from throwing up all over the floor. I managed to swallow down anything that might have crept up, and straightened. Miss Melfi. A man's voice called to me, and I tensed immediately. I was in the High Warlock's chambers already? Where were the security guards now? My gaze darted to the right, following the sound of a deep male voice. He moved forward and the locket burned against my chest. I grabbed for it as my own heart sang with recognition. That's him. Now, my daughter, please be careful. I don't know how much he has changed over the past 20 years. He may not be the man I once loved. I swallowed. I should be the one greeting him. I was calling upon him after all. But I couldn't move. My feet wouldn't let me. The man moved slowly over to me, and I drank him in. He was dressed in rich robes and had a handsome face. In his lips I saw Bella, and in his facial shape I saw Courtney. My heart hurt, and yet it was soaring. It was a strange mixture of two emotions, both elation at seeing him, and fear that he was not the man I hoped he was. You look so much like your mother, he whispered as he stepped closer, his gaze soaking me in as much I was doing to him. I looked away, tears crawling into my eyes without any warning. I'd prepared for a lot of things to happen when we officially met, but crying was not one of those things. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening and my nose tingling as tears filled my eyes. Yes. I've been told I have her eyes. And her mouth and her hair. He trailed off as a soft smile lifted his own lips. I was feeling dizzy, from what I wasn't sure. I think I need to sit down. Yes, of course. Come. The High Warlock took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. I collapsed down onto it, but not before I saw the elaborate ring decorating his hands. It reminded me of what Allison had said. You're married? He stared at me strangely for a moment, then sat down on the couch opposite me with a flounce. He wore some sort of cape that reminded me of a black tuxedo in its material type. He looked otherworldly and very powerful. Yes, I've been married for well over 20 years, he said slowly, tentatively. He seemed to be waiting to see my reaction. I nodded. Allison had said that he'd been forced into an arranged marriage. Did that mean he'd been married when I'd been conceived? And my sisters too. I grabbed hold of my locket, and my mother's voice filled my head. Be careful, Ava. Please tread carefully. Do you have children also? I asked. I had to know. Allison had said he didn't, but she hadn't been in the magic realm for 20 years either. Was her information up to date? Surely he'd have to. One of blood, a legitimate heir. The High Warlock narrowed his eyes. Why would you ask me that? He asked, each word clipped with suspicion. I kept my gaze on his. Please tell me. He considered me for a moment. He didn't want to answer. Was it his pride or something else? Surely this must be common knowledge. Why wouldn't he answer? Unless he didn't want to give his power up. Was it possible that he purposefully didn't have children, so he could retain his power? If there was no one to inherit it, would he be allowed to keep it? More than that, could he choose who succeeded him? Was he given that right? He waited another heartbeat. No, I have no children. He wouldn't look at me when he said it. Was he ashamed? I gasped, and a palpable color billowed around me. A purple cloud. I'd known the answer, and yet I couldn't help but mentally stagger back. So it was true. I was his oldest heir. Chapter 11. My eyes focused on the purple cloud. I didn't want to run away with what that meant. I wanted to stay in the moment. I was finally before my father. What's that? I asked, gesturing to the strange magic. I looked around. It didn't appear to be dangerous, but it was strange and something I wasn't familiar with. The High Warlock nodded his head. I apologize. I conjured a spell to understand how you are feeling, but as you don't seem to be able to hide your feelings very well. I don't believe I need such spells. I laughed loudly and tears escaped my eyes. I wiped them away quickly. He was learning a lot about me already. The High Warlock, whose eyes held wrinkles that only time bestowed, stared at me with even greater interest now. Why have you come today, Ava? He asked. I know what you told the staff, but I haven't spoken to your mother in almost 20 years. Almost 20 years. My mother had visited the High Warlock once more after Courtney was born. She never spoke of it, but she'd borne him a fourth child. A son. Who had died at birth. My brother. Mother refused to speak of him, and I only had a vague memory of the night he was born. But every now and then, I would hear her crying in her room late at night, when all three of us were supposed to be sleeping. At the time, I didn't understand why and thought she was ashamed by my lack of magic skills, or perhaps Courtney had been too blunt again and she'd had a reaction to it. But now I knew. Ever since my brother's birth, my mother had never visited the magical realm again. I wanted to meet you. I said simply, and the smoke around me billowed green. I couldn't help but stare at the smoke. I shifted with discomfort. I didn't like that he had cast a spell to get to know me better. He smiled kindly. Well, that is very nice, he said. But I don't understand the urgency of the visit. Is it to tell me of your mother? Has she passed away? He knows. Had someone told him, or? I leaned forward on the couch. You can feel her, can't you? He glanced down as though embarrassed. I can feel a lack of her, if that is possible. He twiddled his fingers, his cheeks slightly red. I never expected that my father, the High Warlock, would blush for any reason. I nodded, my heart clenching at the show of emotion that flickered across the face of the otherwise calm Warlock before me. Yes, I understand what you mean, I said softly. My mother was everything to me, and her death has left a gaping hole in my heart where she used to be. I did not tell him that Mother and I butted heads more often than not. That I never felt good enough for her. I was honest, I did miss her, but the complicated nature of our relationship I kept to myself. He smiled gently. I can imagine. She was a very vivacious woman. She could light up a room. She certainly could. I laughed as tears filled my eyes and I wiped them away again. It was too soon to be thinking about how much I missed my mother. It was strange to talk about her in the past tense, as though we would never experience her warmth when she offered it again. She had only died a day ago. It still felt as though an eternity had passed. Far too soon. When did she pass away? He asked, cocking his head to the side. His fingers grazed a stand that held a glass vase. Or maybe it was crystal. I didn't know, but it seemed valuable. I swallowed hard. Yesterday. For the third time since then, my eyes began to water. I nearly cursed myself at how easy it was for me to cry. I was decent at controlling my emotions. Mother had made sure of it. And yet, speaking to my father, to a man I'd never met, I was more emotional than I realized. His eyebrows rose high on his forehead. "Oh my, you poor thing." He dropped his hand back to his side. "Well, I can only imagine you have something vastly important to ask for you to seek me out at this time. How can I help you, Ava?" I opened my mouth and stopped. How on earth was I going to say what needed to be said? Especially since I'd promised Aunt Allison I wouldn't reveal who I was. I laughed nervously. I have gone over this moment so many times in my head, but now that it's here, I don't know what to say. Or how to say it. He shifted in his seat and frowned. "I don't understand." I couldn't believe he wasn't even asking who my father was, or anything about my paternity. Didn't he feel the connection, the magic flowing around the room? He didn't realize I was his daughter, even with his illicit relationship with my mother? Was he in denial? Was he naive? "Don't you know who I am?" Surely he could see it. In my face, my height? Something? The palm I cut to make my vow with Allison pinched a little in warning, as though stifled somehow. I clenched my teeth together, keeping anything more to myself. I guess I'd assumed he would just know once he saw me, but apparently that wasn't the case. My heart sank with disappointment, but I pushed the thought aside. I wouldn't dwell. I couldn't. It would only distract me. He frowned. "I'm sorry, Ava, but if you've been led to believe I'm anything special to you, then you've been misinformed," he said matter-of-factly. "Misinformed?" I repeated, and the disbelief I'd been feeling began to boil, churn and roll into a ball of anger. Misinformed? I stood up and opened my hands, balls of fire filling my palms. I had no idea where they came from. I wasn't sure if I had conjured them with my rage. But they came to me with such ease, so naturally, that part of me wanted to see what would happen if I released them into the ether. The Warlock leapt in the air and a staff appeared in his hand. He held it out in front of him, a wall of white light conjured as a shield. He was fast, I had to give him that. The fact that he took me as some sort of threat was enough to make me smile. He glared at me. "I have powerful wards around this room that you shouldn't be able to penetrate," he growled. "How are you conjuring any magic?" "Wards." No wonder my promise vow was barely working on me. "How? You wanna know how?" I turned and threw my angry fireball at the window. It blasted through the glass, shattering the pane into a million pieces. It was so easy. It scared me at how easy it all was. I turned the other ball over in my hand, communicating with it, calming down the anger, and hurled it in the same direction with all my might. Instead of doing more damage, this ball melted against the window, reconnecting the fibers and repairing the pane. This was all my mother. The control. The anger was my father. It was the first time I found myself grateful for the way my mother had taught me magic. At the time, I hadn't understood why. I'd thought she was being unnecessary and pushing too hard. However, without that control, I would destroy myself. I turned back to the High Warlock, and I was pretty sure he could see the glittering rage in my eyes. But he wasn't afraid. Instead, he stared at me in awe. His mouth lay open and his hand dropped the cane, his magical shield falling away. "Who are you?" My chest heaved with anger, and I could barely draw breath. But I lifted my chin and stared him straight in the eye. "I'm your daughter. Who the fuck else could I be?" How I broke my promise to Aunt Allison, I didn't know. My palm didn't tingle nor burn. Death was most certainly not falling down upon me. Perhaps it was the wards my father had up that stopped Allison's magic from working. Maybe it was pure will. It might have been how truly powerful I was. How powerful my mother knew I was but didn't tell me. I didn't know. It didn't matter. because now my father knew who I was. "You're my what?" He blinked, as though the thought hadn't even occurred to him. As though he'd never considered the possibility that I could be his daughter. Of all the reactions I expected from my long-lost father, absolute disbelief was not one of them, especially not after I showed him my power. I narrowed my gaze at him. "I'm your daughter. Your child. The fruit of your loins. What don't you understand about the terminology?" He practically collapsed into the chair behind him, falling backwards and shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe it." I rolled my eyes. "Seriously? How many times did you have sex with my mother? How could you not expect any consequences?" My father's handsome face flushed with blood, and he looked down at the floor beneath him. His lips were pressed tightly together, his jaw popped. Anger flashed in his eyes, but instead of saying anything, he continued to stare at his feet. "Yeah, I thought so." All the anger left me as I looked at him. I thought he would put up more of a fight. That I would need to prove myself to him. I stared at him, waiting. And as I stared, I realized that I wasn't angry with him. Not really. I sat down into my seat and blew out a breath. I slid my feet out of the heels I wore and flexed my toes before pointing them. I flicked my wrist and a healing balm was massaged onto the back of my heels, instantly soothing them. Suddenly the door burst open, and a huge man came hurtling into the room, growling like an aggressive wolf. The Warlock held out his hand. "Everything's fine, Thomas. Thank you." But I thought I heard. He looked around the room, as though searching for an attacker. "Everything's fine," the Warlock repeated and flicked his wrist. The massive guy nodded and disappeared through the door from which he'd entered. "You're security?" I asked, and he nodded, his eyes not focusing on me. Instead, he looked lost within himself. "Yes." I wanted to roll my eyes. "A little late, buddy." My father pushed onto his feet, his brow deeply furrowed. "How could your mother have not told me about this?" he asked, waving his arms. He seemed consumed by his frustration with her, rather than with me. I snorted, shaking my head. I flicked my wrist again. Instead of high heels, the shoes next to my bare feet were slippers. Nice, warm ones that made my skin instantly relax the second I slipped them on. Yeah, we asked her the same thing many times. She just didn't tell us anything about you. I made it a point to avoid touching my locket. I didn't need my mother lecturing me about anything, especially my father. What to tell him, what not to tell him. Especially since she'd apparently kept me and my sisters a secret from him. How she had managed to do that, especially considering he was an incredibly powerful warlock, I didn't know. He repeated. Oh, so now he was listening? I pressed my lips together, hesitating. Telling him about me was one thing, but should I tell him about my sisters? I didn't know. However, I realized I couldn't go half in. I either told him nothing, or I told him everything. My mother told me to be careful, but how was I supposed to do that? Yes, my sisters and I. A hesitant nod, but I made my gamble. There are 3 of us, all born within 3 years. The blood drained from his face this time, making him appear as white as a ghost. He sat back down in his seat, looking queasy. I almost felt bad for him. I gave him a half smile, amused as much as I was confused. Yeah. I know. This still didn't make sense to me. My mother had gotten pregnant with me, I assumed by accident, but she'd gone back for my sisters on purpose. Why? Why get pregnant by accident, and then get pregnant on purpose? If I had been an accident, why not just stop with me, learn from her mistake? Why go and make 2 more? Maybe when I had more time to talk to my mother about this, I would ask her. I would not be intimidated by her. I wouldn't let her brush this off anymore. He continued. She went away for a year and then came back for a few weeks, then she'd disappear again. She came back 3 times, I think. His gaze met mine and pain wrapped around my heart as the locket sang to me. I didn't dare touch it. I couldn't handle my mother's emotions, my father's and mine all at once. My mother had already had so many opportunities to tell me the truth about everything, but she hadn't. She'd kept her secrets. And that was her choice. But that didn't mean I was ready to just move past it. I didn't want to hear her explanation now, when she was practically forced to give it. I swallowed hard. My mother gave birth to a son after my sister Courtney. But he died, and I don't think she ever fully recovered from that. The whole room shifted, changed color. There was a heaviness in the air, a shifting of mood. I wasn't sure where it came from, or how long it was going to stay. Should I excuse myself? Or remain here with no threat to myself? The Warlock had his eyes closed and the vibrations coming off him were powerful. Bordering on dangerous. I'd never felt anything like it. And yet I felt safe. It was power I recognized because the power was also in me. I grabbed my locket for the first time since I'd arrived and heard my mother scream. No, don't tell him about the baby. Ava, no you can't. Why? I whispered to her. Because it's his greatest wish to have a son and Matlock is passionate. His magic is powerful. You could be hurt. I pressed my lips into a thin line. Perhaps I should have heeded her warning. Then again, perhaps she should have told me as much before she died. The High Warlock's eyes flashed open, and the room began to calm as he regained control of his magic once again. I recognized that look. My mother hated that look whenever I had it on my face. I didn't realize my father made the same face. It was probably why she couldn't stand it. Because it reminded her so much of him. I swallowed hard, my stomach clenching in fear as I let go of the locket. My mother said you were powerful. Somehow, that broke the tension and the room snapped back to normal. As though someone had sucked all the emotion and life out of the room. Did she? A smile quirked up one side of my lips, and I couldn't help the playful note that came out. My sister Courtney is like, so cool and rebellious and strong. I thought that had come from mother, but obviously not. Not to say my mother wasn't strong in her own way. I just realize it's a different sort of strength. I gave him a small smile, and he managed to return it. At least he didn't think I was weird for babbling on and on, as I had a tendency to do at times, especially when I was nervous. I slid one foot into my slipper, then another. I wiggled my toes, enjoying the warmth that coated them. Then he shook his head and his eyes became glazed and unfocused again. I don't know how this happened. He stood up again, this time pacing the length of the room. His stride was quick and purposeful, his jaw clenched once more. His eyes darted in front of him, as though he was thinking while simultaneously making sure he wasn't running into anyone at the same time. I stared at him and crossed my arms over my chest. Seriously? He chuckled softly, you're right. I do know how this happened. I just can't believe Genevieve would keep this from me. I shrugged. Believe me, I agree with you. We used to beg her to take us to you. I shook my head, crossing my arms over my chest. If it makes you feel any better, she kept a lot of things from us. I think she thought she was protecting us, but in reality, she was keeping us from the truth. She was keeping us from you. He smiled stiffly. She never made an effort to take you to me. I was surprised that he actually sounded sad. No, she wouldn't. I shook my head, flaring my nostrils. Judging by the way I clenched my knees with my nails, thankful for the denim protecting my skin, I was still angry about it. Quite the opposite. She used to forbid us to ever search you out. She even reminded me of that on her deathbed. Really, why? The Warlock's voice had tightened, and was now a higher pitch and tone. He stopped pacing when he was in front of me. I couldn't meet his eyes. Despite the fact that I had just threatened him, despite the fact that this man was my father, I still felt his presence. I was intimidated by him, but I didn't fear him. It was a strange contradiction. You tell me. I shrugged, not knowing what to say. I couldn't speak for my mother. I didn't understand most of the decisions she'd made. What do I call you? He grimaced. Obviously, father wasn't going to go down very well. You may call me Matlock. I tried to ignore the stab to my heart that disappointing statement brought. All right. I nodded, hoping he didn't hear my voice crack. Well, Matlock, please tell me, why wouldn't my mother bring the three of us here to see you? And a bigger question I've always wondered, why did she get pregnant so many times to you, if we could never be together? Matlock looked as confused as I was. I decided that mother could give me her side of the story now. I wanted answers. I wanted her to give them to me. And now was the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the locket and there was silence. Of course there was silence. My anger flared and my grip tightened. I wanted her to respond in some way. I waited, and the voice whispered through my head. Because I loved him. And I wanted a piece of him to love forever. I sighed and let go of the locket. I clenched my teeth. It was an answer I didn't expect from her. It was juvenile, if I was being honest. That was selfish, Mother. You didn't think about me or Bella or Courtney. You didn't think about how not having a father would affect us. Matlock still wasn't speaking, and the ball of anger in my gut began to tighten again. You know something, I said to him. Tell me. He cleared his throat. Well, I believe it would be because we had an affair. His gaze dropped to his hands, tugging at his fingers as though he wanted to remove them. Or at least we did during your sister's conceptions. I have to assume, due to the time she went away and came back, that you were conceived before my betrothal. They'd had an affair? My mother knowingly slept with a man who was with someone else just to have another piece of him? What about me? Wasn't she satisfied with just me? She'd already had a piece of him in me. Why did she need more? I wasn't trying to be selfish. I was glad for my sisters. I wouldn't trade them for anything in the world. But why did my mother go back? Betrothal. I frowned as his words came back to me. What an incredibly old-fashioned word. Well, yes. I was born into an arranged marriage. Like all high warlocks before me. Chapter 12. So, it wasn't just my mother who'd cheated. He had as well. I couldn't blame one and not the other. That would be hypocritical of me. Oh. Well, that sucks. Matlock cocked his head to the side. Why do you say that? He asked, seemingly confused. Was he serious? I couldn't think of anything but the pitfalls. Because, what if you fell in love with someone else? My mother certainly loved you. What are you supposed to do in that situation? What I really wanted to know was whether he loved my mother too. Was he just as heartbroken as my mother when she left each time? Or was this the perfect scenario for him? A woman he could fool around with who would leave for long periods of time. When I looked into his face, there was nothing but pinched discomfort. Oh. I clenched my jaw and looked away. If that wasn't the epitome of discomfort, I didn't know what was. I shouldn't be surprised. I shouldn't, but I was. I sighed when he didn't answer. You're supposed to do exactly what you did, aren't you? Marry the woman they had arranged for you and, what? Not admit to having any other love affairs along the way. Using my mother for as long as you could, not expecting any sort of consequences? Having your cake and eating it too. Matlock slid forward on his seat and clasped his hands together in front of him. Oh no. He shook his head. I haven't had any other women. My wife would. He laughed. My wife is a rather formidable woman, and if she ever found out about Genevieve and you, I'm afraid there would be hell to pay for all of us. It surprised me that the High Warlock would be afraid of anything, or anyone. He was supposed to be the most powerful warlock in the entire magic realm, and he was afraid of his wife? I sucked in a painful breath, my lungs now feeling as though they had shards of shattered glass in them. What did that mean for my future here? For my relationship with my only living parent? This was all for nothing. It sounded as though he wanted nothing to do with me. It sounded as though he was more concerned with the risk this posed for himself than me. This was probably going to be the only time I got to spend with my father. From there, I would be relegated back to the home my sisters and I created. Not because I wanted to return there, but because I had to. Matlock smiled kindly, though slightly condescendingly. Look, Ava, I'm not sure why you came here today because I'm not sure how I can help you, he said. I hated the way he talked to me. I hated that he thought I was some child with fantasies about meeting her father. Because that was exactly what I was, and I didn't want to admit it. I felt like such a fool. Disappointment flooded me at the flat-out rejection. All those years wasted. Hoping for the love of a man who didn't have it in him to give. My locket burned at my throat. Fuck off, Mother. She could have told me. She could have said something. If my father wasn't shrouded in mystery, I wouldn't have wanted to meet him so badly. Burning rage flared through my bloodstream. I felt fire lick my palms once again. I wanted to throw so many fireballs at him. I wanted to hurt him the same way I was hurting. I wanted to take my locket and throw it away. I wanted nothing to do with either one of these people. I swallowed hard and pulled up a brave smile instead. He wouldn't have to know my disappointment, my anger, my sorrow. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. I wanted to meet you, I said slowly, hoping my words didn't reveal my sadness. I wanted to let you know who I was. Who we are. I didn't mean to disturb your life in any way. I didn't come here for anything other than that. I hoped he would believe me, but I wasn't sure he would. He nodded slowly. Your mother has kept you hidden for most of your life, hasn't she? I nodded once. Yes, entirely. Like I said, she refused to even speak of you other than to tell us not to go after you. Not to seek you out. There's a reason for that, Ava, he said, standing up quickly. And I believe I owe you the truth, so allow me to speak it. He moved his hand through the air as though testing something, then nodded once. The wards are still in place. No one can hear us. I glanced around at the room. Who would be listening to us? I asked. A shiver ran down my back. I tried to suppress it, but it ripped down my spine. Never mind that, please listen, he said, speaking quickly. I will only be able to say this once. I am very grateful to know that you are alive and well, but I cannot claim you as my own. There it was, the knife I'd been waiting for. My throat was tight as I forced the words out. I don't expect you to. Even Allison mentioned that it would risk my life. But was he doing this because he cared, or because this affected him negatively? As a risk to his title? If he was born into his title, the council couldn't remove him, could they? I wasn't sure. I didn't know the rules here. It was an automatic reaction, full of pride and hubris. But the relief I saw filter across his face when I told him I didn't want him to claim me made me want to punch the High Warlock in the face. I stood up. Well, now that we have that sorted, Matlock, I'd better get going. My fingers shook. If I didn't leave now, I was going to shoot more fireballs at his face. I would burn this entire place down, or at least try. He reached for me, but I pulled my arm out of his grasp and moved toward the door. What a disappointment. But what had I expected, really? That he'd embrace me as the long-lost child that he'd always wanted? Everyone had warned me about him. My mother, Allison, even Mallory mentioned things that would hint that someone like him wouldn't want anything to do with me. Grow up, Ava. Grow the fuck up. I shook my head as I stormed to the door. I needed to get back to my sisters. I needed to leave before I did threaten him, and that shifter security guard rushed back inside. Ava. Wait, please. What? I turned back around with my fists clenched. I snarled at him, my anger much more palpable than it had been previously. Sparks flew from my fingers and landed on the floor by my feet. Please. His brows pushed together. Don't leave like this. I know you're angry, but you don't understand this world and what would happen to you if people found out who you are. You haven't told anyone yet, have you? I shook my head. My nails dig into my palms. If I wasn't careful, I was on the verge of making myself bleed. Good. He swallowed. Every move he made was tentative, as though he worried I might disappear if he wasn't careful. Because you have to understand. I am a king without an heir. My wife is barren, and we are yet to have a child. Our laws do not take into account illegitimate children, but you would be a threat to my wife, to our bloodline, to the... He swallowed. To the council and their power over you. I finished for him. He frowned, deep lines slicing into his skin. Be very careful, Ava, with your words. I know you're angry and being flippant, but the council have ruled the magic realm for centuries, and they will not take lightly to any challenge of their power. He took a step toward me, arms out as though he wanted to calm me down. Yes, I am a mere figurehead to their decisions. But it's always been this way. You would be a challenge to everything. You would pose the greatest risk to them, and they don't take kindly to risks, to threats. Why did everyone keep saying that? I don't want to challenge their power. I insisted. I stomped my foot like a petulant child and looked away, ashamed. I don't give a royal flying fuck about your realm, the council, any of this. I just wanted to know my father. He moved closer, meeting my gaze with a look I'd never seen before. It was cold, hard, calculated. You said you wanted to meet me, but there's something else, isn't there? He demanded to know. Why are you here, Ava? Is it for money? Heat flashed up my face in both anger and embarrassment. No. Of course not. More sparks shot from my fingers. A couple even turned to a flame before they died out, hitting the floor. But. He waited, breath poised. I sighed. May as well be as honest as possible. It wasn't as though I was ever going to see him again after this anyway. But. I do need your help. When Mother died, our entire lives fell apart. Our house is gone. Clothes, books, everything. We had to create something from magic. We've been isolated our whole life. I don't know what I'm doing. So you do need money. Anger burst through my belly and into my bloodstream, hot and fast. No. Stop it. We need help. Not your charity. I need a job, somewhere to live. I don't know. I just thought you could help. Might want to help. Fuck. The tears were getting the better of me. Tears blurred my vision, and my throat was tightening to the point that I wouldn't be able to speak soon. I nodded in acceptance of his decision, and reached for the door to get away from here. I didn't know where I'd go, but I had to leave. Maybe Aunt Allison would take us in, we could learn to live amongst the humans. We could. I was sure of it. Or we could stay where we were, isolated from every realm. We had done it with Mother. Why wouldn't we be able to do the same thing without her? Maybe our magic wasn't as powerful as hers, but with all three of us combined, I was sure I could make it work. Somehow. No. Ava. Wait. He actually touched me this time, and my skin recognized him in a way I'd only ever known with my mother. I gasped at the familiar yet strange sensation, and he took his hand back, staring down at his fingers as though he too felt the connection. What? He clenched his jaw and nodded once. Don't go yet. I'll help you. I owe you at least that much. I raised an eyebrow and lifted my chin. Really? I couldn't help but be suspicious. He basically told me that he didn't want to help, and now, all of a sudden, he was going to change his mind? I shot him an arched brow. What kind of help did you have in mind? I took a step back and stared at my sire. The man who'd gotten my mother pregnant without a second thought. Not that he'd known about it, of course, but that was beside the point. They both did their part, and we were the ones who suffered. My sisters and I. Go on, Mr. High Warlock of all this. I gestured to the room around me. Tell me how you're going to make up for the fact that I've never known you, and never will. How you're unable to even consider me your child because of some laws, some counsel? I pursed my lips and glared at him, and he had the good grace to look abashed. He began moving around the room again, occasionally putting his hand in the air and checking if the wards he'd put up were still in place. I wasn't sure why he thought it necessary to continue to do that. Wasn't he the High Warlock? Why wouldn't the wards be in place? Could someone so easily penetrate them? He didn't stop walking. I couldn't help wondering what sort of world he lived in, where he had to hide his conversations from those who would spy on him. Did he want to live here? Was he satisfied? And who were those people he suspected so much? His wife, perhaps? Those who worked for him? The council members? Or other people entirely? People I didn't know of. Finally, he stopped pacing and put his hands behind his back. What do you need, Ava? I inhaled sharply. I hadn't been expecting that. I'd assumed he'd throw some empty promises my way, then disappear. Asking what I actually needed was a step above. It was decent and an intelligent question. A question that at least told me he cared. I need God. I need a home for my sisters that doesn't require our magic to maintain. Something actually constructed. Somewhere safe. I need a job so that I can provide for them, and I believe I need more training. I've never been to any type of school, nor had any assessments. I started lifting my fingers for each one, counting them off the way I had been counting them off in my head. We have a magicked home, but I want something more solid. I'm worried that our powers will be depleted if we continue along in the same way. The only training we ever received was from our mother. Your mother trained you in magic? He asked, an eyebrow raised. I nodded. Yes, of course. But it was more focused on control. A smile flickered across his face. And I assume you are powerful. I shrugged, vanity not one of my many faults. I don't really know, to be honest. My mother told me that I inherited her strength and a lot of power from you. Anyway. I've been told by my mother that I am, but how would I know? Parents tell their kids things that aren't true all the time. Matlock smiled, and this time I could see true humor in his eyes. Well, getting back to your list. I believe I can help you with all of those things. But first, tell me where your sisters are. The locket at my neck burned as if in warning, and I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to grab it. For once, I actually agreed with my mother. As much as I was making headway with my father, I didn't exactly trust him. Not yet. But that could change. I was open to it. I'd rather not. They're safe, and that's all you need to know at the moment. He frowned. He couldn't possibly think I'd risk them when he didn't even want to acknowledge them as his children. Even so, I found myself rushing into an apology. Look. I don't mean to offend you, but my entire family is wrapped up in my two sisters, and my only purpose in coming here was to keep them safe. I hesitated, not liking the half-truth. Again, I reminded myself that I needed to learn how to lie better, especially when it came to something as important as keeping my family safe. Even if it meant lying to my father. And yet, as I looked at him, I realized I needed to make an effort if I wanted some kind of relationship with him. I pinched the bridge of my nose. No, that's not true. I wanted to meet you. I always have. But now that I have and I know how you feel, all I care about is keeping my sister safe. He nodded slowly, though the cautiousness was creeping back in. I understand, and I admire your tenacity in your quest. So, if you won't tell me where they are, would you at least tell me a little about them? The request surprised me. More than that, he seemed hopeful, as though he wasn't quite sure I'd actually help him. I didn't think that he'd be interested, but I was wrong. If I found out I had 3 grown children I hadn't known existed, I'd have more than a few questions. Sure. Well, Mother named us in alphabetical order. Ava, Bella, Courtney. Why, I was never sure. Bella is studious, quiet, a bookworm. And Courtney's the wild child. She's rebellious and hard as nails. I laughed, mostly to myself. She's a handful. And damn powerful when she puts her mind to something. They're both magically inclined, he asked gently, as though inquiring about a totally mundane subject. Oh, very. Bella is great at spells and elixirs. She'd be a great healer with the right training. And Courtney is great at everything. Especially physical skills like hand-to-hand combat. Matlock's eyebrows flew up. Well, that's impressive. I grinned, love flooding my heart and allowing kindness to flow through. Would you like to see them? I nearly clamped my hand over my mouth. Was that the best thing? Should he be allowed to see my sisters? Would that put them more at risk? He's their father. Could I even conjure a spying window? I should be able to. Matlock swallowed hard, battling emotions I wasn't sure he could name. Yes, I would like that. I closed my eyes, picturing the entry to the realm my sisters were in, the house they'd built together. I waved my hands in the air and conjured a scrying spell, creating a mirror of sorts in the air. When I opened my eyes, they were there, wisps of color in the air. Matlock stared intently as we watched a live scene unfolding before us. I smiled at the vision. They were in the small, comfortable living room. We couldn't hear anything, but it looked like Courtney was listening to some music, her ears covered in headphones, while Bella read in a chair nearby. That's Courtney laying on the couch, I explained. And Bella is reading, as always. She carries books with her all day, every day. I swear she sleeps with them. It was the first thing she created, after Mother, after everything disappeared. Matlock didn't comment, but kept watching the scene intently. I couldn't be certain, but I was pretty sure I saw unshed tears glimmering in his eyes. Then he looked away and cleared his throat loudly. I blew a kiss to my sisters and let the illusion fall away. He coughed again. They're very beautiful. Bella looks a lot like my mother. I nodded. I assumed she looked like your side. She doesn't look much like us except your mother's eyes. Yes. A strange silence fell between us as we looked at each other. This was a man who'd been forced into a role he may have never wanted, but was born into a king, royalty. He'd missed out on so much because of it. Matlock gestured to the couches once again, and we sat down. Well, let's talk about how I can help. I'm not sure if you know about this, but there are a series of tests that a witch will undertake to determine her strengths and weaknesses soon after she reaches maturity. We run them for the warlocks too, but in this case, let's keep it specific to you. I nodded, accepting the pattern of speech as normal. In my family, we only had witches, so being politically correct wasn't really an issue. Yeah, go for it. Well, these trials are usually done at the end of schooling, at age 18 or 19, to determine your place in society after graduation. See, it's important that you learn a variety of different skills and are able to control them, perform them at will, that whole thing. Basically, you need to be able to conjure up everything at your leisure. It shouldn't be a struggle for you to access that magic. Your skill set, the knowledge you've acquired in that schooling, helps determine your place based on the results of your final trial. My place? I didn't like the sound of that. It isn't a bad thing, it just gives the witch and the council an indication of where she should be directed. For example, toward a job that may suit you and your magic. But you can always go your own way if you disagree with the assessment. That's never an issue, but it helps most. A lot of people have no idea what to do after they graduate. This pushes them in a direction most beneficial to their skill set. So what was he saying exactly? That I should go through this testing so that the council could work out where to put me? So you want to what? Test me? He nodded eagerly. Yes, we'll know where to place you. In which realm, and in the appropriate job. I'll be able to set a pay scale for you and send you extra funds if you need them. We can set you up with a job, a house, money, everything. You can send for your sisters when you're settled, and perhaps they too will want to be part of the magic realm. We'd always wanted that. To live in a large community of magically minded people. Granted, they were mourning the loss of mother, and wanted time to do that. But after everything that had happened, I think we all agreed we wanted to be part of where we belonged. And as much as I loved Mother and the solitude she'd created for us, we didn't belong there. To not be so isolated. So separate. I cleared my throat. We would love that. But I wouldn't want to be sent to some distant realm. I'd want to stay close to the human world. And you? I didn't want to vocalize that last bit out loud. I wasn't sure if it would have been too much, too soon. But it was the truth. At least, that was how I felt. He smiled gently. You would most likely stay close by, but remember, with the use of portals, we travel far and wide in mere moments. You'll never be stuck in one place again. Not if you don't want to be, that is. Happiness filled my chest. I would have the freedom to go to places I'd never been, and explore realms I'd never known existed. That sounded like a dream. That would be awesome. I could barely contain the grin that split my face. Chapter 13. This was all I'd ever wanted, to be part of this amazing community of witches and warlocks. To travel, to cast spells, to learn magic that my mother wouldn't or couldn't teach me. When do we start? Well, I will speak to the judges and testing panel as soon as you leave today. Usually it can take weeks or even longer to organize, but I will push for you to be tested sooner rather than later. You must be anxious to start. There was a sudden knock at the door, and Matlock turned his head to the sound. Come in. The door opened, and a man whom I'd never seen before stepped into the room. My heart pounded at the sight of him. He wore tight-fitted black slacks and a dark cashmere sweater that clung to his muscles like a second skin. Something about him was just intense. I didn't know any other way to describe him. Tavlor, Matlock said, turning to greet the man who walked toward him. Sir, the council has sent me to fetch you. There is an urgent matter you must attend to immediately. Of course. I stood up as Matlock did and walked forward on unsteady legs. My belly tightened as the man turned toward me and pierced me with eyes the color of molten silver. What are you? I blurted out before I could stop myself. He couldn't possibly be a simple warlock. He made my heart pound, my stomach clench, and my muscles tremble. He was dangerous, he was gorgeous, he was... I am Tavlor, the captain of the guard. He said it as though it was obvious that I should know this already. The council guard? I repeated, thinking that was what he meant but needing to make sure. I couldn't really assume anything around here. My eyes dropped to the floor. I wanted to look at him, I wanted to stare. I thought the portal guards were gorgeous, and maybe they were in a traditional sort of way, but Tavlor was different. He had steely eyes, a hard jaw. Tall, with dark hair, broad shoulders, and muscles on his lean form. He exuded power but also restraint. He wasn't someone who would willingly harm someone else. I didn't know how I knew it, but that was the impression I got from him. He cocked his head to the side for a moment and assessed me, his gaze running over me from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. I could feel it, even though I wasn't looking his way. My face heated under such intense scrutiny. I wish I had kept my heels on, damn the pain. Now I must have looked ridiculous in fluffy pink slippers paired with tight jeans and a tank top. Then again, I didn't think I was going to run into someone like him. More heat flooded my face as I glanced up and then away again, trying to calm my beating heart. You don't know our ways, he stated. It wasn't a question, but I answered it anyway. No. I'm Ava. I was brought up in a secluded realm by my mother. I've never been here before but came seeking help. I clenched my teeth. I was babbling again. I wished there was a spell to keep me from doing that in front of people. I cleared my throat and fiddled with the belt loops on my jeans. I've suggested to Ava that she be tested by the judges and placed into a position that suits her as soon as possible, Matlock said. There was no argument in his tone. Tavlor nodded slowly, his pupils dilating until his eyes were almost completely black. You have much power. His gaze flickered over me once again. It almost seemed as though he couldn't believe such power radiated from little old me. I pushed out my intuition. It was a trick my mother taught me. Reading people came naturally to me, but the way my mother taught me to use my instincts, mixed with reading ability, gave me insights to people I'd never met before. It was why I knew there was something off with Mallory, more than just her bigotry. I came back with a strange, squirmy feeling. You have a lot of power too. Why are you blocking me? His eyes opened slightly for a moment, and then the look of surprise was gone. I am part Fae, part Warlock. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. His mouth twisted at the corners. That means, to many people I am a crossbreed, a hybrid, a mongrel. Tavlor, Matlock admonished, but didn't try to set the record straight. I stepped closer to the half-Fae, half-Warlock mongrel, who drew me like a warm fire in the deepest winter. He had shoulder-length black hair that shone in the daylight, and he was so tall and broad, I felt like a virtual pixie next to him. I walked as close as I could, until we were only breathing distance apart. He stared into my eyes and I searched out his soul. He was damaged and hurt, and stunningly loyal. Strong, beautiful, in a way only a soul could be judged as so. He glanced away, then stepped back, effectively breaking our connection. It appeared that he was aware of what I was doing, which in itself was rare. Stop, he said. I couldn't. I pushed harder, wanting to know more about the man in front of me. You're a half-breed and yet, they trust you to be the captain of the guard? His gaze snapped back to mine. I can do what they will not. You're ruthless. I asked, desperate to know. I didn't know why I was desperate. I didn't know why this was so important to me. Yes. My breath caught in my throat and heat pooled deep in my belly. I'd never been with a man. I couldn't have. I'd been a captive in my mother's realm, and to her whims. Yet my body wanted him, craved him, yearned for his touch. I forced myself to step back further, both shocked and amazed at the strength of my attraction to him. Perhaps it was the Phi character in him that I had a weakness for. I had to return home and do some research. Maybe I'd contact Bella somehow and see what she knew. If anyone had information I could trust, it would be her. Matlock stepped forward, annoyance twisting his features. I must go, Ava. But thank you for stopping by. I'll get in touch as soon as I have a date for your testing. I swiveled around and tried my best to focus on my father. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help and everything you've offered to do. I'm staying with Mallory. She owns the cafe with the pastries and the window sparkles. The black cat, I believe. Matlock smiled. I know her. I went to school with her. Oh, okay. I backed toward the door through which I'd entered, and Tavlor walked over to stand beside my father. His bodyguard and protector. Perhaps that was what the captain of the guard meant. He served the High Warlock. Thank you again. I opened the door and zipped through the portal back to the transport realm, before once again emerging in the magic realm where Mallory lived. I managed to hold it together until I was outside the council building, and once again breathing fresh air. There, I closed my eyes and put my hands over my mouth to stifle the squeal that rose up and burst from my lips. I grabbed hold of the locket hanging around my neck. My mother's opinion shouldn't matter. I shouldn't entertain anything she had to say when she could have told me all of this earlier, when she was alive. When she'd insisted on me not going to visit Dad. She could have explained. You shouldn't have told him so much, Ava. I growled in response. Of course she would lecture me. Why wasn't I surprised? Mother, stop worrying so much, I snapped. He's going to help me find a job and a home, and everything's going to be okay. You don't understand, Ava. The tests they're going to put you through are going to expose the power inside you. I pulled the locket off and shoved it into my pocket. I needed my mother's voice out of my head. Even now, it was all about her. I had power she needed me to contain. I had done something wrong again. I'd gone against everything she'd worked so hard for. I was a failure. I was tired of not living up to her ridiculously high standards, even in death. It was time to be me, whatever that meant. I couldn't get the guard out of my head. Tavlor. Tavlor, what sort of name was that? And why had his eyes turned so dark when I'd gotten closer? Had that been a sign of arousal? Or was he 2 seconds away from taking my head off my spine, and I hadn't even known it? I really needed to do some research on the Phi. I turned away from the council building and headed home, to Mallory's cafe and my tiny bedroom. My stomach rumbled with hunger as I practically floated back. How did it all go? Mallory asked as she stepped out of the cafe, anticipating my arrival perfectly. Whoa. I laughed at her ability to know when I was coming down the street. My mother used to do that. She always knew when we were returning from a walk, or anywhere really. Mallory looked like a dog on a scent, hungry for news. Considering how much she hated animals, I didn't think she would appreciate the comparison. My stomach growled again and Mallory glanced down. We better get you fed. Come on in. The cafe was quiet, with only 2 couples sitting having cake and coffee. Strangely, it looked like any other human cafe. If I hadn't known better, I'd half expect Aunt Allison to turn up for a cup of tea. Sit here and tell me everything while I make you lunch. Mallory pointed to a stool on the other side on the counter, and I sat down, watching as she bustled around the kitchen, casting spells and making magic. My lunch came together like a dream. Fragrant rice, beef casserole, and spinach leaves on the side. And then, as Mallory waved her hand once more, my favorite dessert appeared. Apple pie with cream on the side. The dessert for people who didn't always like sweet things. This looks amazing. Thank you. The food moved forward on its own merit, and I picked up the spoon that arrived at the side of my hand. I scooped up the rice and casserole and got some in my mouth before the questions started. I needed to eat. I was beginning to feel strange. Did you get to see Matlock? Mallory asked, conjuring a platter of fruit, I assumed for after dinner. I nodded and kept eating, the delicious flavors of onion and garlic bursting through the meat. Yeah, I did. And what did he say? I swallowed my food and shrugged. Not much new stuff, to be honest. He recommended getting tested for my magic, placing me in a job so that I can bring my cats across and we can settle in. He was really nice, actually. I kept eating, happiness radiating through me. It hadn't exactly been the father-daughter reunion I'd been expecting, but meeting Tavlor at the end had definitely made the whole experience more memorable. Not that I would ever see the guy again. Considering he was a guard and I was, well, no one. My father refused to claim me. I had been isolated from this whole world for so long. He would probably forget about me. Hell, he probably already had. I clenched my jaw as I stabbed some more rice and piled up as much as I could onto my fork. What had I expected from my father anyway? To have him welcome me into his arms? To throw away his legacy and tradition? All for what? I shook my head as I continued to eat. I'd been a fool to think something amazing would happen. That I'd learn anything about myself or my larger family. That's it? Mallory asked. You seem disappointed. I said to her, though I didn't know why she would be. Perhaps she just wanted me to dish the dirt, the gossip. Oh. I'm not. I just. She broke off and went about cleaning up the kitchen. I frowned, suspicious of her motives. When's your trial? She asked, her voice too high. I wanted to stop and assess why she was speaking so strangely, but my hunger was too insistent. I don't know. But I told the High Warlock that I had to get back to my cats quickly, so he said he'd get me in as soon as possible. Mallory's eyebrows came together. That's not really his job. I shrugged again. I have no idea what his job is, Mallory. All I know is I have a plan. I can get a job, a home, my cats. We're going to be okay. As soon as I said it, a weight lifted off my shoulders. I'd been struggling with that one. Wondering how I was going to give my sisters any sort of future, when I knew nothing about the world. We were feisty, sure. Courtney especially. But when it came to a lot of things, we were totally innocent, and that shouldn't be the way things were. You seem happier, Mallory said. I met her gaze. I suppose I am. I hadn't really thought about how stressed I was getting, or the fact that I was going to have to dig us out of the hole my mother left us in. I don't know. I pushed the dinner plate aside and pulled the apple pie towards me. Can I ask you a question, Mallory? But please keep in mind, I know nothing about this realm. Mallory laughed gently. I'm slowly understanding that. Ask away. I wasn't sure if this was the woman I should be asking about such matters, but at the moment she was my only friend. As I was leaving the High Warlock's office, a man came in. Yes, and? I bit my lip, not sure which way to play this. Should I say I was totally turned on by a guy I'd never met before? No, best keep that to yourself. He said he was the captain of the guard. Mallory went very still, like a rabbit caught in the headlights of a human car. Mallory? I froze. Was this something I should have kept to myself? I rubbed my lips together, internally scolding myself for my ignorance. You okay? You met? She swallowed. Tavlor. Yes, I did. I swallowed, deciding to play dumb to get more information from the woman who had showed every sign of being a bigot. He came to get the High Warlock for some meeting or something. And I wanted to know, what is he? He didn't seem like us. I gestured between the two of us. Considering how easy it was to read her prejudiced nature, I knew that was my best bet on getting her to talk. Pretending I felt the same way, or at least was uncomfortable around those who were different. Mallory conjured a wine glass with a purple-tinged drink. She took a fortifying sip and I had the absurd urge to laugh. She looked like a woman in desperate need of a cigarette, if witches used those. I've only heard stories. I've never actually met the beast. The beast? I wrinkled my nose. I think that's a bit of an overstatement. Sure, he was a little grisly and rough around the edges, but I wouldn't call him a beast. Not by a long shot. Mallory shook her head and pulled up a stool. No, it's not. He's an abomination. A mix of witch blood and fi. Some say his mother was raped, others say she was in love with the man. But either way, his mother died giving birth to him and he was raised by his aunt, a high-born wife of one of the council members. She scoffed. It's the only way he survived. If he had been born into a low family and anyone had found out about what he was, he would have been killed. A shiver coursed along my spine as she told her story. So this man, this half-fi warlock, was orphaned at birth by his mother and I assumed his father as well. He was then raised by his aunt, among the elite, where they all looked down upon him as though he were a mere animal. Lovely. No wonder his soul seemed so broken, so damaged. Okay, so why is he the king's guard? I mean, the High Warlock's guard then? I don't know the term. Mallory shifted her closer on her chair. He isn't just the High Warlock's guard, he is the captain of the council's guard. He commands all the soldiers at the council's disposal. So he has, like, heaps of power? Yes. This wasn't making any sense. Hang on a second. So you, and obviously a lot of other witches and warlocks, hate the mixing of magical blood, and yet, a hybrid has been given a role that gives him power and massive responsibility. Mallory nodded and shuddered. Yes, everyone is afraid of him. They say he's killed thousands in the council's name. He is the best hunter they've got. He's a seeker. A trapper. She shook her head. They should have gotten rid of him when he was a baby. Now we must all suffer because of their sympathy. He was no innocent babe when he was born, and now look what he's turned into. She spat on the floor. So, he was powerful and an awesomely skilled warrior? That sounded on par with my assessment so far. And he was given that position because of his aunt? Mallory nodded. Yes, none of us know why he wasn't tossed into an orphanage from birth, but it's been said that his mother was an incredibly strong witch, and the aunt was barren. She chose to take in her nephew and raise him as her own. Even though he's half. What? Elf? Mallory sighed, her patience with me at the end of her tether. Half-fi. But what is a fi? They are magical, of sorts. They take their magic from the earth. They are immortal, great warriors and very mischievous. She moved her tongue back and forth. Never trust a fi. They'll trick you into doing horrible things. He's immortal. My voice squeaked, so I swallowed hard to regain control of my throat. That would be problematic for anyone wanting a relationship with him. Not that I did. I wouldn't stand a chance, obviously. But it was interesting to know. Mallory gave me a strange look that meant my reaction wasn't what she expected, and therefore was wrong, as far as she was concerned. I rushed to repair whatever I'd broken. Sorry. I just can't believe anyone could be immortal. That's just so far out of my sphere of normal. Not the reason I was freaked out, but hey, close enough. Mallory snorted. He may live longer than a normal warlock, but he won't live the same lifespan of a fae. However, the fact that he has abilities that we of the magic realm don't have, that we can't recreate, doesn't sit well with us. You mean it doesn't sit well for you? I took another bite of my apple pie while Mallory sipped on her purple wine. The cream was thick, so good. I focused on that rather than on Mallory, and how uncomfortable she made me feel with all of this talk about killing babies. I cocked my head and pushed forward with the questions. So, why did you look so concerned when I told you I'd met him? Because of his mixed blood? I didn't want her to feel like I was putting her on the spot, but I was curious. She took another gulp of her wine, shaking her head. No, because he's ruthless. Vicious. Be very careful if you ever meet him again, Ava. He has absolute power in every sense. He isn't to be trusted. I made a big show of gasping and looking worried. I didn't realize. Thank you so much for the guidance, Mallory. I'd be lost without you. I smiled as sweetly as I could as I pushed my plates away, excused myself, and headed up to my room. I needed a break, somewhere to think. When I was inside my room, I began to pace, my nervous energy too high to rest. So, my father won't recognize me as his biological daughter, because the council would want me dead. The only man I've ever wanted in my bed is a trained killer. And my mother's voice is currently in a necklace in my pocket. I couldn't take any more. That list was more than I ever had to deal with before. I took the necklace out of my pocket, placed it on the bedside table, lay on my bed, and closed my eyes. My heart was aching, my head was full, and the weight of the world's worries could wait until I woke up again. If I was going to survive this, I needed to do it on my own terms. And I would. Tomorrow. Chapter 14. When I opened my eyes again, the sun was dropping out of the sky. I scrubbed my hand over my face, then the lack of my mother hit me like I was missing a limb. I bolted upright. Where is it? The locket wasn't in my hand, and it wasn't on the bedside table where I'd put it. Panic raced through my veins and I rolled off the bed, landing on my knees on the carpet and frantically scrabbling around the blankets for the necklace. Shit. It was nowhere to be seen. I closed my eyes and focused on the energy of the necklace. It was close by. I could still feel it. No one had taken it from me. I dropped onto my belly and surveyed the floor. Around my bed and under. And there it was, lying in a pile on the carpet beneath my bed. I grabbed for the chain and held it tightly in my palm. My mother's voice came barreling over the links and into my head. Ava. Oh my God. I thought I'd lost you. I choked on a laugh as tears slipped down my cheeks. You thought you'd lost me? I half sobbed with relief as I put the necklace back around my neck. Despite the intensity of having my mother around me all day, it was a comfort I wasn't yet ready to give up. I was still angry with her for keeping things from me, for making things about her instead of recognizing that I needed help and not a lecture. But it was nice to hear her voice in my head once again. So what's the plan now? I'm not sure. Dinner, I suppose. Maybe check in with your sisters first? I hope they're okay. Yes. Great idea. I'd been thinking that I needed to talk to Bella earlier. I got up off the floor, and after making sure the bedroom door was locked and no one could get in, I sat on the bed. I closed my eyes and conjured a phone inside my sister's house and one beside me. Once the link was complete, I opened my eyes, picked up the receiver and pushed the one button on the console. It started to ring, and a bubble of laughter caught up in my belly. I'd missed the rat bags. "Hello?" Bella's surprised voice came through the line and I clung to the receiver. "Bella, it's me." "Courtney." "It's Ava. Come quick." There was a shuffle on the line, and I assumed they were both listening to me now. I should have created a speakerphone. Next time I do that. "How are you guys? I miss you." "We're fine," Bella said. "Yeah, boring as ever," Courtney said, and I laughed. We'd always begrudged our quiet childhoods. "You got over the fridge pretty quickly." "I wouldn't say that," she said, and I could picture her twirling a lock of hair around her finger. "It hasn't lost its novelty or anything. It's just boring." "Well, you won't be bored once you arrive in the magic realm. It's crazy busy." There was a shocked gasp. "Really?" Courtney asked breathlessly. "When?" "I saw the High Warlock this morning, and he's going to set up this testing thing for me. Then they'll get me a job, and I can bring you guys across once I have a house, and I know everything's safe." "The High Warlock? You met him?" Courtney asked. Too late, I remembered I should be protecting this call. "Hang on a second." I lifted my hand and conjured a protective spell, waving my hand around me just as my father had done this morning. I could feel more than one spike against the bubble, and realized I was being monitored. By whom didn't really matter, but I had to be more careful, especially if I was supposed to be keeping my sisters a secret. I swiped my hand down, around and under me, and once satisfied it would hold, I went back to my sisters. "Sorry, I had to conjure a protection spell. People are listening to me, and I can't tell them who I am. Who we are." "What do you mean?" Bella whispered through the phone. I gave my sisters a quick rundown on everything I'd done since leaving them, being brutally honest. "You told everyone that our father was a human who'd died?" Bella asked. "Yeah, pretty much. So they don't expect us to be very powerful." Which, as my mother had pointed out, was going to be a problem when my tests happened. Perhaps there was a way to disguise the strength of my skills? Courtney snorted. "Well, that's not gonna happen, is it?" I rolled my eyes. "We'll talk about that stuff when you guys come across, but the most important thing you need to remember is that no one can know who our father is. They'll have us killed." "But why?" Bella asked. "It doesn't make logical sense." I couldn't help smiling. She was always so sensible. Basically, the Council's power is contingent on being able to control the High Warlock, whom they train from birth. Our father has no other children, and as illegitimate ones, we probably couldn't inherit anyway, but like most monarchies, they don't want to take the risk," Bella finished for me. "Exactly." There was silence for a few minutes, and I could hear Mallory moving around in the apartment. More than likely, she was the one listening to me. The question was, though, was she just curious, or did she have nefarious motives? "Look, I better go eat dinner and get ready for the next few days. Take care of yourself, Court, and stay safe, okay?" "Yeah, okay," Courtney said. "Bye." She moved away from the phone and Bella was back. I could hear her breathing. "You okay, Bella?" "Yeah, but Courtney's getting antsy. I'm not sure how long she'll stay in the house with just me." "How much longer do you think you'll be? With you gone so soon after losing Mother?" She let her voice trail off and I waited for her to finish her thought. "I just want to know how much longer." I frowned. Courtney had always wanted to leave the realm where our mother kept us. to explore the world. But our mother's magic had made her stay. Without it, I knew Court would want to rebel. I just need one more week, Bella. Do whatever you need to do to keep her safe. She had his temper, his power, his cheekbones. Okay, Ava. I'll try. You can do it, Bella. I know you can. I know you don't like using your magic against anyone, but if it keeps Courtney alive, then it will be well worth it. Okay, Ava, Bella said with a sigh. There were so many ways to keep Courtney safe, and Bella knew it. Bella could knock Courtney out for a week using a simple sleeping potion if she needed to. Then a thought popped into my head, and I clung to the phone receiver. Oh. Before you go, how much do you know about Phi Men, Bella? Not a lot. Why? I didn't want to tell my little sister what kind of effect Tavlor had on me. However, I didn't want to lie. Certainly, there was a way I could do both. Because I met one. A man who's half Phi, half Warlock. He was intense. That was the nice version. Well, I can do some reading for you, but from what I understand, the Phi are immortal troublemakers who love sex, war, and nature. They're incredibly animalistic, kind of like the Shifters. But they're antagonistic on top of it. It's like, if you leave Shifters alone, they're probably not going to bother you. But even if you leave the Phi alone, they'll come after you, especially if they're bored. I shivered. That sounded daunting. Do you think I can trust him? Well, everyone's different, Ava, but the Phi are as old as time. And fierce warriors. I can imagine they have integrity. But also, living forever tends to blur the lines of right and wrong. Either way, you need to be careful. Everyone seemed to be telling me that. Mother, father, Allison, and now my sisters. Did I really seem that irresponsible? Was I really that reckless? Thanks, Bella. We hung up, and I let the protective spells disperse around me. The intrusions came barreling in. I gasped at the power of them and stood up. If people were listening to me at all times, I was going to have to be careful about what I said aloud to my mother, too. I walked to the door and stepped out into the lounge room, then froze. Ah, Ava, you have a visitor, Mallory said, her voice shaking as she practically clung to her sofa in fright. My gaze moved away from her, to the man standing in the lounge room by the stairs. Tavlor. Hello. Had he just arrived, or had Mallory been waiting for me to surface for a while? Had she been hoping he'd go away before I even knew he was here in the first place? I walked over to him, drawn by his aura. Was that normal? A Phi thing? I wished Bella had more information to share. The High Warlock has instructed that I bring you to the training area for an orientation before your trials tomorrow, he said. His eyes darkened again as he looked at me. Or was I imagining things? Tomorrow. I squeaked out. I cleared my voice. All ready? Oh shit. I wasn't ready. He cocked his head slightly. I thought there was a sense of urgency in this? Well, there is, but yes, sorry. You're right. The sooner, the better. My heart pounded louder. I could barely hear my words over the roaring of my blood. Why did this man do this to me? I felt like a fool around him. If I wasn't careful, I was going to trip over my own feet. I shook myself and straightened my shoulders. Okay, where are we going? To the training zone. He indicated the stairs, and I looked over at Mallory, who was still shivering. Ah, I suppose I'll see you later, Mallory, I said slowly. Thanks for your help. Oh yes. Of course. Mallory put a hand to her chest and didn't move. She was terrified of Tavlor, and I still didn't understand why. Well, I did understand. I just didn't agree with it. I wanted to mount him, an unnerving feeling in itself. I trotted down the stairs and danced through the shop until I was standing on the street once again. So where to? Another portal, or is the training area in this realm? Even to my ears, my voice sounded too high, too excited. Staying cool around this man was hard. Tavlor didn't seem affected at all. He was as calm as the day was long. We can train at Warlock Academy. It is only a few blocks over. We can walk. Great. I stuck to his side and walked down the street next to him. People stared as we strolled by, even crossing to the other side of the street so that they didn't have to step near us. I glanced at Tavlor beside me. Yes, I suppose he was an imposing figure with his too tall height, long hair and dark robes he'd thrown over the dark pants and shirt. But I didn't think it was his physical appearance that was putting everyone off. Why is everyone afraid of you? I wasn't sure if it was rude of me to ask. I probably should have been a little more tactful, but the words popped out of my mouth before I could stop them. Now that they were out there, I couldn't take them back. So I would own them. There was a twitch in Tavlor's cheek as his straight lips tilted down into a frown. Because I'm a bastard, he said as though it was obvious. An abomination. A half-breed. I curled my fingers into fists. He didn't even seem perturbed by the horrible things he was saying. Not in the slightest. I giggled a little at that moment. I couldn't help it. The whole thing was ludicrous. He turned to glare at me, and I clamped my hand over my mouth. I'm sorry, I said, though I didn't sound sorry in the slightest. You sound like one of them. It's ridiculous. I rolled my eyes just for good measure. His gaze changed, his liquid silver eyes piercing my soul. I swallowed down a moan and cleared my throat with a cough. Can you not do that, please? Not do what? He asked, his tone confused. I immediately looked away. No wonder he was deadly. He didn't even realize what sort of effect he had on people. I gestured with my hand, hoping it would help me explain. I don't even know what it is. I feel like you're looking into my soul. He looked away and straightened his spine as though recovering from an insult. I apologize. Oh no, it's okay, I said quickly. I didn't want him to think he was doing anything wrong. Was he doing something wrong? I didn't know the technicalities, of course. I didn't know the laws here. But whatever he was doing, it didn't seem like it was being done deliberately. You probably can't help it, but it's unnerving. I know. His voice was still a growl, but there was a sheepishness about it that was almost endearing. People hate it. Hate it. I burst out laughing again. This time he rounded on me. What are you laughing at? He demanded. I winced. I hadn't meant to offend him. Strangely, I found myself wanting to console him, to make him understand that I wasn't trying to tease. Everything was catching up to me, mother's death, father's rejection, and then offer of help. Mallory's strange bigotry. I was also missing my sisters more than I cared to admit, only because it would bring me even more pain. Oh no. I shook my head. That's not what I meant. I glanced around at all the strangers still watching us. Can we go somewhere private? I asked in a whisper. Tavlor nodded. Follow me. He charged off and I had to run to catch up with him. We didn't speak for another 2 blocks until we were standing in front of an imposing building with high fences. He waved his hand and the gates opened. This is the academy. Wow. My eyes widened. I stepped back, trying to take it all in. What a place to go to school. Where did you learn your magic? He asked, his eyes flickering over me. He was restrained in his tone, at least that was how I interpreted how tight his voice was, but there was a curiosity deeply embedded in his steely eyes. At home, I said. The more I talked to him, the easier the words came. I didn't see him like a half-breed, or whatever he wanted to call himself. He was just an imposing person who made my blood heat up. Homeschooled, I suppose you'd call it. He opened the door and held it for me. I smiled at him as I passed by, my stomach tightening and trembling. I blew out a breath in relief as we walked down the hallways. They were bright and white, and had sparkles of magic moving through the ceiling like a perpetual night sky. In here. Tavlor opened a large wooden door, and I walked into a spacious room with weapons and padding on the walls. It looked like a physical training room. My eyes widened. How this particular room had anything to do with magic, I had no idea. There was so much I wanted to know. This is a bit intense, I muttered, more to myself than to him. I couldn't wait to tell my sisters about this morning when I got the chance, if only to get their initial reactions. Tavlor slammed the door shut and spoke a few words I didn't understand. He waved his hand in that protective barrier way my father had. Did you just put wards up? I asked, whirling around so I faced him. Yes. He nodded. We are completely alone. So tell me what you meant before. I swallowed hard, trying not to laugh, although a giggle escaped through my lips. This was getting ridiculous. I wasn't trying to be silly. God, that was the last way I wanted him to view me, but I couldn't help it. I was hoping you'd forgotten what I said, I admitted. And why is that? He asked as he began walking around me, slowly, stalking me like an animal on the hunt. His eyes left a hot trail as they moved up and down my body. My face heated up, even though I tried to ignore it. I was doing a shit job of it though. I just hoped he couldn't tell I was blushing when he finally stepped back in front of me, and his eyes found my face. I shivered as pleasure coursed down my spine. I tried to brush it aside. Oh God, how do you do that? I said, closing my eyes so that I didn't moan. I dug my nails into my palms, hoping that would help. He grabbed my arms and my eyes popped open. What are you talking about, Ava? He demanded, his voice rough. My eyes snapped open. You seriously don't know how you affect me? I met his gaze as he stared down at me. Affect you? He said. You mean that I scare you? Disgust you? Which one is it? I raised my hand and he let go of my arms. He blinked as though surprised, like he wasn't expecting to hold onto me so tightly. I couldn't stop myself as I cupped his face. Are you serious right now? I asked, searching his eyes. You're the most beautiful man I've ever seen. Every time you come near me, I let my voice trail off. I didn't want to admit how he made me feel. What? He asked, his voice still wary. It was almost as though he thought this was a big joke on him. I want you. I couldn't believe I actually admitted that out loud. Instead of being embarrassed like I thought I would be, I was encouraged to tell him more. Suddenly, I wanted him to know every little detail about it. I wanted him to understand how utterly insane he drove me. My belly tightens, my heart pounds. I don't know how you do it. Is it a phi thing? I mean, making me desire you when I've never even kissed a man before? His eyes darkened to black and lust swept through me. I shivered and stepped closer. I swallowed. It did nothing for my throat, which had gone dry. Like that. I didn't know how my voice got husky. In fact, I didn't know what I was doing at all. But I couldn't stop myself. How do you do it? His hands went around my waist and pulled me into his heat, until our pelvises connected and my whole body shivered with need. When he dropped his face and offered his lips to mine, I couldn't stop myself from going up on my toes and meeting his mouth for my very first kiss. It was wrong. It was so wrong. But I wasn't going to let something like that stop me. Chapter 15. His mouth pressed down on mine and my eyes slid closed so I could focus on the sensation. The kiss was sweet and light and beautiful. Then something changed. Tavlor's passion drew me into a darkening spiral, and I moved my hands up his face until I could twirl my fingers in his long hair. He growled in his throat and my knees buckled. He caught me and wrapped his arms around me, pinning me against his body as he deepened the kiss, pressing my lips open and sweeping his tongue through my mouth. I gasped and moaned against his mouth. Tavlor's hand slid down to my ass, and he kneaded the flesh in a hypnotic pattern. The burning of my locket against my skin became so strong, I couldn't ignore it. I started to pull away to deal with it. Tavlor dropped his hands away from me and stepped back, holding my arms to make sure I didn't topple over. I grabbed for the locket and my mother's voice came blasting through. "Stop. He's a mongrel." I dropped the locket with disgust. "Why does everyone have such an issue with your mixed blood?" I asked, glancing up at him. "I think you're kind of intoxicating." I bit my lip and then ran my tongue over the bite, loving his taste on me still. Tavlor stared at me like I had two heads. "What are you, Ava? Something mixed as well?" "No. I swallowed, stopping myself just in time. "I suppose I am. My father was a normal human, my mother was a powerful witch." "Was?" "Yes, they're both dead now." The words tasted like acid in my mouth, and I conjured a bottle of water to wash away the taste. I hated lying to him like that. "I'm sorry," I said, recapping the bottle. "I'm really killing the mood, aren't I?" He cocked his head. "No, I find you utterly." He didn't finish the sentence, and I found myself wanting to fill in the words. Intriguing. Bewildering. Strange. Incredible. And different. I shrugged. "Well, I've been called worse." I walked away from him with my back turned, not sure how to deal with any of this. My stomach was tight, my breathing labored. I still couldn't believe I'd had my first real kiss. To distract myself from the emotional turmoil rolling through my body, I strolled around the edge of the room, taking in the weapons that lined the walls. "So, how are we going to train? What would you like me to do? Do you have any questions about the testing tomorrow?" he asked, his voice once again cool and businesslike. I missed the heat of the last few minutes immediately. I cleared my throat with a rough cough. "Well, yes. What's going to actually happen? What are they going to ask? Or do to me? How long does it last? Can we do like a test run?" I glanced back over to him as he removed his robes and sweater. I didn't have any cumbersome layers of clothing to remove, but I tugged off my boots and walked into the middle of the room. He sauntered toward me wearing nothing but a pair of black, loose-fitting pants. "Damn. Now this is a problem." "That's not fair," I said with a silly grin. "I can't think straight." He barked out a laugh, short and sharp, then stopped as though he were pulling the emotions into himself again. I cocked my head to the side and stared up at him. "Why are you laughing now?" "Several reasons, actually. You are remarkably straightforward and honest for a witch." Another smile flared to life on my face. I was having fun. "How about that? I'll take that as a compliment." "You should," he said, smiling softly. And there had to be more to it. His smile dropped. "I don't know how to explain this to you, but generally only 5 women find me attractive, and even then, it is limited to only a few, as my Warlock blood is considered offensive by many." "Yeah, right." I crossed my arms over my chest and glared up at him. He was extremely handsome, dominant and covered in scars that spoke of his bravery and strength. What woman wouldn't find that a powerful aphrodisiac? A side of his mouth flickered, as though he wanted to smile. You don't understand this world, so you don't. He trailed off under my stare and then shrugged. If he was telling me that the witches were blind to his sculpted abs and perfect face, then more fool them. I pushed aside my need to protect and reassure him. We were here to work, although both of us seemed to have forgotten that. I dusted my hands together, theatrically. Let's do this. Okay. Well, tomorrow, they'll ask you some basic questions about what you like and don't like. What your strengths are, weaknesses, and so on. Yeah. Sounded like a basic interview process from the human world, almost. And then they'll do some physical tests. I perked up. Now that sounded like fun. Okay. Show me. He took a few steps back. All right. The first one is designed to determine the strength of your defensive spells. I'll throw a spell at you and you need to block it. I nodded and opened my stance, lifting my hands and getting ready with an incantation. Would it be a physical attack? A sensory one? Or something more insidious? The anticipation was exhilarating, making my heart pound and my mouth water. Tavlor held out his hand and suddenly a black wand appeared in his palm. It was beautiful to see such a natural-looking, ornately carved piece of magic. I blinked, surprised that he had one, let alone would bring it into our practice session. We're allowed our wands? If you can conjure it fast enough. He raised his wand and began speaking low, and in a language I didn't understand. I whipped my hand through the air, casting an impenetrable shield, and then pulled my wand from the magical pocket on the side of my thigh. Mother had taught us all to carry our wands in a way that was hidden, so we would blend in with the human world if necessary. Despite being raised in an isolated realm, from the age of 13, we were required to carry our wands with us at all times. Our mother had been paranoid about us being hurt, injured, or kidnapped, and had taught us how to defend ourselves from an early age. I'd never realized how important that lesson was until now. Not just for the human world, but for this very magical realm that she'd once called home. Our wands, of course, weren't needed to create magic, but they were a fantastic amplifier and funnel for magic, especially when someone was first learning. Tavlor's spell came at my shield like 1,000 needles, sharp and cold. But I could also sense how much he was holding back. Very good, he said, and dropped the attack. My shoulders slumped. Was that it? He narrowed his eyes at me. What do you mean? Oh, come on. My mother used to throw harsher spells at me when I was 10 years old. He narrowed his eyes and I laughed at him. You're holding back, I said. Don't. A grin lit up his face, transforming him from handsome to fucking gorgeous. My knees shook. I pointed at him. But no smiling. Using your looks to seduce me isn't fair. His face fell, wiping the beautiful smile from his face, but light and amusement danced in his eyes. Okay, Ava. You asked for it. He whipped his wand through the air and I pushed out with a stronger, tougher shield. His spell hit with the strength of a hurricane, and I took 2 steps back as I wrapped both hands around my wand. Holy shit, he was strong. I clenched my teeth and focused on making the shield stronger, bigger, wider. He flicked his wand back and forth, until I felt the sting of his spell on my face. A technique I'd never seen, but one I obviously needed to learn. Then it was gone, and he dropped his arms. I win that round. So we move on to the next one. Bullshit. Why? Because you got a fleck on my skin? That's not the end. He chuckled and shook his head. Listen, Ava, this is a simple test, okay? It isn't a battle. As soon as they score on you tomorrow, they will stop the challenge immediately, give you a mark, and move on to the next thing. I lifted my chin and dropped my arms, relaxing my magic for a moment. Well, what sort of score would you give me? He shrugged. About a 6. You need to be more flexible and channel your magic faster. Anger boiled in my belly, and I clenched my fists. Despite my attraction to him, I had the overwhelming urge to punch him. I hated to lose, especially when the opponent found me easy to dispense with. Fine, I snapped. Thanks for the critique. What's the next test? Offense. You attack me, and I see how strong you are in that mode. I nodded and gripped my wand with one hand. What sort of attack would you like? His eyebrows fluttered up. Surprise me. I don't want to hurt you. Not seriously, anyway. His smile was a little too smug, but then again, he was almost immortal. Right? You won't hurt me, Ava. I gripped my wand, already speaking the first words of my casting spell inside my mind. That sounds like a challenge, I said. His lips tipped up even more. Give me your best shot. Maybe I could just knock him on his ass? Would serve him right for underestimating me. I flung a tackling spell at him with as much strength as I'd ever used on anyone. He didn't even move. He must have a shield up. That spell would have put both my sisters in the dirt. It had several times before, in fact. I grinned and inched forward, testing the boundaries of his spell with ice. The shape of it was like a giant globe. Clever, and obviously very effective. He grinned beneath his bubble, as my snow filtered down and wrapped around his shield, testing its limitations. But had he protected the floor beneath him? I cast my magic down and set fire to the ground beneath his feet. He hopped between one foot and the other, grimacing, but amusement lit his eyes. I laughed at seeing the crack in his shield. I let the flames grow and box him in, inside his bubble. Sweat formed on his face. With a grin, I pulled the spell back. He wiped his arm across his forehead. That was very good. Excitement shivered through me. Any more? Well, they do have a straight power challenge, but generally they don't do that with the witches. It's a warlock challenge. I marched over to the far wall and faced off against him once more. Let's do it. He grinned, but I didn't feel arousal shoot through me. Good. Hopefully, I'm getting immune to him now. Raise your wand, he instructed, and I did. Now fire at me with all of your strength. What's going to happen? I asked. Our magic will connect, weave around, and then one of us will drop our wands. Why would that happen? Because one magic would dominate and overcome the other. Because it loses? I asked to clarify. He nodded and raised his wand. So this was a true standoff. My locket was singing. I didn't need her help, did I? Shit. With an internal groan, I grabbed for the necklace and my mother's voice whispered inside my mind. Plant your feet, straighten your spine, and when your hand begins to burn, triple the strands of magic like I taught you. Like a rope, remember? If things weren't so intense, I would have laughed. My mother's competitive streak was as wide as mine. With a nod, I released the locket. I corrected my posture and sucked in my core, centering my body and stabilizing myself to the floor. Tavlor met my gaze. Ready. And go. I threw pure magic at him, a single thread of white-hot power. Tavlor's magic came back, traveling over my single thread so swiftly my fingers cramped on my wand with the strength of his power. I hissed at the pain, but refused to give in. This was what my mother had been talking about. I conjured 2 more threads and, beginning at my wand, wove them along my magic, adding strength, adding power. Slowly, I shoved Tavlor's spell back at him. He began to falter, his feet slipping on the wooden floorboards. I focused harder, wanting to prove to him that I wasn't weak. He grabbed his wand with both hands. How are you? Don't hold back, I said through gritted teeth, as sweat beaded on my forehead and my legs shivered with stress. Damn it, he's strong. He grunted and pushed back. I pulled one of my hands away from my wand and put my palm in the air, pushing against his power with as much force as I could. Tavlor growled, his biceps bulging, his teeth exposed in a grimace. I pushed harder than I ever had in my entire life. Tavlor dropped his wand and my legs gave out beneath me. I lurched forward and fell to the ground. Tavlor crawled over to me and pulled me into his arms. We were both panting. The air around us was electric, sizzling with white magic. He caught my gaze and his eyes narrowed. Between breaths he asked, words slow and deliberate, "Who the hell are you?" When Tavlor kissed me this time, part of me felt like I was flying. The other part felt like I was sinking. Both parts were held together by his hands on my face. When we finally pulled away to breathe, he rested his forehead against mine. "What are you?" he asked again, his voice low and in disbelief. How did I answer that without giving everything away? As much as I liked him, I didn't know if I could trust him. Not yet, anyway. "I'm Ava," I said, as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. "I already told you that." His face twisted up, and I realized that my frank, sarcastic answer probably didn't go down so well. He didn't have the same sense of humor I did. Which was fine. I could work with what I had. "I mean, really," he pushed. "Are you sure your father was human?" I let my body relax. I could lie my way through this. If I was able to do it with everyone else, Tavlor should be no different. Look, that was what I was told, but... I shrugged. I hoped he understood I was trying to tell him that anything was possible. He stared at me, his gaze intense. "You're lying." He said it so simply, like it was a fact. Like he knew it, so I shouldn't even bother trying to argue with him. I smiled at him. "Do the Phi have some sort of hidden lie detector?" I teased. He leaned forward, lowering his eyebrows and glaring at me. I clenched my teeth together. My heartbeat quickened. I sucked in a breath, preparing myself. For what? I wasn't sure. I swallowed hard as fear crept through my veins. There was dark, powerful magic swirling in his eyes, and it was such a turn-on. I looked away. What was wrong with me? I shouldn't want this darkness, I should be running from it. It made no sense. Like mother, like daughter. Looks like falling for the bad boy was genetic. I almost reached up to clutch my locket, but I stopped myself. "I may need to report this to the council, Ava," he said, looking away from me. My body tensed. No. What did he mean? Report what? That I'm more powerful than you realized? That's not a crime. I mean, I'm competitive, that's all it is. I just wanted to win. I rushed through my words, stumbling over them in the way I'd stumbled over my heels yesterday. He leant even closer. I hated how badly I wanted him. "Ava, if you're what I think you are, then you could be a danger to our realm. I can't let you just walk around." His tone was firm, and it was obvious he wasn't going to argue otherwise. But his eyes. They were regretful, as though he didn't want this to be true. He didn't want it to be this way. I staggered back, putting up my hands in a universal language that said, "Stop." "What are you going on about?" I asked, my tone defensive. "I am not a danger to anyone." There was a heartbeat of silence, and then Tavlor said, "Prove it." Gah. I threw up my hands again. I don't know anything about this world. How do you suggest I do that? How can I prove anything to you when I don't even know what you would consider a threat? Easily. Tell me who your parents were. My mother was a witch. A powerful one. She was born in this realm 50 years ago, but left before I was born, and hasn't lived here for over 20 years. All the words came out in a rush, as I found myself desperate to prove to him that I wasn't lying. That I wasn't dangerous. And your father, he pushed. I opened my mouth to tell him the lie I'd made up, but one look from Tavlor and I couldn't do it. It wasn't just that I sucked at lying, I didn't want to. And yet, I couldn't risk my sister's or my own safety. I was caught. I can't. I'm sorry. I looked away. I wished he could see the struggle on my face, how difficult it was to deny him his request. You can't? Or you won't. He stepped forward, his entire body tense. I walked toward him, my hands down, my shoulders slumped. I didn't want it to be this way. I wanted to be able to tell everyone who wanted to listen that my father was the High Warlock of all the magic realm. That I was one of his 3 illegitimate daughters. I was proud of my heritage. I was proud of who I was, even if I didn't really understand it. But my sisters came first. They had to. I lowered my gaze. I wish I could tell you everything, but I can't. Did someone make you promise you wouldn't? He asked. I nearly smacked my forehead with my hand. Why hadn't I thought of that? I could have just told him about Aunt Allison's vow. It wasn't even a lie. Just because I was powerful enough to bypass the magic surrounding the vow, didn't mean I couldn't at least use it to work in my favor. Yes, I said quickly. Yes, exactly. His shoulders bunched up as he began to pace the room. This is more complicated than I first thought. There is no way your father was a human, not with the power you possess. If you don't wish for that question to arise in your testing tomorrow, then you're going to have to hold back. What do you mean? I furrowed my brow, shoving my hands in the pockets of my jeans. I tried to stop thinking about how badly I wanted him to kiss me again. I had to focus on the trial and not Tavlor's lips. I mean. He shook his head, his gaze on the ground as he began to pace up and down the wooden floor. You need to use about half the power you have in these exams. Then no one will realize how powerful you are. Chapter 16. Then you believe me? I asked, a wave of relief flowing through my chest. That I'm not a threat? I didn't want him to avoid me, or think of me as someone who was a danger to the realm he was paid to protect. That would make us enemies. I do, but I need to make sure. Of course. How do we do that? You submit to a questioning spell. That didn't sound so bad. Sure. So like a truth serum or something? Yes. You allow me to ask questions and poke into your mind for the answer. That sounded dangerous to my father, and kind of creepy. I understood if he didn't completely trust me, but actually looking into my mind felt like a violation of my privacy. Okay. Well, while I'm happy for you to do that, will that spell find out who my father is? Tavlor shook his head. No. I only want to know if I can trust you. He stopped pacing and turned on his heel so he could face me. I promise I won't look any further than that. As long as you don't ask about my sisters. I nodded and fiddled with the hem of my shirt. I'll submit to that. I trust you not to hurt me, if it will mean that it will help you to trust me. Tavlor waited a moment, the silence between us stretching until finally he grabbed my hand and pulled me closer. He could kiss me again if he wanted to. I wanted him to. I'm going to ask you a question, then look into your mind when you answer. You need to keep your guards down. Don't fight me, or my Phi side will see it as a sign that you are trying to hide the truth. I can't totally control that side of myself, and you appear to bring it out in me stronger than most. I didn't quite understand what he meant, but with his hands on me and his hot body so close, I was struggling to focus anyway. I'll try. What do you want me to do? Just close your eyes. Oh my God, those were some of the sexiest words I'd ever heard. I let my eyes close. Tavlor's hand slid up my arms and up to my head, where he cupped either side of my face. I shivered as heat poured through my belly. This man was so beautiful and strong and sexy. I wanted him to kiss me so badly, and yet, he wanted to put some sort of spell on me. Whatever. Are you here for some nefarious purpose? He asked, and before I laughed aloud at his use of a word that Bella would say was well above the average, I felt a cold hand slide into my brain. What the? Don't fight it, Tavlor commanded, and I struggled to relax my mind. My eyes squeezed tight around the weird prickling pain at my temples, as Tavlor's spell poked around inside my thoughts. He hadn't said it would hurt. Why are you here? He asked, and I gasped as more pain exploded across my frontal lobe. Ow! I reached up to rub between my eyes. Every instinct inside of me flared with heat. I wanted to fight him. I itched to fight him. Instead, I restrained myself. I needed to stay here for so many more reasons greater than this momentary inconvenience. The pressure increased and I breathed how my mother had taught me, deep inhalations and slow exhalations. As I did that, the pain began to recede. I relaxed even more, sinking into his hands and opening my mind the way one would throw open the door to their home. Have you told the truth about your mother? Tavlor asked. This time, a pleasant feeling washed over my body, as a reel of images flashed in front of my mind. Of my mother's face, her magic lessons in the backyard. Are you telling the truth about your father? He asked. This time the feeling hurt and I panted, trying hard not to fight Tavlor's investigation. I had nothing to hide, except what I already told him I couldn't share. The pain grew more intense until I was swallowing a sob. My head pounded, like a migraine but worse. I bit my lip and grabbed onto his waist, afraid I was about to faint. Then the pain was gone. Completely. Like it was never there. I'm done, Tavlor said, and I opened my eyes. The room swam and my knees buckled beneath me. Tavlor swore in a language I didn't understand and swept me up into his arms. I put my arms around his neck and held on tightly, not sure if I was going to vomit or pass out. He spoke a spell I didn't know, and suddenly he was laying me down on a soft bed. He must have conjured one with his magic. I lay against the pillows, breathing hard. Whoa. That was so much more intense than I expected. And painful. Tavlor sat down on the bed next to me, a grimace tugging at his lips. I'm sorry about that. I didn't expect such resistance from your magic, and had to push harder than I normally would. It seems that your natural wards around your mind are strong. I nodded, conjuring a bottle of water, and took a sip to wet the dryness in my throat. Would you like one? I asked out of respect, and he laughed. Ah, no. Thank you. I hadn't seen him smile quite so naturally before. It was beautiful. My breath caught in my throat as I looked at him. I didn't care if I was staring. I was enthralled to the point where I didn't care about anything else but him. I smiled in return and drank from the bottle, a strange fatigue tugging at me. Getting through his interrogation had taken more of my strength than I'd expected. Did you find anything nefarious? I asked in a teasing tone, my eyes lighting up. He shook his head. No, I didn't, and I apologize for putting you through the investigation, but I had to know. I understand, it's your job. I twisted the cap onto the water bottle and looked down at my feet. The interrogation had taught me more about my magic, and his. I didn't understand how he was able to cast such a spell. Could I do something like that? Or did it come with his position? Or was it something special half-breeds could do that others couldn't? Tavlor was fidgeting with his clothing and flicking invisible lint to the floor. I frowned. Without warning, I reached out and touched his forearm. What's up? I asked him. He flinched under my touch. What do you mean? I mean, what's wrong? You seem worried. Does this have to do with what you saw? He smiled and turned towards me, the blue of his eyes returning as he stared at me. I saw a lot more than I wanted to, he admitted, his eyes on the floor. Normally, I am not affected by what I see in a person's mind. I stay on task. It is an interrogation only. My heart plummeted. What do you mean? I sat up and frowned at him. What did you see? He put a hand out and stroked my arm, as though he wanted to keep me close. That had to be a good sign, didn't it? Oh, do not worry. I only saw. He sighed. I saw how lovely a person you are. I relaxed against the pillows and turned my hand over so that I could stroke his arm. Why is that a problem? I asked tentatively. Because I do not wish to be attracted to you, and you're making it very difficult. His fingers caressed my arm and goosebumps sprang up all over my skin. I laughed, truly pleased with the compliment. Well, right back at you there. His face became shadowed. You mean because I am so distasteful? I sat upright and reached for him, grabbing onto his arms. I have no idea how anyone, and I mean anyone, could find you anything other than beautiful. I didn't understand why he kept making the assumption that I did not care for him because of what he was, when the truth of the matter was that I didn't understand the ways here. Perhaps in that respect, it was a good thing Mother had isolated us. I didn't have the same prejudices others seemed to have. I only saw beauty when I looked at him, nothing else. He frowned and I closed my eyes, desperate for him to understand. Do your thing, I insisted. Look in my mind and see for yourself. I'm not lying to you. What do you mean? He asked. Search inside my mind for the answer then, I said. You'll trust me if you see it. I know you will. He didn't respond for so long that if I hadn't been holding on to his arm, I would have worried he'd left the room. Then his hands moved to cup my head, and this time I opened the doors to my mind without a second thought. How do you feel about me? He asked. His voice was quiet, as though he didn't want to allow himself to be hopeful. I gasped, sucking in a breath as he poked straight inside my mind. Shit. That was not the question I'd hoped he would ask. I thought he was going to make sure I didn't care about his status as a half-breed. Or something about his weird insecurities. I didn't even know what I felt about him. I had no idea what he was going to find. The pressure pushed through my brain from one side to the other, and then it was gone. My eyes popped open. Well? I asked. His eyes were wide, shocked. You're a virgin. I blinked. I wasn't sure what that had to do with how I felt about him. A sexy smile tugged up his lips. You want me to change that? I couldn't have been more surprised if he'd slapped me in the face with a fish. Then I narrowed my eyes and stared at him. Of all the things you found in my head, that was the part you're most shocked about? My face was on fire, but I refused to let him get the better of me. I would not let him embarrass me. He opened his mouth to respond, then shut it again, glancing around. The Warlock was at a loss for words. I slid off the other side of the bed and stood. I didn't try to make the bed vanish. It was his conjure, and my mother taught me not to destroy someone else's creations. However, I did feel uncomfortable beside it, especially after the revelation he'd made while poking around in my mind. I couldn't deny that it also made a good barrier between Tavlor and me. He got to his feet too. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you? What are you talking about? Why would I tell you something like that? I barely know you. I crossed my arms over my chest. It's none of your business. His face darkened with what I had to assume was an embarrassed blush. Well, you what? You looked inside my head and realized I am attracted to you? That I think you're fucking hot. Then you get all squeamish and disturbed by the fact that I'm going to be lousy in bed, because I've never had sex before? I scoffed. I thought that considering you know what it's like to be discriminated against, you, more than anyone, would be more understanding. But clearly I was wrong. My hands had planted themselves on my hips, and I was yelling. When had that happened? Suddenly the barrier between us was gone, and Tavlor was pressing up against me, kissing me with all the passion of a starving man at his first feast. I couldn't help but respond. I could sense the urgency, the fear that I would reject him. Pull away. I pressed my hands against his naked chest, wanting to get closer, to feel his skin, to assuage this hunger and ache he'd created inside me from the first moment I'd seen him. He lifted me, and suddenly there was a bench beneath my ass. I opened my legs and pulled him between my thighs, wishing the barriers of our clothes were gone. I leaned back and stared at him. Oh my God, you're... He waited, and the chill returned to the room. No. He was expecting a rejection. I lifted my gaze and let all the heat from my desire burn through me. Spectacular. He possessed a real warrior's body, with old battle wounds and scars covering him. But that didn't detract from the muscles, the strength, the sheer beauty of him as a man. I grinned and grabbed around his biceps, pulling him hard against me. He pulled me into his body and sank his teeth into my neck. I shuddered, not sure how to stop the moans that were rising in my throat. I wrapped my still-dressed legs around his waist and pulled his head up so that I could kiss him again. He froze and cocked his head as though listening. His gaze met mine, and all the heat that had been there moments ago was gone. What's wrong? I whispered, my lips still dangerously close to his. Surely the virgin thing hadn't put him off. I mean, he knew that before he started kissing me, so I imagined he was okay with it. He was willing to work with me. Someone's here, he said, his voice like sandpaper. That doused the flames of my desire immediately. What? I think it's the High Warlock. Though he shouldn't be here without an escort. What? My father was here? I pushed Tavlor back and jumped off the bench he'd conjured for me to sit on. What's he doing here? Tavlor flicked his wrist, and he was suddenly fully clothed, and I was not as disheveled. Thanks, I said, running my hands over my now cool face. What was my father doing here? And if he was supposed to have an escort, why was he here alone? The door opened, and the most powerful warlock in the realm walked in the door. He wore long black robes. The silver highlights in his dark hair were more obvious in the daylight. Tavlor strode straight over to him. Sir. Did I miss your call? Do you need me? Why are you here? Matlock stepped around Tavlor and walked over to me. I'm here to see Ava, he said, barely acknowledging Tavlor's presence. I hoped it was because he was so focused on finding me, and not because he, too, thought Tavlor was less of a magical being because of his parentage. The time for your trial has been confirmed, and it will be early tomorrow morning. Early tomorrow, I exclaimed. His eyebrows flicked up, and I forced myself to take a deep breath in order to control myself. I'm sorry, I said quickly, my heart still hammering against my chest. I just thought I'd have more time to prepare. I feel so stupid when it comes to everything here. I'm not sure if I'll do things the right way. What if Mother taught us wrong? Matlock smiled as he reached out and squeezed my hand, and then dropped it as though he remembered where we were. You'll be fine, he insisted. I pressed my lips together and looked away, wiping my sweaty palms on my jeans. I hoped Tavlor didn't realize why I was so nervous. Then again, he was more perceptive than ever before. Matlock continued. Your mother blew everyone away at her trial. Yeah, and look what happened to her, I said. I wasn't trying to be a smartass, but if my mother was so damn good at magic, how did she let magic kill her the way it had? I wanted to reach up and touch my locket, to ask her, but I didn't. Not here. Not in front of Matlock, and especially not in front of Tavlor. Silence fell like a death knell, and I regretted the words instantly. The locket around my neck that had been silent and cold through my time with Tavlor began to burn. Yeah, Mother, I know. Don't piss off Dad. I looked down. I shouldn't feel guilty. I shouldn't. This man hadn't been part of my life until now, and he didn't want to admit who I was in public. I understood that it was because he wanted to protect me, but at the same time, I couldn't help but be frustrated at the fact that now he wanted to treat me like he was my father, and I was his daughter. He didn't get to pick and choose when he would be my father, and when he wouldn't. I cleared my throat. Thank you for coming all this way to tell me about my trial, Matlock, I said coldly. He stepped back, addressing us both now. Oh. Well, I had some business in the realm, and I heard that Tavlor was here with you, he said. I thought I may as well, how do the humans say it? Kill two birds with one stone. Tavlor came closer to where we were standing, his magic vibrating in a way I'd never felt before. He could feel it, couldn't he? The connection between my father and me? The strangeness? I lifted my gaze and met Tavlor's head-on. His powers poked into my head, and this time my natural walls slammed down and blocked him out. I glanced away, unsure of the reason he was looking inside my head. To look for the answers to the questions he now had about Matlock and me? Or was there something else? A flare of annoyance sparked in my chest. Who did he think he was? Why was he in my head right now? Who gave him that right? Just because I'd permitted it before, didn't mean I was okay with him doing it now. I looked toward Matlock. Tavlor was helping me prepare for tomorrow, and he pretty much kicked my ass. I hoped Matlock wasn't able to tell that I was lying. We definitely hadn't been fighting. We'd nearly been about to do something else before Matlock had showed up. Can you tell me how to beat a half-Fae, half-Warlock for the next time I get a go at him? I was mostly joking to break the tension weaving through the air around us, the curse of a first child. I was always trying to make the adults around me more comfortable. Matlock didn't laugh, instead turning toward Tavlor with a scowl. You used your magic on her? What were you trying to do, kill her? The anger he was directing at Tavlor was totally out of proportion now. Tavlor didn't respond, but instead pulled his cloak shut around him so that he looked like a floating head on a black body. I grabbed Matlock's arm and dragged his attention back to me. Don't scold him like that. Chapter 17. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to harangue him like this. I knew he was High Warlock, and he had a reputation to uphold. Would I be punished for speaking to him this way in front of Tavlor? He helped me a lot. I was only joking about him kicking my ass. I glared at him and tried to communicate something along the lines of, "Stop being so obvious, Dad." Matlock nodded and shrugged my arm off. He glared, a warning to me. I wasn't behaving properly. I understand that you are not from our realm, Ava, but you do best to control yourself, he said. I am the High Warlock after all. He shifted his gaze so it rested on Tavlor before coming back to me. I'm glad he helped you prepare for tomorrow, but as a warrior, he should not have gone anywhere near you. I looked at him with my nose in the air. Really? I asked. I knew I was pressing my luck by outwardly defying him, but I was annoyed with how he treated me and how he treated Tavlor. I would have thought that a warrior would be the perfect training partner. No, he snapped. He is too strong for you. He could hurt you, kill you, Ava. I know you don't understand anything about this world, but Tavlor is a trained killer. Ruthless, incredibly powerful, and without empathy. He might not have been able to control himself, especially if he lost sight of who you are and only saw you as a threat. Tavlor didn't respond to the accusations, as though they were an everyday occurrence. As though he was used to being treated in such a way. Like an animal. Well, not on my watch. I wasn't going to let that stand, even if he was the High Warlock. Listen, Matlock, I said, pointing my finger at him. You may rule over all things around here, but if you want to call someone unempathetic, how about I conjure you up a mirror? Matlock opened his mouth to reply, but I cut him off. He is a man. And just because you and your cronies have trained him to be your killer for hire, doesn't mean he's any less human than you or I. Got it? I glared at Matlock, not risking a look at Tavlor beside me. I didn't know why I cared so much about Tavlor's feelings, but I was already so sick of hearing how disgusting he was. Didn't they all have eyes? Souls? Perception? The man I'd kissed, touched, fought, had a soul as strong and deep as an ocean. And I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that in this fight for my future and my life, I wanted him on my side. Excuse me? Matlock's voice was low, dangerous. A warning. Ava, thank you for your words, but they aren't necessary, Tavlor said quickly. I wondered if he could sense my father's fury. I am here to serve the High Warlock, and his assessment is not untrue. I let my hand drop and looked over at Tavlor. Oh, really? I said, furrowing my brow. One hand rested on my hip while the other gestured around like a crazy person, because I couldn't seem to get a handle on myself. I was that angry with Matlock. So, you are this monster that everyone thinks you are? I knew the challenging words were unnecessary, but he had to stop submitting to all this crap. He had to stand up for himself. He had to do something, or people were always going to treat him this way. He didn't answer. However, the heat in his eyes flared and his teeth clenched so tightly his jaw popped. After a moment, his shoulders rolled back. He relaxed. Instead of responding to me, he turned his attention back to Matlock. Sir, can I accompany you to your business? He asked. Or would you like me to get Ava home? Matlock's eyes narrowed. Make sure that Ava gets back to her accommodations, and I'll see you tomorrow at the council meeting. Yes, sir. Tavlor gave a stoic nod, ever the proper soldier. He held out his hand and indicated I should walk in front of him. Fine, I snapped and marched forward, hauling open the door and wishing I was allowed to use my magic to hurt people. I didn't actually want to inflict harm. I just wanted someone to understand that Tavlor wasn't a monster, and he shouldn't be treated this way. But no one seemed to care enough to listen. Not even Tavlor himself. Both of these men could use a good slap. I'll see you tomorrow, Ava, at the trials, Matlock said. He gave me one long look, as though warning me to keep my temper in check. I was sure no one had ever dared speak to him the way I had. I wasn't sure what that meant to Tavlor, but he was clever. I wouldn't be surprised if he could figure out Matlock was my father from this one simple exchange. I glanced back at him. I didn't know that you'd be there. Why, yes. The council looks at the results of the tests and determines what the next course of action is for the participant. More study or a profession? I nodded. Okay. Thanks. See you tomorrow. I walked through the door and held up my hand as Tavlor attempted to follow me. I'm fine. Please don't bother escorting me. I'd like to be alone. I didn't give him a chance to ask more questions. Instead, I hurried down the hallways and back outside. Tomorrow I'd stand in front of some very powerful witches and warlocks, and perhaps the half-fi man that I was beginning to fall in lust with. The second I was alone on the street outside the school, I clutched the locket. I never thought I would ask for Mother's assistance again, but I needed her more than ever now. Mother, you've gotta help me get through this, I muttered under my breath. You can do this, Ava. I blinked in surprise. I thought for sure she was going to be on my case about how I'd messed up. Instead, she sounded almost encouraging. You've wanted this your whole life, to be part of your father's world. Now go and grab it with both hands. Despite the fact that I wasn't used to the layout of this place, I managed to find my way to the Black Cat Cafe with relative ease. I hurried up the stairs and into the little apartment Mallory kept above her cafe. She wasn't there, most likely working downstairs. So I headed into my room, collapsing on the bed. My mother's encouraging voice rang in my ear as I drifted off to sleep. I woke the next day with my head in my hands. If it was possible for a brain to throb, that was exactly what mine was doing. There was a gentle knock on my door, breaking me from my thoughts. Ava. Mallory's voice came through my door while I sat on my bed, trying to breathe through my nerves. It's time to go. What the hell was I going to say when they asked me how strong I was? Was it one of those tests where all I needed to do was answer verbally? Or would I be required to prove my answer to them? Surely I could hide my strength. I could lie. I could downplay my talent. How hard could it be faking weakness? I knew women did it all the time. Why else would there be terms like shrinking violet and wallflower? I stood up and cleared my throat. It didn't matter. I had a trial I had to attend. I suppose I would figure it out once I was there. Coming. I called, pulling my fingers through my hair, trying to comb out the knots. There was no running from this, even though part of me wanted to. I showered, ate, and dressed in the most comfortable clothes I could conjure up. The only question now was whether to wear my mother's necklace or not. I stepped back into my room from the bathroom and threw up the protection spell so no one could hear me. I plucked up the locket I'd left on the nightstand and stared at it, as though I could see Mother's face in the faded gold. I wish I could. Mother, what do you think? I asked in a low voice. Should I leave the necklace here, or take it with me? I heard Mallory moving outside my room. Whether she was doing some household chore or she was trying to listen in on my conversations, I didn't know. I still wasn't sure I could trust her. I don't know, Ava. I'd like to be there to guide you. Help you. But there is a chance the council will sense my presence, and that would not bode well for either of us. Then I'll see you after the trial, I said. There was no way I was risking anyone else getting their hands on what was left of my mother's soul. I just needed somewhere I could safely leave her. I took the necklace off and conjured a jewelry box before me on the side table next to my bed. I placed the necklace inside and then spoke a spell to make the box disappear from view. No one could steal it if they couldn't find it. Ava. Mallory called again, and I tried not to groan aloud. That woman's voice grated on my nerves. It almost sounded as though she were trying to be maternal, but she was far from it. I was grateful for the roof over my head, but I was starting to get more and more concerned about Mallory and her behavior. I was worried that she would see through my lies eventually. I pulled open the door and walked out of the room, conjuring a hair elastic and gathering my long hair up into a high ponytail. I'm ready, I said to the woman who'd given me a safe place to sleep, eat, and rest since I'd arrived. She turned to me with a smile, her hair particularly vibrant this morning. All right, let's go. I tried to hide my surprise. You're coming with me? Yes. She nodded once, narrowing her eyes. It almost seemed like she was upset that I would consider going without her. I'll close the shop for 10 minutes and walk you. It isn't far. Okay. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. I couldn't tell her no. Not when she seemed so volatile when I brought it up in the first place. Thanks. I wasn't expecting such attention, but I supposed it couldn't be too damaging. In the end, she only walked me to the same school building that Tavlor had brought me to yesterday. Oh, it's here? I forced a smile. Great. Would you like me to walk you in? She stepped forward, but I raised my hand to stop her. No. Thank you. I'm a little nervous and need a moment to myself. I tapped my foot on the pavement nervously. I appreciate that you're here, that you've walked me this far already. Oh. Mallory looked crestfallen. She fiddled with her fingers and rubbed her lips together. She sucked in a breath, and suddenly, her face contorted into one of indifference. All right. I'll see you after the trial. Really? Before I could think more on it, Mallory disappeared down the street. She stopped at the corner and glanced at me over her shoulder, then she strolled out of sight. Now that was a bit weird. I shook my head. I had a lot more to worry about than Mallory's strange behavior. I had to lie. I had to prevent the council from realizing I was much more powerful than I seemed. I had to worry about hiding who my father really was. I had to worry about seeing Tavlor again, especially after those kisses. As I walked, I reached for my mother's locket only to come in contact with my skin. I shouldn't have been surprised it wasn't there. I'd taken the necklace off to protect my mother and myself. And yet, I couldn't help but feel disappointed that I was alone. Wasn't this what I wanted? To finally do things without my mother telling me what to do in my ear all the time. I thought so, but now that it was happening. I dropped my hand and continued forward. I walked through the gates of the school, in the huge front door and along the corridor, looking for where I needed to go. I had forgotten to ask, and now I didn't see anyone. Was this a test? I didn't know. I stopped, feeling lost and silly. After another moment, I decided I needed to do something about it. I felt the people who were waiting for me. I closed my eyes and focused on the souls nearby. There was warmth and talking and people down the next corridor. I strode down the corridor to my left and opened the door to a room with only 3 people in it: an older man, a young woman, and Matlock. Hello, Ava. The woman stepped forward and smiled. She seemed nice, but I knew well enough I couldn't trust people here. Come on in. She beckoned me forward. Glad you found us. I smiled and forced myself to wave awkwardly. Hello. Matlock stepped forward, careful to keep his gaze reserved. I wasn't sure if this was easy for him or if it was difficult. Regardless, he was able to introduce the 2 people he stood with to me without giving anything away. Ava, this is Nathan, he said. He is on the council with me. He gestured at the nice woman. And this is your tester, Abigail. I glanced across at Abigail. She didn't look any older than me, with hair in dark brown ringlets and an angelic face. Oh, hi. I said to her. She didn't speak but nodded once. That's when I noticed her ears poking out amongst the tendrils of curls. Were they pointed? Was she an elf or something? I shot a questioning look at my father. She's a... Yes, Abigail is a full Fae. I don't know anything about the Fae. No offense. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage since I don't know any of her strengths or weaknesses. A chuckle rolled around me and Matlock said, This isn't a fight. It's a simple test. Abigail smiled at me. I was told of your background, Ava. Or perhaps I should say, your lack of a proper education. I respect your courage in coming forward today. The reason they ask a Fae to stand in for these trials is that we are mostly immortal. If something goes wrong, it is very hard to injure us. I could hurt her. I didn't want to do that. Oh. But what about your powers? Is there anything I should know? Are you Like 10 times stronger than me or something? Abigail grinned. No, not at all. However, I am a few centuries older than you, so perhaps my magic will be more extensive than your own. Perhaps? Wow. I stared at her. You don't look a day over 21. And she didn't. She had the most beautiful face, clear skin, and bright eyes. Abigail glanced at Matlock. I like this one. Matlock's smile was a little too full of pride, and I rushed to pull the attention back to me. Is the rest of the council nearby, or is it just you two? I asked. Matlock waved his arm in the air and a veil fell, revealing a group of a dozen or so people sitting in comfortable-looking chairs arranged like stadium seating, observing our every move. I shifted a couple of times, uncomfortable with the scrutiny. I didn't realize I would have this many people watching. At the corner of that group stood Tavlor, drawing my gaze from Abigail. I swallowed. My eyes skimmed his handsome face, noting how a couple of errant black hairs framed his high cheekbones. I couldn't help but stare at his lips. God, I wanted him to kiss me again. Chapter 18. If I were being honest, I wanted him to do a lot more than just kiss me. The image of the bed he'd conjured flashed into my head. I closed my eyes, my cheeks filling with warmth. I shook my head. When I opened my eyes, he locked gazes with me, and fire consumed my body. I cleared my throat and straightened my spine. I couldn't keep looking at him. He would distract me from the testing. Although, maybe that was a good thing. Maybe that was what I needed, so I didn't come across as too powerful for half-human. I only had to do enough for them to sign off on my getting a job, so I could bring my sisters across without anyone knowing, nothing more. Okay. I nodded once. Let's do this. Matlock walked forward and placed his hand on my shoulder. Good luck, Ava. Thank you. I took a deep breath as he and Nathan disappeared behind the veil, and I was left in the room with a disturbingly quiet and small Abigail. She seemed nice enough, but I was already uncomfortable with everything here. This is all very odd, I said to her. I wasn't sure if it was appropriate for me to say that in the first place, but I couldn't help it. She smiled. I have to return the compliment, Ava. I too believe that you are quite odd, but in the best way. You aren't like the many witches I have met before you, or that I have worked with like this. I'm eager to see what you can do. I cocked my head at her, frowning. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. My pride tickled. I wanted to show everyone here what I could do, what I really was, but that was just my competitive side surfacing. That's a compliment, I stated, surprised. I wasn't sure the Phi were capable of compliments. Tavlor surely wasn't. She laughed, actually laughed, then pulled her face into the semblance of calm. It is, she said. Most certainly. She walked across the room and took off her long outer robe, revealing a flowing white outfit. It had strips upon strips of material, and it made her look a bit like a tree. However, it was striking, and it complemented her willowy shape. So what's the first step? I asked, placing my hands on my hips. I rocked my weight back and forth, letting out a breath. She smiled again. You aren't familiar with what's going on today. Was it that obvious? No, I'm not, I admitted. I barely remembered what Tavlor told me about the trial in between our heated confrontation. I struggled to remember. We do 3 tests, I think. And you see how strong I am in each element. Abigail smiled. Yes. Since you don't know the way we do things, I'll give you a little more time than normal. The first task for me is to ask you a few questions. Oh, that's right. Like a job interview. Abigail nodded. Next is to see how well you defend yourself, then an attack spell, then a third test of your choosing. My choosing? I cocked my head to the side. I hadn't heard about that part. Well, yes. It's to showcase your talents. But we'll get to that in a moment. First, Ava, tell me about yourself. Where do you see yourself in the future? I glanced toward the veil that hid all the other witches and warlocks. I nearly rolled my eyes. Mother didn't like us watching television, but Courtney was addicted. This particular question seemed to be common amongst humans, and it was more cliché than I realized now that I had to deal with it directly. Can they hear everything I say? I asked in a low voice. Yes. She nodded once. They take notes and then may ask questions at the end of the trials to clarify points, to ask for explanations, that sort of thing. There's nothing for you to worry about, Ava, I assure you. I wasn't sure about that, but she seemed so sincere, it was hard not to believe her. Oh, okay. I fiddled with my fingernails before snapping my fingers away. Well, I was homeschooled by my mother my whole life. I don't know what sort of jobs I would be good at. Abigail nodded and conjured 2 chairs facing one another. Please have a seat. I did, and Abigail sat opposite me. Well, Ava, if your mother was anything like mine, then she would be the first to point out your weaknesses, she said. I laughed, feeling myself relax a bit. Yes, you're right, I said, rubbing the column of my throat with my hand. Okay. She used to say I was good at conjuring physical entities like food, clothes, that sort of thing when I needed them, but wasn't good at forethought. Planning. I recently learned that my mother had built our entire house with her magic, and we never even knew it. Abigail's brows rose. That's impressive. Yes. I suppose. I can't build big things that are long-lasting, though I've never tried. I shrugged. I didn't tell Abigail that the reason my mother died was because it was too much for her. Or that everything we grew up with had disappeared. How about defensive spells? Abigail asked. Her voice was soothing, so it was easy for me to fall into a rhythm with her. I shrugged, glancing away. I suppose I'm okay at them. My foot tapped nearly of its own accord. I didn't know why I was starting to get nervous. And attacking spells? I nearly shrugged for a 3rd time, but I stopped. I didn't want to be petulant. Less so, I admitted. I haven't practiced much. Except with my sisters, and I couldn't tell her that. And your interests? Abigail leaned forward slightly, raising her brow. She still seemed friendly, warm. Would you like to learn more medicine? Potions. Are you interested in teaching? In working with animals? I took a moment to give myself a chance to think. I really didn't know, but felt the need to respond in some way. What did I like doing? What was safe, easy for me to pick up? Something to start out slow and that wouldn't draw too much attention my way? I like people, I said slowly. Children. I opened my mouth, ready to tell them how well I got along with my sisters, how I helped my mother raise them. I bit my bottom lip to stop myself. Teaching might be a good avenue to explore. I released a breath. That was too close. Abigail glanced over at the veil as though she could see through it, but when I looked, there was nothing there. All right. She nodded and beamed at me. Then we may as well move on to the first test. Please stand over on the blue line. What blue line? I glanced over my shoulder and before my eyes, a sky blue line suddenly appeared, drawn by magic across the wooden floor. Ah, that one. I chuckled to myself as I stood and walked over to the line, my face flushing. I should know by now that things had a way of appearing, if called upon. How long would it take me to get used to people using magic in everyday tasks? My mother had encouraged us to learn how to cook and clean for ourselves, though magic was 100 times faster. Now I understood why she'd done it. She thought we would eventually transition to the human world. She didn't want us to depend entirely on our powers. She wanted us to be able to survive. I appreciated that now. At the time, though, I'd hated it. I wanted to just wave my hand and do magic. I stood on the line and conjured my wand straight away. We didn't use wands much at home, but I supposed that for formality's sake it was required of me. The wood appeared in my hand and I clung to it, a zing of magic pulsing through my fingers. I had to protect myself. I didn't want to be hurt, but how long would one last against a tiny Phi woman? I pressed my lips together, blowing out a breath through my nostrils. I should have asked Tavlor more questions. I should have focused on my actual trial, and not the fact that he'd figured out I was a virgin, simply by looking into my mind. I did remember he said that she'd stop the moment she scored a point. "Ready?" Abigail called from about 30 feet away. She held no wand. In fact, she looked as calm as one who was waiting for a bus. I nodded and threw up a shield, a bubble that went right under my feet, leaving no open areas for her to poke me. 3, she began. 2. 1. Guard yourself. I grinned. Already done. Abigail lifted her hand, her palm pulsing with a white ball of magic. She hurtled it at me. The ball splattered against my shield and spread out, revealing its shape to her. She smiled, eyes slightly wide. Impressive. She twisted her hand and the white magic flicked and began to flame, burning holes in my defenses. I didn't lose well, Mother always said that. Everything in me wanted to fight her now that she was beginning to beat me. I twisted my wand to create stronger, tougher shield bonds. Then suddenly I realized that this was not the best course of action. I was meant to be half human. Remember. So I let the shield drop and a spark of her Phi magic twinged my arm. I winced, nearly dropping the wand to the floor. I held on to it, taking a deep breath. The rest of her magic disappeared, as though it had never been there in the first place. Silence fell in the room as Abigail stared at me, and I pulled my mental guards up, remembering how much Tavlor liked poking around inside my head. "That was well done, Ava," Abigail said. I wished I could tell what that meant. There was something in her voice that seemed to hint there was more than what she said. But I couldn't figure it out. Shall we move on to the next test? I didn't have much of a choice, did I? Abigail's eyes glinted as she walked forward. She knew I'd given up too easily on that trial. I didn't know how she knew it, but she did. My stomach tightened with worry. She wasn't going to make it so easy for me on the next one. If Abigail already recognized I was holding back, could anyone else figure it out too? Probably. I doubted Abigail was the most powerful being here. Abigail leaned forward, distracting me from my thoughts. With an eager look in her eye, she said, "It's your turn to try and attack me." Try? I asked, raising an eyebrow. So not many people succeed? Abigail laughed. Everyone succeeds in the end, she assured me. The trial doesn't stop until you score a single point. Remember that. This will all be over soon, and you won't have to worry about it anymore. There was a strange noise to the side behind the veil. Was it a word? A cough? I couldn't tell. Maybe I was imagining things. Okay, I said. I flexed my fingers and then loosely curled them into fists. How would you like me to do it? Was I to use a knife? Fire? Pure white-hot magic? She grinned. Any way you like. She said it like it was going to be a cinch. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to cry. If anything, I wanted to get this over with. I will simply stand here with my shield up and you penetrate it. Like I did with you. Understand? That sounds simple enough, I said slowly. But surely I can't beat you. You're a fae. She smiled. You're an untrained witch, she said. I'll use a level 5 shield. You'll be able to get through that fine if you know your offensive spells. I nodded, clutching my wand tighter. I do, but I'm not used to attacking someone who can't fight back, I said. Can't you spar with me instead? I don't think I feel comfortable throwing magic at you for no reason, besides the trial, that is. Abigail glanced off toward the veil and then back to me. Perhaps after this you may choose a one-on-one fight as your third trial, but this one is simply to show if you can penetrate a shield, she said. Let's focus on one thing at a time, Okay, but just so you know, I've never attempted such a thing. Not unless you counted the sparring my sisters and I did for fun. I didn't know why I was warning her in the first place. She would probably defend this without any issue. I was an inexperienced witch, just as she'd said. Maybe worrying about pretending to be weak was unnecessary. Maybe I really was weak. My mother had taught us all how to shield ourselves, but never to get up and under one. I shook my head. Have a go. It is like creating a shield, but the inverse. You seek instead of protect. I nodded and then rolled my shoulders back. The tension eased, but only slightly. All right. I walked back to the blue line. Abigail pressed her palms together like she was praying. You may attack. I shuddered and shook off the word. I didn't like to think that I was attacking her, not in the least. Okay, here goes. I lifted my wand and held out my left hand. I conjured up a ball of white light, concentrating on the strength and heat of the magic, making it strong, penetrating, and fast. Then I turned and threw the ball straight at her, expecting it to splatter across her shield like a snowball on ice, like her magic had done with mine. It didn't. It hit her in the face and she gasped, stumbling backwards in pain. I thrust my arm out and called the magic straight back to my palm, where it collected and grew, until every particle returned. Then I tucked it away for another day. I hurried over to Abigail, who was staggering like I'd punched her. I grabbed her arm and held her steady. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. Did I start before your shield was up? Abigail shook herself and then stood up straight, her eyes wide with awe. No, I had my shield up. But your magic blasted straight through. Shit. How was I going to fix that mistake? I thought, considering she was a fae, and probably quite a powerful one to be working for the council, that I would be too weak to overpower her. So much for that logic. Oh, that was probably just because you set it too low. Maybe we could try again and you can strengthen it? I was bullshitting, of course. Abigail knew it. I knew it. But maybe the rest of the audience didn't. Maybe they would believe the lie? Please. I released a breath. Please, please, please don't expose how powerful I am. Abigail glanced over at the veil again, staring at the space as though she was communicating something with someone, and then looked back at me. Of course, she said. I forgot that your mother trained you. Perhaps a level 10 shield? One I use on the college students? There was that strange noise again. A cough? I furrowed my brow and turned toward the veil. Is that someone coughing, or was someone trying to tell me something? Whatever it was distracting. It's fine, Abigail said firmly, not even looking to where I indicated. If you would like to try again, that is fine by me. My gaze flickered over her face, to where her nose was red and burned. Oh my God, I hurt you. I said. I'd never hurt anyone before, not intentionally. Guilt filled my body and I moved toward her. I'm so sorry, please let me fix that. I lifted my wand, ran it over my palm, concentrating on the one single healing spell my mother had taught me, then lifted my hand to her face. It's fine really, she said. You can't. I pulled the pain into my hand, my fingers tingling with the burn I'd caused. Then her skin was healed and my heart lifted. "There," I said. "All fixed." "I'm so sorry, Abigail, again." How did you do that, Ava?" She touched her nose, her eyes on me. "Oh, it's nothing really." I flicked my wrist dismissively. She tilted her head to the side. "You're a healer?" "Not really. My mother taught me how to pull my own magic back into myself, and then how to fix any damage I'd done. I can't heal anything, only my own mistakes." I wrinkled my nose. "I'm not even sure that makes sense." Abigail gave me a strange, assessing look, and I swallowed hard against the feelings of embarrassment and inadequacy. "Is that weird?" I let my voice trail off. I didn't want to stress too much about it. I never know what's normal now. In this world. "It's a good talent to have, Ava," she said. "Your mother was very smart teaching you such a thing." "Thank you." Why did I think that was a rather large compliment? She nodded at the blue line. "You ready to try again?" "Sure." Surely this time I could fail? It couldn't be that difficult. "Same idea?" I asked, not sure I wanted to do the same task. "Yes. My level 10 shield is up. Go." I lifted my wand and pointed it straight at the shield, and then pulsed red energy at the Phi. My magic bounced off, revealing a shield that was held out in front of Abigail. It did not have a roof or a floor. It would be way too simple to get around. I flicked the energy up and over and her second hand came up, the shield extending. I laughed. Clever. I flicked my wand down, encouraging the red magic to make Abigail adapt quickly, as I had with Tavlor, but again Abigail's magic followed. "I want you to throw the white ball again," Abigail said, though her voice sounded strained. "But it hurt you." Abigail laughed. "It won't get through this shield. I promise." I shrugged. "Are you sure?" "Do it." Seriously, these people loved bossing me about. I let the red magic go. It was probably a little too pathetic after that first blast. I pointed my wand at my palm and concentrated on the white light of my magic. This time, instead of hot, I made them sharp, small. Like splinters. Just in case one or two got through. I didn't want to hurt Abigail again. Once the magic was sealed and complete, I threw the ball at her. It splattered on the shield, just as I had anticipated it would, and spread out and around, looking for areas to penetrate. "See," I said. "That shield is far too strong." She grunted. "You didn't even try that time. Do it again. Don't be a coward." Seriously? Had she seriously just called me a coward? Me. Abigail nodded, clenching her teeth. Was that shield really that hard to maintain? She sounded so out of breath. I let out a sigh and developed a ball similar to the first one, but put in more magic, more strength, more of everything. If Abigail wanted me to knock through her wall, then so be it. I finished the ball, then slid my wand back into my invisible hip pocket, so that I could transfer the ball of magic from hand to hand, making it stronger. "Okay. Here you go." I threw the ball with as much force as I could, and it landed again, splattering on the shield. "See? I told you I was shit at these." Abigail groaned, gasping with the strength it took to keep her shield up. She dropped the shield and my magic plastered her again. I threw both hands out and sucked the granules back into me. Abigail stumbled backwards, unable to catch her footing. I hurried over to her and grabbed her arm, stopping her from falling over. Her breath shuddered, and I conjured up a couch right next to us. As she struggled to breathe, I eased her down onto the couch. "I'm sorry." Chapter 19. I magicked up a glass of water for her and handed it to her. She chuckled before taking a sip. I don't know who your teacher was, Ava, but she was magnificent. Cold dread drizzled down my spine. What do you mean? I told her the truth. My only teacher had been my mother. Was that what she meant, or did she think I'd lied and had been trained by someone else? The veil that had hidden the council dropped away, and 3 people walked forward. Matlock and 2 older women. Tavlor was still there, lurking in the background like he did. The women were classically beautiful in every way. High cheekbones, great figures, shiny hair. But the one to the right of Matlock had a strength to her that the other didn't. She had bright blue eyes and glossy black hair. Despite their gorgeous appearance, my intuition flinched as they moved forward. Their magic was dark, tainted. I could see it in the air around them. These women were not good. I tensed, wanting to slink away into the shadows, but I couldn't. I had to stay here and be judged. Bravo, Ava, the less powerful one said. That was quite a show. I turned toward them and shrugged. Not really. The other woman lifted her eyebrows. Not really? You could have done better? I bit my tongue. No. I just mean, I don't like that I hurt Abigail. I didn't mean to. I needed to keep my mouth shut before I revealed too much. The woman smiled, though the look did not reach her blue eyes. No one has injured Abigail in a century. She is a supremely powerful fae. Oh crap. I swallowed hard, cold dread sweeping my skin. So, the shield thing. A level 5 would stop almost every witch in this realm. I swallowed hard. Oh no. I didn't want to ask. I was tempted to look at my father but restrained myself. I didn't want to give anything else away. And a level 10? Which I had smashed through with very little effort, if I were honest. The 2 witches glanced at each other. Finally, I looked at my father, whose grim lips were pulled into a tight line. I hated the punch in the gut his expression gave me. I had barely known him to be my father, and yet I already hated the fact that he was not pleased with the results. The woman's smile grew wider. Has never been attempted before in this room. Oh. The blue-eyed witch, who I was beginning to dislike more and more, narrowed her eyes at me. So, Ava, we would like to see how you go with your first trial again, as we believe you may have misled us into thinking you were weaker than you are. Oh no. The woman from council lifted her wand, and mine jumped into my hand from where I had it hidden. What are you doing? The woman stepped back and lifted her wand, pointing it directly at me. I'm testing your shields. Are you ready? Oh fuck. She's serious. I threw up a mental shield at the same time I flicked my wand and conjured my bubble of physical protection. God knew what this woman was capable of doing to me. Yes. She poked at my bubble from each side. I could feel it like one would the whisper of a hand on your skin. But the supposed attack wasn't very strong, which surprised me. She was a council member, wasn't she? She snorted through her nose like a horse. That's better. Now. Marianne? The second woman from the council lifted her wand, and her magic began poking at my shield. I raised my hand and my wand higher, reinforcing my bubble with interwoven shields. Layer upon layer, as my mother had taught me. The bubble quivered as the 2 witches tried harder, the first council woman's smile dying on her lips as I put more effort into my walls. Maybe you should drop it, let them win. No, not yet. Are you going to stop? I asked. I'll drop my shield if you do. No. Not until we break through. Oh crap. Nathan. Thomas, the woman called, and 2 warlocks stepped up from the back of the room. They raised their wands and pointed them at me. I cried out as their magic hit me as well. It was like being hit from every angle. Front, back, and both sides. With heat, power, and pure intensity all coming at me. I had to drop my mental shields so that I could concentrate purely on my physical wards. Matlock stared, concern etched on his face. He could stop this, but he wasn't. I understood why, and I didn't need him protecting me. But still. My back ached, my arms burned. I let out a groan. Stop. I could feel the cracks in my shield. They were splitting my magic apart. Finally, I had to give in and let my shield go. I dropped to one knee and stared at the ground, hoping their magic wouldn't slice me in half as the shield dissolved. My heart pounded and sweat rolled down my back. I could barely breathe, and yet anger poured through me. I got to my feet slowly, glaring at the witch who'd orchestrated that trial. Why did you do that? I probably should have been more careful with how I spoke to these people. They were supposed to be important, and could have seriously caused me or my sisters great harm, but rage clouded any rational thinking. You, my dear, are not who you appear to be, she said, her eyes glowing purple. And we will not be leaving this room until we find out who you really are. Why the hell did I leave my necklace back at the room? Mother would know what to do. I swallowed hard and forced a smile to my face. What do you mean? Charity, you don't need to terrify the poor girl, Matlock said, stepping in. I wanted to look at him, to demand that he tell me what to do, because right now, I was clueless. I almost laughed. My nerves were making me reckless. I had to be careful. Charity whirled on my father. You are our High Warlock, Matlock. You of all people should be suspicious of this girl. She could be here to infiltrate our realm. She could be a spy, a decoy, anything at all. She is much more powerful than she should be. You should be the first of us to question her whereabouts, her parentage. She narrowed her eyes. Why don't you care? Matlock hunched only a little, but it was noticeable. Wasn't he the High Warlock? Why was he letting some woman boss him around? Then the answer hit me in the face like a ball of snow. Are you his wife? Charity the bitch stared at me, her nose twitching in annoyance. Yes. I am. But the question is, who are you? I straightened my spine and stared her dead in the eye. Thank God I didn't look like my father. My name is Ava Melfi, I said, each word clipped. I thrust my hands behind my back, afraid I would start to fiddle with them, and the last thing I wanted to do was give away that I was nervous. I am not here to hurt anyone. I simply came to meet my father, find a place for myself. A community. I've been separated from my people my entire life, but by the way you're carrying on, it's no wonder my mother kept me hidden. She wanted to protect me from people like you. You're treating me like a criminal, and what have I done? Passed one of your stupid tests? Bad fucking luck. I crossed my arms over my chest, my mother's fiery blood pumping through my veins. Ava. Matlock's warning came too late. I was on a roll now. I narrowed my eyes. What's wrong, Charity? Jealous that I'm more powerful than you? Well, that's not my fault. I could feel the power pulsing inside me. Then a cold darkness fell over the room. I glanced around. What the hell is that? Charity lifted her nose with a lofty snort. Tavlor. Arrest her. Slimy cold snakes slithered around my wrists and pulled my arms behind my back. I gasped and tried to look behind me, where I'd last seen him. Was Tavlor seriously going to arrest me? For what? There were flashes and pops and bangs, as several witches and warlocks used their magic to change the room from a hall into a courtroom. Shit. My magic simmered deep in my blood. If I fought these chains now, I might be able to get free. But what then? Would my father or Tavlor be on my side? Most likely not, since Tavlor had just helped them capture me. I was pushed into a large black chair, and before me, rows of pews were assembled. Oh my God. They've put me on trial. This is serious. My heart began to pound and race in my chest as shivers of unease snaked through my blood. Why did I come here? I should have just built my sisters a home and stayed in our realm. Safe. Or moved in with Aunt Allison. Sure, our lives would have been simple, but they would have been our own. Untie my hands. Now. I glared at Tavlor, who stood behind Charity and her other witchy friend. No. Charity's word fell like a lead weight in the room. I tugged at the chains that bound me, struggling to fight my way out. You can't do this. I haven't done anything wrong. Charity's smile was pure evil as she looked at me. This is our realm. They're all our realms, and we can do whatever we want. I blinked hard. This was everything my mother had warned me about. Everything she had dreaded and kept from us. These people were crazy. I wondered if my mother had known about Charity. Did she know what an awful person she was? Was that why Mother didn't care about being with a married man? Was that why she had been so overprotective? Was that why she'd made me promise not to come here, ever? Not because of Matlock, but because of Charity? I looked at my father, who was now standing with Tavlor, looking extremely uncomfortable with his arms crossed over his chest. Could you tie my arms in the front at least? This is uncomfortable. I asked. I tried to sound reasonable, but it was hard not to have an attitude. My father whipped his hand through the air before anyone could stop him. My arms moved as though pulled and tugged into my lap, but my wrists were bound again in the same manner. I sighed as the stress on my shoulders relaxed. Thank you. I looked back at Charity. You were saying? I'd done absolutely nothing wrong, and I had to have faith that this would turn out fine in the end. The most important thing was to control my panic. Charity faltered, so I pushed forward. She was intimidated by me, and I had to wonder why. I was no one. I was completely insignificant. At least I should have been, especially to someone like her. Oh, that's right. You were saying that you and the council rule this realm, and what you say goes. Well, don't worry. I'm used to following rules like that. My mother ruled our realm with an iron fist. I shrugged to show her that she didn't intimidate me. If I'd learned anything from living with my mother, it was that bullies only responded to strength. Show them weakness, bleed a little, and those sharks circled. Ava, who are you? I groaned and rolled my eyes. I'm Ava Melfi. Charity glanced at the other members of the council before looking at me once again. Why are you here? To find out if this is where I belong, I said simply. To get a job. Find a home. She cocked her head, then looked toward the door. We have a visitor, it seems. The door opened and Mallory strolled in, holding my gold locket in her hand. I gasped and swallowed to hide it. What the hell was she doing here? And more importantly, was she here to help me? Or rat me out? Hello, counselor, Mallory said as she walked forward and practically fell over herself, curtsying to Charity. I rolled my eyes again. Mallory was definitely not here to help me. And why was she sucking up to her royal bitchiness? Oh, that's right. She's my stepmother, too. I couldn't stop the giggle that escaped through my lips at that thought. The Baron's stepmother, at that. I was in every bad human fairy tale Mother had ever read me. Cinderella. Sleeping Beauty. Hopefully, Charity didn't turn into a dragon anytime soon. I turned my head away, trying to get a hold of my ridiculousness. I was getting a little hysterical. What are you doing here, Mallory? Charity asked. I came to help if I can. Ava has been staying with me for the last few days, and she has been talking to this locket about her father and all sorts of strange things. She held my necklace up and I scowled at her. That's mine, I snapped. Charity took it with a rather triumphant smile. What is this, Ava? She asked, each word drawled out. It's my mother's locket, I said. At least I didn't have to lie about it. She gave it to me the day she died. Charity raised an eyebrow. And is that all? Or does it contain more than that? She conjured a table and waved Tavlor over to her. Make it reveal its secrets. She practically pushed him toward the table and his gaze met mine. Oh, please don't. But what could he do? And would he help me if he could? Tavlor waved his hand over the locket, and it suddenly opened. I gasped, tears springing to my eyes. Please don't hurt her. Please. My voice reached a screaming pitch. I didn't realize a sound like that could come out of me. Tavlor looked at me and nodded once, as though trying to tell me not to worry. But my heart was in my throat as a projected image of my mother leapt into the room for a single moment and vanished back into the locket. Tavlor picked the locket up and handed it back to Charity. There is nothing special about this locket, other than the love for its original owner. I held my breath as I looked between him and Charity. Had he just lied to her? There's no magic or hidden charms? Charity asked, and I could hear the suspicious tone in her voice. No. None. If Ava spoke to the locket, it is out of sentiment. He said the last words with icy disgust, and I sobbed with relief. Please give it back to me, I said. It's all I have left of her. Tavlor took the locket from Charity before the bitch could say anything, brought it over to me and placed it around my neck. He didn't say anything, but the tension in the room increased. I turned to the other people of the council. When my mother died, we lost everything. I didn't know, she didn't tell us, but her magic had created our whole world. Our clothes, our books, our servants. The house. When she died, everything. I swallowed hard as tears clogged my throat, my nose, my eyes. Everything disappeared. Charity shrugged. That's what happens when you die. Your magic disappears. But I didn't know that. I practically screamed at her. I have nothing. There was a shift in the room. An empathy, a love, a sadness for what I'd gone through. But my shackles didn't come off, so I simply went quiet and wiped my eyes with my bound hands. Charity walked forward and narrowed her eyes. Who is your father, Ava? My father. I stumbled over my response. My father was a human. He died a long time ago. I barely remember him. I swallowed the saliva that had pooled in my mouth, the hairs on my arms standing on end. They could tell that I was lying, couldn't they? Shit. Charity pointed her wand at me and asked again. Who is your father, Ava? She wasn't using her magic on me. Not yet. A shot of fear coursed up my spine, but I didn't dare turn to my father or Tavlor for help. Instead, I focused on stepmother dearest. I told you. He was nobody special. Charity laughed in a strange way. Why don't I believe you? She turned toward another female council member, the other witches and warlocks sitting back and watching. Marianne, tell Ava why I don't believe her. Marianne, the red-headed witch who had attacked me during the trial, lifted her nose and spoke to me like I was a rodent on the floor. If you were half human, there is no way you could be this powerful. None whatsoever. Another mix, perhaps? Powerful witch and a fae. Is that the answer? Is your father a fae? I don't think so, I said quietly. My cheeks burned as my father stared at me. What would he do if it all came out? My instincts were telling me that these women were not going to rest until they knew the truth. The real truth. Charity spoke some words I'd never heard before and pointed her wand at me. Fuck, I managed to say as cold magic wove around my body, wrapping around my legs, my belly, my arms, and my chest. Like a boa constrictor settling itself into place before he squeezed the life out of me. What are you doing? Getting the truth, she said simply. Clearly, no one was going to stop her. I finally let my gaze move to Matlock. I couldn't tell them. But not for his sake. Fuck him. For my sisters. If they found out about Bella and Courtney, my whole family could end up with their heads on the chopping block. I told you. The squeezing began and I couldn't breathe. I gasped and gagged as her magic began to poke inside my head. I wasn't giving up. I didn't care what they did to me. The pain was excruciating, but I wouldn't give her the satisfaction of knowing that she was hurting me. So I closed my eyes and thought about the past. My home. The fields I ran about with my sisters. The bands relaxed and my eyes popped open. Was she stopping? Thank God for that. Tavlor. Get the truth out of her. Tavlor stepped up, and I could see how defeated he was in the look of his posture and his eyes. His shoulders slumped forward a fraction. His lips turned down. There was nothing he could do to fight off the council. He knew it. And I knew it. But I had to say something. Even if it gave me away. Please don't. He stepped closer and lifted his hand. I have to. Chapter 20. I squeezed my eyes shut and braced my mind for the impact. But amazingly, having my mind assaulted was so much less painful than one would expect. Especially from a man as big and obviously brutal as the half-fi Warlock. But Tavlor slipped in and out so quickly I barely felt it. Like a needle in my arm. When I opened my eyes again, Tavlor was staring at me like he couldn't believe he was having to do this. His mouth hung open, and there was more human emotion in his eyes than I'd ever seen. Well? Charity demanded. Tavlor shook his head. I cannot. Oh, for goodness sake. Charity cast a spell straight at my head, and with her snake bands around my body and my mind still staggering from Tavlor's military-style penetration, I had no hope against her clumsy battering ram. Say it aloud. Ava. Go on. I'd never had a coercive spell worked on me before. It was like I'd been turned into a marionette doll, and someone else pulled my strings. My father is the... My mind fought the revelation, and I pushed hard against Charity's magic, and yet I couldn't stop my mouth from forming the words. A powerful warlock. My hand burned, reminding me of my promise vow. Charity grinned, a triumphant flame glowing in the darkness of her eyes. Yes, but which one? I shook my head. I didn't want to do it. Matlock stepped between us. And the penetrating intrusion of her spell went away. I heaved in and out, getting my breath back. God, this was horrible. This woman was horrible. I looked to my right and there was Tavlor, standing stoic and silent as ever. His eyes were mirrors of my pain, and as I struggled against the bonds that still held me, hopelessness overwhelmed me. The locket at my neck burned like blazes, but I couldn't touch it, and if I couldn't hold it in my hand, I couldn't ask my mother what to do. Charity's fiery gaze spat anger at him. What are you doing, Matlock? Get out of the way. She flicked her wrist as though he would move aside without a fight. Charity. Stop. You're torturing this poor girl for no reason at all. Charity went quiet. Then realization dawned on her face. It's you. Isn't it? She screeched. My father was physically thrown to the ground. Before anyone stopped her, Charity blasted me with her magic. It shot through me like needles, the truth serum soaking into every cell in my body. I had no resistance left. I screamed, but no one came to help me. Then the pain was gone, and I pushed open my eyes to see that Tavlor had Charity by the arms, pinning her magic down while Matlock got to his feet. But the truth was bubbling up. I could feel it. I couldn't stop it. It's Matlock. It's always been Matlock. My mother loved him for decades. I sobbed as the truth fell from my lips. I hung my head and cried as her magic leaked out of me. Someone must have released her magic because the bonds around my wrist and body fell away, and I slithered off the chair and down to the floor. Tavlor caught me just before my head hit the ground. He swept me up into his arms and held me tight, a deep, warm sense of healing washing over me. "Thank you," I whispered, though I could barely open my eyes. I felt like she'd drugged me. My arms and legs were heavy. My eyes slid shut. A strange headache floated around my head. Tavlor didn't say anything, but his muscles trembled as his expression darkened. "How dare you touch me?" Charity screamed. I lifted my head, but my skull was far too heavy, so dropped it against his shoulder. Nearby, Charity continued to yell. "Put her down, you traitor." Tavlor growled, the noise both terrifying and settling, since I was the one he was protecting. "My only allegiance is to the High Warlock," he snapped. He was more animal than human, and I realized just how much that ferocity pulled me in. "You attacked him and exposed this girl as his daughter. Do not accuse me of being the very behavior you are displaying." I tried to open my mouth to speak, but no words came out. The room tipped as darkness encroached from the side of my vision. Then it engulfed me, and I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, it took a moment for me to make out that I was in a hospital bed, pushed to the side of a sterile white room. The lights were dimmed, and I was alone. Not a friend in sight. The truth stung. I was on my own here. Fine. A moment later, the door opened and a woman stepped into the room. "Oh, you're awake," she said. "Good. Drink this." She handed me a glass of water. "No, thank you." I wasn't drinking anything they were giving me. I didn't trust anyone in this realm. "You're dehydrated. You need it." She probably wasn't wrong. My lips were dry and my throat was sore. I lifted my hand and, still feeling drugged, conjured myself a glass of water from a place I could trust. A feminine chuckle came from the other side of the room. As I drank my water, I slid my gaze across to the place it came from. Abigail sat on a gurney in the corner, tucked into the shadows. I startled, trickling water onto my lap. "I told you she wouldn't drink anything you gave her," Abigail said to the nurse. "She's much smarter than she looks." The nurse shrugged and left, closing the door behind her. I glanced around the room. There were no windows, and the whole place had a sterile, constricting feel about it that told me not to even try to use my magic to escape. "Are they watching?" I asked Abigail in a low voice. Abigail shrugged. "Probably." "What are you doing in here?" She sat up and swung her legs over the edge of the gurney. "I told them I'd come in and keep you company. Explain what is going to happen next. The whole council is in a tizzy." "A tizzy?" I repeated. What a small word for such a crazy time. "Yes. Charity is throwing a tantrum unlike any I have seen in centuries, and your father has all but disappeared." I leaned forward. "He's what?" Matlock had run off. What a coward. Pain stabbed at my heart. I'd lost my mother recently, and only now discovered my father. To hear that he had left me as well made me feel abandoned. Would anyone stand by me? Even Abigail didn't seem to be here on my behalf. She was just continuing her role to guide me after the test. Why, yes. He'll come back for the trial though, don't worry. The trial? I frowned. Haven't I had one of those already? She nodded. Kind of. Today was simply an interrogation, but the council will want its decision to look fair, even if it isn't. Fair. How was any of this fair? So you think they're going to want to, what? Punish me for my mother's mistake? Abigail stared at me with pity in her eyes. I'm afraid so. I sighed, defeat beating at me like waves on the shore. I didn't want to know any more. I drank the rest of my water, my throat parched and my stomach gurgling in hunger. I need something to eat. Abigail lifted her hand palm side up, and a plate of strange breads appeared. They looked like things from Mallory's shop, and my stomach twisted. I shook my head. No, thank you. Abigail smiled and waved her hand, and a tray appeared in my lap. I stared down at the pretty colored cupcakes and things. What are they? Delicacies of fairy, Abigail said. But in your tongue, dessert. Cake. Oh. I don't have much or a sweet tooth, but thank. Before I'd even finished the sentence, the food transformed into a platter of hot meat and bread. My mouth watered as the delicious smells wafted up to me. Thank you. I wasn't sure I had the energy to conjure myself a proper meal. I'd done the water to make a point, but food was a different story. Plus, despite everything, my intuition told me to trust Abigail. I picked up a piece of bread and chewed on it, the buttery softness making me moan. This is great. I didn't know why I trusted Abigail when I didn't trust anyone else. How come I trust you? I asked bluntly. I didn't care if it was rude. She laughed, a little musical chortle that was quite cute. I'm not quite sure, but I assure you, you can. Although, I have noticed that you do have a certain attraction for the Fae. She waggled her eyebrows. I grabbed for another bread, my cheeks heating with a blush. Oh. It's okay, she said. I actually agree with you that Tavlor is extremely attractive. My gaze came up to her. He seems to think that no one finds him beautiful. Oh, he isn't, but he is powerful and ferocious. Those two things are very handsome in a Fae man. Are you serious right now? Were all the women around me blind? Or was I the one who couldn't see straight? I chewed on a piece of meat in thought. So, he had been telling the truth. Then why did I see him for what he was? Why did I have a different perspective? Was I blinded to his dangerous side? I dismissed the worry. I had other things to deal with now. Tell me what's going on, Abigail. She sighed, her whole weight behind the sound. They are going to charge you with treason and hold court to decide your fate. My heart sank. Are they out of their minds? That's crazy. Treason. Abigail shrugged and bit her lip. I think it's crazy too. You're the only heir to the High Warlock. They would be stupid to kill you. Kill me. I started to bolt off the bed, but dizziness swam through my brain. I perched on the edge. Did you just say, kill me? Well, I may not have translated that correctly, but the punishment for treason is death. Or a magical version of it. Perhaps they'll only strip you of your powers. Only? My powers were as much a part of me as my arms and legs were. They couldn't do that, could they? That would almost be worse than death. I looked over at Abigail, remembering the way she'd fought me in the trials. Were you trying to expose me in the trial today? Oh no. Not like this anyway. I knew after the first test that you were hiding how powerful you were, and I didn't understand why. My ego got the best of me, and I set out to challenge you. Unfortunately, you showed me up, so I apologize for my part in exposing you. That was not my intent. I didn't know you were hiding such a secret. I shook my head. No one did. My mother's best friend put a promise spell on me before I left the human world, to make sure I couldn't tell anyone. I sighed and leaned against the wall. This is why, obviously. Aunt Allison must have known that if the truth got out, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Not that I understand this quite right. Can you explain it to me, Abigail? She conjured a glass of red wine from thin air and took a sip. Not really. Then give it a guess. Abigail glanced around and conjured a shimmer that enfolded us both like a globe. Listen, I don't think this cloaking spell will give us much time. There are laws about who will inherit the high warlock position. For the thousands of years the council has ruled the realms, the high warlock post has always been passed from father to son. Okay. What did that have to do with? Never to a daughter. Generally, the high warlocks don't even have daughters. Okay. I wasn't sure what else to say at this point. This wasn't anything new. So not only are you unusual in that sense, the council has always maintained power by controlling who the high warlock married, and thus bred with. Matlock has stepped outside tradition by breeding with your mother and producing a daughter. An illegitimate daughter. A powerful daughter who threatens everything the council stands for, much less everything charity stands for. So, it's a big deal? In the human world, people had children in and out of wedlock all the time, and it didn't seem to make a difference on what type of person they were. It is for the high warlock. It throws up all sorts of questions for the council on whether they should accept you or not. The door to the hospital room was flung open, and a rather harried-looking council member stormed in. Abigail. What are you doing? He asked. Abigail got to her feet and sauntered to the edge of the room. Just having a chat with Ava here. I'll see you at the trial. She nodded her head and skipped out of the room. What time is it? I asked the man, who stood in the doorway glaring in the direction Abigail had gone. Do I have time for a nap? I wanted to laugh. Obviously, they'd realized she'd put a silencer on their listening, but were too late to do anything about it. And why was a strong and powerful fae like Abigail working for the council, anyway? He turned to me. You have about an hour. The counselors are almost all here. How many are there? 24 in total. And my father will be there? The man stiffened and scowled at me. The high warlock will be there. You may rest. He stepped out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Well, this is just peachy keen jellybean, I muttered. I lay back down on the bed and closed my eyes. My secret had come out and the council wanted me dead. I reached for my locket, though it was cold against my skin. My mother didn't say anything, but inside my head, I heard her voice anyway. I told you so. Chapter 21. My mouth opened and closed like a fish, the tears running down my face in hot rivulets. Mother, My mother had trusted me with her essence, her soul. She'd spent the last moments of her life slipping everything she was into my locket, and now it was gone. She was gone. Oh. My God. My heart began to break, my chest imploding with pain. I began to sob, pain racing down my throat as I collapsed. So, when they walked in, I was laying on my makeshift hospital bed, sobbing my lungs up. My nose ran, and I could barely see, my face was so puffy from crying. A man cleared his throat loudly from the door. I forced myself to sit up, though I could barely move. In my palm was my mother's locket. She was gone. She wouldn't speak to me. Whatever Tavlor had done to my necklace, to my mother's soul, he had destroyed it. And unfortunately, I didn't know enough about this kind of magic to even try to retrieve her. If it was possible, anyway. A box of tissues magically appeared in my lap, and I pulled them from their holder and wiped at my face. My throat was sore, as though it had been stripped of all moisture, but I couldn't magic a glass of water up. I didn't have the strength. Suddenly the door opened, and when I lifted my head, there was a friendly face, with pointed ears and beautiful sorrow in her eyes. Abigail was there in front of me, holding my hand and pulling me to a stand. "You can do this, Ava," she said in barely more than a whisper. "Stay strong. Not long to go now." I looked into her intense eyes, the color of emeralds, and nodded. I cleared my throat. "Water." She nodded once and handed me a bottle of water from her hand. I still hadn't worked out why I trusted this woman, when my head told me that I hadn't been able to trust a single person since I'd stepped into this realm. But my instincts told me that she could be trusted, just as my instincts had warned me about Mallory, and had hated Charity the moment I'd first seen her. They weren't often wrong. So how had I been wrong about Tavlor? And was I wrong? Time would tell, because it looked like my time was up. Okay. I took the bottle and gulped it down. The man from the council gestured toward the door. "Let's go." Suppressing a sigh, I stood and let them lead me out of the room and down a hall. At the end, he opened a door, and we stepped into a room with a portal. I glanced between the man and Abigail. "Where are we going?" Abigail stared at me. "To the council buildings. To the courthouse." I inhaled sharply. So they'd have me at their absolute whim. I was at their mercy. That seems unfair. What if their ruling is unjust? What power do I have to overturn their conviction? The men around me, my escorts, my guards, went deathly quiet. It was Abigail who had the courage to tell me the truth. There are no appeals. The council's ruling is final and absolute. Tears welled in my eyes, but I swallowed hard and forced them back again. I was in a dictatorship of the worst kind, run by those who would kill anyone who stepped out of line. Even their own family. I nodded, and Abigail took my elbow and plunged us through the portal. There was that moment of stillness that I was beginning to enjoy, especially in the presence of my current dilemmas. Then we stepped into the large council hall where I had first visited my father. The building was beautiful, as it had been last time I was here, but a cold chill hung in the air now. Was it real? Or was it my premonition of the dreaded outcome? I trudged on, following Abigail as she led me into a large room that resembled a human courtroom. Abigail leaned forward and whispered into my ear. "Sit on the chair in the center of the room." Several council members stood in a half-circle around me. My teeth chattered as the cold in the room intensified. At least this time I wasn't bound, and I was hoping that no one would allow Charity to attack me. In fact, I couldn't see her anywhere amongst the sea of faces before me. Nor Tavlor. Nor my father. Great. Not that I counted them as friends necessarily, but familiar faces would have been nice. Then the door behind me opened, and I swiveled around as Matlock, Tavlor, and Queen Bitch walked into the room. The emotions that wiggled through me were a strange mix. So much anger and hatred, but happiness and relief the men were here. I hated myself for being so conflicted, but instead of self-recriminations, I simply turned back around and waited calmly for these ridiculous proceedings to start. My father, the High Warlock himself, was dressed in flowing velvet robes and a pompous hat. "Ava, normally I would conduct the proceedings during a trial like this, but seeing as you have accused me of being a party to treason, I will instead be stepping aside to allow Nathan to perform the role of mediator." I bit my tongue so hard I drew blood. Treason? Me. For what, existing? I didn't ask to be born. I'm not the one who fucked my mother and had illegitimate children. I wasn't the one who had an affair. But I kept my mouth shut and a lid on my temper, though from the worried look on my father's face, I wasn't doing the best job in disguising my frustration. Nathan, the pompous prick, stepped up. "Ava, you have been accused of participating in treason of the highest order. How do you plead?" I stared at him. "Are you guys serious?" "Not guilty." There was murmur that ran through the council, as though the members were surprised by my vehemence. What was wrong with these people? Since when were witches and warlocks so cowardly? So stupid. Nathan paced up and down the room, while my father and his wife sat on the sidelines. The queen bitch shot daggers at me any time I looked her way, but someone had muzzled her today. Tavlor hovered right over the top of her. Was he protecting me in some small way? Hopefully. I needed all the help I could get at this point. Mallory was nowhere to be seen, and for that I was glad. She must have wanted to get in with the council and thought that turning me in might help her cause, and I was glad to see that it hadn't. Nathan lifted his chin. "I should warn you that if you use magic to try and harm anyone in this room, you will be instantly jailed for life." I rolled my eyes. I've never hurt anyone in my life. Why would I start now? Nathan's eyebrows shot up. "We all saw how powerful and capable you are. You put on quite a display yesterday." "Well, first of all, I didn't hurt anyone. And secondly, I was tricked into pushing myself way past my normal limits." I bit my lip, wondering if I should say any more. Then decided I would. What did I have to lose anyway? This wasn't going to be a fair trial. They were here to convict me of a crime I hadn't committed. They wanted to put me away. Or worse. So I pushed forward. "What I don't understand is why you're all so afraid of my power. Why wouldn't you want me on your side? On your team? Trained properly, I'm sure I could be a very capable, whatever Tavlor is." Nathan grimaced as though the idea abhorred him. No. No. That was not a suitable response to what I just said. It didn't make sense. Nathan picked up a gavel and tapped it onto his table. "Now on to the matter at hand. Treason. Now, explain to me how my situation of being the illegitimate daughter of the High Warlock is treasonous." I glared around the room. It's not my fault my mother got pregnant by him. A small part of me was glad my mother wasn't here to see this, because I was seriously throwing her under the bus. Around the room, people gasped. An empty large chair materialized beside me. "High Warlock. If you please?" Nathan asked, turning to my father. My father stood, disentangling his wife from his arm, and walked across the floor to sit in the large seat beside me. "Sir, you have been accused of treason yourself. As you know, the begetting of a child outside of your marriage and outside of the accepted magical lines is forbidden. A direct violation against Warlock law." A sinking feeling hit my gut. He was what? They were accusing my father of treason against himself? "How do you plead, Matlock?" Nathan asked, puffing up his chest like a peacock. "Not guilty," my father said, loud and proud. I gaped at him as he continued. "I had no knowledge of this girl and her alleged parentage. Her mother and I were school friends." My gaze shot over to Tavlor, who glowered over Charity, his gaze burning into mine. He didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't make a sound, but something inside my head told me to go along with this ludicrous story. Nathan stepped up in front of me again. "Is this true?" I looked around like a drowning person in the ocean, waiting for help that wasn't coming. I'm only going off what my mother told me. I have no actual proof. And that was the truth. I'd believed my mother. And so had Matlock when I'd told him. I knew he'd had sex with her, he'd practically outright admitted it to me, but what proof did I have of any of those conversations happening? Did witches and warlocks do genetic testing? Was there a way to know for sure? Nathan nodded. We need to convene for a moment, and we will render our verdict directly. He turned and cast a veil. Matlock rose from the chair and disappeared behind the veil with Nathan as well. I stared at the wall, shock immobilizing my arms and legs. What the actual fuck? I was alone. In a pretend room in a magic realm, on trial for being illegitimate. This had gotten beyond ridiculous. This was insane. Surely they saw that. The veil fell and I saw my father's face. It hit me like an axe across the chest, slicing into my heart, robbing me of breath, of blood, of life. Nathan stepped forward. Ava, you are guilty of breaking one of our most sacred laws. You have accused our High Warlock of treason, and are thus guilty of treason yourself. And therefore, you are sentenced to mort magique. The look of satisfaction on Charity's face was enough to tell me that this was going to be very bad. For me. I swallowed hard and met Nathan's gaze head-on. And what is that exactly? It is death by magical execution. You have 3 days. I didn't know where to look. I gasped like a landed fish, spluttering to find words. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Tavlor move his hand, a shimmer of light happening before a momentary flash. Then the locket around my neck began to heat and glow. My mother was back. Chapter 22. I blinked, and I was magicked back to my cell. Well, in the hospital room, passing for a jail cell, still sitting in my chair. I rolled off the chair and landed on the bed, grasping for my locket. Mother, I whispered. Mother, what should I do? If they were watching me through these two-way walls, then they would think I was crazy and talking to the memory of my dead mother. It was close enough to be the truth, but it wasn't the whole story. Oh, Ava, I'm so sorry, baby. I don't know where I went or how I got back. But I'm here now. I think I knew what had happened. Tavlor had taken her spirit out and then returned her to me. But why? Why would he have done so in the first place, and why had he brought her back? Perhaps there was more to Tavlor than his blind obedience to the council. Mother, what do I do? They? I couldn't even say it. Yes, I heard. They have sentenced you to death for your father's crimes. Pathetic, narcissistic asshole that he is. I sobbed out a sound that sounded half like a laugh. You chose him to be my father. Mother groaned. Not exactly. I never expected to get pregnant the first time, Ava. I wasn't sure I believed her. I wasn't sure what I believed anymore. But you kept going back. I reminded her. Silence. Didn't you? Yes. I know it was my choice to go back and try for Bella and Courtney. Both times I didn't expect to conceive so easily, and yet, both times I did. I loved him, you know. And I wanted a piece of him with me always. It was selfish. And a terrible thing to do to you all. But you know I love you, Ava, don't you? Yes, I know, I said with a sigh. But how am I going to get out of this now? We need to find a way. Not just for you in this moment. But for your sisters. Bella and Courtney. They were lazily reading and relaxing their life away in a beautiful house in a quiet realm. They had no idea that over here, our father was an integral part of sentencing me to death, and that same man knew what they looked like. An eerie chill shot through my body as tears coursed down my face. Oh my God. The room began to shake. I cried out and grabbed for the bed on either side of me. What's happening? I was plunged into darkness and a hand grabbed my arm. I screamed, trying to pull away. Be quiet, a female voice hissed at me. Abigail. My heart pounded harder and my muscles trembled. I froze. Is this an attack or a rescue? A rescue, you idiot, she said from right beside me, though I couldn't see even an inch through the darkness. Hold on to me. I'm going to portal us out of here. Without another word, I gripped my locket and closed my eyes. Wind rushed past my face and my hair whipped in my eyes, so I squeezed them tighter. Then the cold air dissipated and warmth engulfed me. You can open your eyes now, Abigail said. I cracked one eye open. Abigail bent over where I lay on my back on hard ground. She peered into my face, scowling. Are you all right? My shoulders dropped down from their place near my ears, and I opened both my eyes to take in my surroundings. We were in a rainforest, with an earthy, fresh smell around us. The scent of flowers permeated the air, dotted amongst the trees, and I could feel the magic humming in the surroundings. Where are we? I asked. We're in one of the 5 realms, she said, gesturing around. I've brought you to my home for your safety. I looked at her, and despite everything I'd gone through, and how it should have taught me not to trust anyone, I found myself launching forward and hugging her. Thank you, I said, breathless. Thank you so much. Abigail was stiff in my arms but patted my back. I pulled away, wiping my tears off my cheek. What a horrible and ridiculous few days, I said, forcing a chuckle to cover my embarrassment. I took a few calming breaths. So, what do we do now? We need a plan to keep you safe while we work out a way around your illegitimacy. I glanced at her. Oh, so you believe me about Matlock being my father? Abigail rolled her eyes. Of course I do. It was obvious from the first moment I saw you with him. You have a similar aura. Your magic has a similar signature also. Not to mention his protective stance toward you. I was suspicious from the first moment I saw you two together. Protective? I scoffed. He was the instrument of my destruction. He practically threw me to the wolves. I shivered with excess adrenaline. Walk with me. My home isn't far from here, Abigail said, and together we started through the forest. There wasn't a person to be seen anywhere, though the animals were plentiful. Birds hopped along the branches, and rabbits scurried in the bushes on either side. You know, Ava, your father could be found guilty of treason himself, if it's found out he deliberately conceived you. I glanced at her. You're kidding? No. That's what they were trying to get him to admit at the court. But Tavlor and he had a plan, and unfortunately it meant throwing me under the bus, I finished for her. Well, yes. The council has been looking for a way to get your father out of the high warlock position for many years, and without an heir, they believe they have the right to do that. Why would they do that? I asked. Think about it from their perspective, she said. There's no reason for your father to comply with them. There's no child for them to hold over his head. Until you, that is. Anger boiled in my gut. What a crock of shit. Just because his stupid wife couldn't give him a child doesn't mean it's my father's fault. In fact, it's theirs. They're the ones that shackled him to a barren wife. And what a bitch she was too. I shuddered. The feeling of standing anywhere near her was akin to having ice pressed into my skin, through to my core. She's a horrible woman. Yes, you're correct in everything you say, Abigail said. Your father was born into a world, into a position of privilege, where he's been forced to marry a woman he doesn't love. He's had to go childless through his life, and be the puppet beneath the council's strings. I frowned as we walked. So you're on his side? Abigail chuckled. I'm on no one's side and I'm not against you, Ava. Not at all. That's what I'm trying to tell you, badly it seems. We're all on your side. Your father. Tavlor. Me. The council is the enemy here. They saw you as an easy way to maintain complete control over the realms. And when that didn't happen, they turned on you. You mean they wanted to kill me? Well, yes. They need an heir to the council, to the power of the realms, but your father has not provided one. You are, in most people's eyes, the heir to your father's power. There are no rules about illegitimate heirs inheriting the high warlock position. There has never been a time when it needed to be discussed. I found it hard to believe that no high warlock had ever stepped out on his wife. Okay, assuming I believe you, what's the plan? We will hide you, and then find a way to reinstate you back to your proper place, beside your father, as the heir to the high warlock. My stomach tightened and pain tingled across my skin. What if that isn't what I want? We stopped at the top of an incline, and I looked down. A house appeared between the trees, seemingly woven into the forest. Is that your place? I asked. Abigail turned to me. Ava, if this isn't what you want, then we can build you a realm a long, long way from here, and put you in it for the rest of your life. Fear crept along my veins. Was that what I wanted? To be afraid and hidden for the rest of my life? As my mother had lived? Alone. But it would be worse for us. I'd have no husband. No children. No more sexy Tavlor. No more adventures and scary twists to life. Just boring, the same thing every day. Forever. No. I don't want that either, I said, but I've never even thought about what I really want from my life with my father. It was never a possibility before now. That was a lie. I had thought about it. I dreamt of sitting at his side, helping people, ruling the realms as his most trusted advisor. But I couldn't seem to admit that to Abigail. She smiled, her eyes kind. Let's settle into my home, get something to eat, and talk a little more. I nodded and followed her down the hill and into the small, comfy cottage. Directly to the right sat a wooden table and chairs with a large mirror on the wall beyond it. As Abigail waved her hand, food and drinks covered the table. Oh, thank you, I said as my stomach tightened with hunger. We sat down and began to eat the unusually sweet bread and meats. I suspected Abigail wanted to talk more about the situation at hand, but she was kind enough to give me a moment to fill up. I ate as much as I could, stuffing myself because I had no idea what the near future held. After we finished, we sat back in our chairs. I slouched in mine, and Abigail waved her hand to remove the dishes and leftovers. So, Ava, she started, it looks like we need to work out a plan. Her head popped up and she seemed to be listening. Hang on. With that, she stood up and waved her hands over a large mirror on the wall. The mirror transformed into a portal of some sort, the surface rippling with silver, and then the image of Tavlor appeared. Ava. Is she safe? He demanded. I stood up and walked over to the mirror. Tavlor. I'm here. Oh, thank the fates. I was worried. You were worried. You just stood there while my father lied about my parentage, and they sentenced me to death. I gestured wildly. To death. I hadn't realized how betrayed I felt until that moment, while I was staring at a man designed to be a protector, who hadn't even tried to help me. I protected your mother's essence from being detected and gave her back to you before they took you away, he said, his voice even. That was true. I nodded once. Yeah. Thank you for that. I have not abandoned you, Ava, he said. Also, I bring news. What is it? Abigail asked from next to me. I didn't want to know, because it was all bad. Nothing good seemed to happen lately. The council has issued a warrant for Ava's immediate capture. Yep. All bad. Abigail groaned. Of course. They're not just going to let her get away. My heart thumped hard as my stomach dropped. What does that mean exactly, Tavlor? His lips tightened into a grimace. They want me to hunt you down and kill you. I was given the order 10 minutes ago. I reared backwards and landed in the chair behind me. Oh my God. He glanced out of frame and then lowered his voice. They're coming. I must go. I will portal later for our next plan. He disappeared, and the mirror reflected the room I was in once again. Abigail turned to me. Ava. Are you okay? She took my hand and I struggled to speak as the shock of it all hit me. I was a fugitive. On the run, with the best killer the council had on the hunt for me. A killer who made my blood burn, my skin crave his touch, and my lips long to taste him. Holy shit. Where had my quiet existence gone? I grasped the locket that was burning around my neck. Well, my girl, came my mother's voice. You're in a real pickle now. The end, to be continued in Book 2, Hiding from the Council.